Orange Sky Audio presents The Last Journalist, an Alex Vane Media Thriller, Book 5, by A.C. Fuller. Narrated for you by Joe Hempel. Chapter 1. Seattle, Monday, 10 p.m. It always starts with a knock at the door. Quinn Rivers told me that a few years back. I assumed it was a paranoid fantasy connected to one of her conspiracy theories, and it probably was. Quinn believed every conspiracy you've ever heard of, plus a few all her own. But the thing about conspiracy theories and paranoid delusions is that sometimes they're true. This was one of those times. Tap, tap, tap. Ding dong, ding dong. I heard it from the plush comfort of my king-size bed where I lay beside my wife. We'd finally gotten our daughter to sleep, and Greta and I were looking forward to some time together, an infrequent pleasure since Cleo was born 6 months ago. No one rings our doorbell at 10 o'clock, so our dog Smedley barked and raced into the living room within seconds. As I navigated the dark rooms of the house, the wind screeched and sheets of rain came in sideways and battered the windows. I flicked on the porch light and glanced through the peephole. 2 Seattle PD officers, a man and a woman, stood beneath the overhang, their hats dripping. They looked cold and as unhappy to be standing on my porch as I was to see them there. "It's okay," I pet Smedley's head as he clawed at the door. He studied me as if to ask, "Are you absolutely sure I shouldn't eat whoever is on the other side of that door?" I rubbed his head again, then gestured toward the couch. Assured the danger was over, he retreated to his favorite spot, but kept his eyes on the door as I opened it. "Alex Vane?" the woman asked. She was short, with neat bangs and a look that turned affable as the door opened, which was comforting. The news is never good when officers show up on your doorstep at 10 o'clock at night. I nodded slowly, glancing at the man who was sopping wet and wore a sour look. "I'm Officer Sanchez," the woman continued. "This is Officer Mallory. Would you be willing to come with us to identify a body?" Whose body? A cold feeling pierced my guts. Someone I knew was probably dead. Again. Sanchez and Mallory exchanged a look. Then Mallory thumbed through a small notebook, cursing to himself quietly as he fumbled to unstick the soggy pages. "White male, age 70, maybe 75. Found outside a South Lake Union apartment building a little over an hour ago. No ID." My legs buckled and I stumbled backwards half a step before catching myself. Burnside? The realization hit me like a kick to the gut. They had to be talking about Professor Burnside. A look of recognition passed between Sanchez and Mallory, which confused me. "Burnside, you say?" Mallory scrutinized me, then scribbled in his notebook. "Will you come with us?" Sanchez asked. Her tone was still polite, but she pressed harder this time. The look in her eye made me doubt I ever had a choice. "I met with him last night," I said. "We had dinner." "Burnside? What? Why are you—" Sanchez got the gist of my question. "Your address was one of 2 on a piece of paper we found on the body. We asked around the building nearby. No one knew him. No one who could give a positive ID. From their description of the body and location, it had to be Burnside. But my mind scrambled to make it someone else. Anyone else. There are a lot of 70-year-old white guys in South Lake Union. Why not let it be one of them? I seized on another alternative. Maybe this was a prank of some sort? The wind shifted, spraying a blast of icy rain into my face and knocking Mallory's hat off. I began to close the door, but Mallory jammed it with his boot. He picked up his hat, shook off the rain, and stared right at me. "Mr. Vane, if you could accompany us to the morgue, it will probably only take an hour of your time." "Okay," I said. "Just give me a minute to change." I turned back into the house, leaving the door cracked, the 2 officers standing there. I made eye contact with Smedley, who wanted to make sure I knew there were still strange people on our porch. "It's okay," I told him. Then, without thinking, I spun on my heels. The piece of my mind that had been working to make the body someone other than Burnside hit on a shred of a clue. "Wait. Did you 2 see the body?" Sanchez and Mallory glanced at each other, confused, then nodded in unison. You didn't recognize him? Mallory shook his head irritably. That's why we're here. My heart lifted. Professor Holden Burnside was the most respected journalist in the United States, maybe in the history of the United States. He was the godfather of modern American political journalism. He had a dozen best-selling books and made regular appearances on cable news, often showing up as the stately voice of reason between crazed talking heads from the left and right. If he was the dead man, surely one of them would have recognized him. It was a stretch, but one that sustained me long enough to get dressed, kiss Greta and Cleo goodnight, and follow Sanchez and Mallory into the bitterly cold Seattle night. Burnside and I had met for a late dinner the previous night at a little seafood place downtown. When I arrived, he glanced up from the scotch and soda he'd been nursing and offered a weary smile. "Mr. Vane," he said, not bothering to stand. "My best and worst student." The last time I'd seen Burnside was on a CNN panel about the biggest political scandals of the 20th century, several of which he'd personally broken. That was about a year ago, and on TV, at least, he'd worn his usual look, stoic but bright-eyed. As I sat across from him, he looked older than I expected. His hair was grayer, though still flecked with brown, and his countenance somehow darker. I might have taken his comment as a joke, but Burnside never joked. Plus, he'd used the line on me before. The first time was when I broke my first major story, which involved an NYU student falsely accused of a murder that had actually been committed by the CEO of Sun Media. When Burnside called to congratulate me, he said he was proud I'd broken the story, but deeply disappointed I'd chosen to break the story online rather than at a real newspaper. "Predictable," he said, "from my best and worst student." Ever since, he'd treated me like his gifted but fundamentally lazy son. I reached across the table and patted his shoulder awkwardly. "Good to see you." After ordering Cioppino for each of us and asking about Greta and Cleo, Burnside pulled a reporter's notebook from the inside pocket of his tweed jacket and got to the point. "I'm working on a new book, and I want to ask you some questions." The morgue was 10 minutes from my house. Sanchez offered me a seat in the back of their cruiser, but I wanted to be alone with my thoughts, so I followed them in my car. Maybe it was the transition from exhausted near-sleep to driving through the slippery black streets of Seattle to stumbling through an icy parking lot and into a brightly lit morgue. But the next 15 minutes went by in an odd, blurry haze. It might have been the shock of considering Burnside's death. I don't know, but none of what happened next felt right. I followed Sanchez and Mallory in, past a few other officers and a front desk attendant who made them sign in on a clipboard before they led me through a series of hallways to a large room. The stale smell of formaldehyde hit me when they opened the door. On the ride over, I'd reflected on the fact that I'd never been to a morgue, imagining that it might smell like decomposing flesh. But there was none of that, only a sickening, throat-grabbing chemical stench. Within seconds, a slim Asian man materialized as if from thin air and opened one of the silver lockers on the far wall. He wore a white coat and moved with an expert's confidence. "Mr. Vane," Sanchez said, "I know this may be difficult, but could you please come over here?" My eyes were still adjusting to the light. Frozen, I stared at the spot where the bright white floor tiles met the even brighter white wall tiles, feeling like I'd be sucked into the space and disappear. "Alex?" This time it was Mallory's voice. I urged my feet to move, and they did. Barely. Dazed, I shuffled across the room and squinted down at the gurney as the man unzipped the body bag. At dinner, Burnside had spent nearly 2 hours grilling me about my career. For reasons I couldn't understand, he wanted the backstories on all my biggest scoops. We spent close to an hour on the NYU student and the anonymous source who'd led me to the truth. Then another half hour on the follow-up reporting 2 years later, when the CEO had reemerged in an effort to rig the 2004 presidential election on behalf of a group of media conglomerates. Burnside knew my reporting better than I did, which meant he'd recently reread my work, along with related stories from dozens of other reporters. Interestingly, he didn't seem especially concerned with the stories themselves, but how I got the stories. He knew better than to ask for my sources, but he kept circling back to questions about how I interacted with them. Questions like, at the time, did you consider what your sources had to gain by leaking the information you published? Or, was it your idea to take the investigation in that direction, or did a source push you there? And, most surprising of all, have you ever had the feeling that a story, while accurate, did more harm than good? I answered honestly and had a good time doing so. I'm in my late 40s, young enough to keep doing good work, but experienced enough to enjoy reflecting on the ups and downs of my career. Not to mention, I've never minded talking about myself. And there's another thing. Professor Burnside was already a legend when I took his political reporting seminar at Columbia as a grad student. He'd broken dozens of big stories, including the love child scandal that took down Democratic hopeful Peyton Rhodes in the 1988 primaries, and a big one about Reagan's possible knowledge in Iran-Contra. I was his student over 20 years ago, and his stature had only grown since. No journalist in the country was more respected. No journalist was more feared in Washington, D.C. For a clickbait sellout like me, even being mentioned in one of his books would be an honor. Over coffee and sambuca, he finally let me ask a question. Professor, it's an honor to be interviewed for your book, but you haven't said anything about the actual subject, and I don't see how my experiences could be relevant to any big political scandal. In total confidentiality, I won't even tell my wife or baby girl. What's the book about? He took a deep breath before answering. When he did, it was in the same measured, considered cadence he used on TV. Well, you know that after my career at the Times ended, I started doing books. Deep dives into the major political scandals in American history. He frowned into his glass. When a man reaches his sunset years, he can't help but reflect on his life. He opened his mouth to continue, but nothing more came out. A memoir? Not exactly. I am doing a deep dive into myself. My career. What do you mean? Turns out, my career may be the biggest political scandal in American history. The right side of his face was caved in from his jawbone to his temple, and his gray-brown hair matted with dried blood. But his long, sharp nose was perfectly clean and intact. It was unmistakably Holden Burnside. Snippets of our conversation floated through me as I contemplated his motionless body. It was surreal. In my memories, fresh from the night before, Burnside felt so alive. He'd emanated years of accumulated wisdom and intelligence. His seriousness of purpose was infectious. The body before me was clearly his, but the man was gone. I felt Mallory's eyes on me and looked up. So? He asked. It's him, Holden Burnside, professor of journalism at Columbia in New York City. Legendary journalist and author, father and husband. You didn't recognize him? Really? I did. The mortician had stepped to the side after opening the body bag, but now stood beside me, studying Burnside's body. I've read a few of his books and seen him on the Sunday shows. He eyed the two officers. Don't you follow politics? They shrugged, and he addressed me. How'd you know him? I was a student, once. You're a journalist? Sort of. He shook his head. Can't believe he's gone. Mallory came from behind and jammed his head between ours. I hate to break up this little memorial, Mr. Vane, but we need to speak with Mr. Lee alone now. He handed me a business card. Officer Sanchez can walk you out. I was still dazed, but the journalist in me must have kicked in because I heard myself ask a question. You said he had a piece of paper on him with my address. One of two. What was the other address? Officers Sanchez and Mallory exchanged a look. Can't tell you that, Mallory said. Can you tell me if he had anything else on him? Mallory grunted. If he'd had a wallet or other identification, we wouldn't have needed you. Sanchez placed a hand gently on my forearm. Look, Alex, we really can't get into this too much. Just tell me one thing. Did he have a notebook, like a reporter's notebook? She said we can't tell you anything, Mallory growled. What we need from you is contact information for his family. Can you give us that? I gave him the name of Burnside's wife in New York City, then followed Sanchez and waited as she lit a cigarette under an awning out front. The wind howled and the rain came in horizontal sheets, soaking our feet. I know it says no smoking within 25 feet of the entrance, she offered with a guilty smile, but I'm not walking out into that. Were you close with the professor? She'd forgotten his name already. She'd written it in her notebook, but to her, his was just another body that meant nothing except paperwork in an unending loop of bodies and paperwork. I couldn't blame her. As a journalist, I can't get too attached to any one story, to any one line of research. My guess was, as a cop, she couldn't allow herself to get too attached to any one victim. When I didn't respond, she gave me a side-eyed look, like she was offering me the cigarette. I don't smoke, but the self-destructive act of smoking fit the moment. I took a long drag and blew the smoke into the rain, where it swirled up into the night. She smiled as I handed her the cigarette. I shouldn't be telling you this. Mallory can be a real ass. She took a long drag, then said through a cloud of smoke, Burnside didn't have a notebook on him. The other address, is there any way you can... Not far from where we found the body. She flipped through her notebook. 141 Drew Place, apartment 30. Why'd you come to me first? Your address was crossed out, the other wasn't. We figured you might have met with him. We had dinner last night. I think I told you that already. Sorry. He didn't say anything about another meeting, but he was always meeting with sources, with important people. I can't imagine anyone wanting to kill him, though. Maybe the person at that address could be a suspect. You have people heading there now? Suspect? She cleared her throat and ashed her cigarette. We sent some cops there for questioning. Others are still working the scene, Alex. But he jumped. I'm sorry. This was a suicide. My legs buckled and I leaned on the door. That's not possible. The truth was, I didn't know if it was possible. It didn't feel right, but I doubt it ever feels right when someone you know commits suicide. The act is so final, so antithetical to life itself. My guess is that it always feels impossible to those left behind. I drove home in a stupor, mind racing between 100 different scenarios, eyes laser-focused on the shifting patch of road 5 feet in front of me. I kept picturing Burnside jumping from a balcony or a window. My imaginings mingled with memories of our dinner. It didn't sit right. When I came to the 2-story Victorian Greta and I bought while she was still pregnant, my mind told me to turn into the driveway, park the car, crawl into bed, and tell my wife what happened. My gut urged me to drive to the scene, to the apartment building in South Lake Union where they'd found the body. I'd been trying to listen to my mind more, to pause and take the cautious approach in situations like this. Greta and I had agreed upon this course of action in couples counseling. The cautious approach was to sleep on the news and see how it felt in the morning. But I couldn't do it. I passed our driveway and made a U-turn. The site of Burnside's death was only a few minutes away. Chapter 2. Holden Burnside was famously understated. Every couple years he released a book. Every book became an instant bestseller, and every one broke all kinds of political news. And every year Burnside did the rounds on cable news and the Sunday morning political shows, presenting the damaging details and juicy gossip in his usual monotone, matter-of-fact manner. Yes, Chet, my reporting indicates that the president did in fact snort cocaine off a stripper's ass in college. And how does this affect his current budget negotiations with Congress? Glad you asked. I'd barely registered it when he'd said, Turns out my career may be the biggest political scandal in American history. The way he'd said it, he might as well have told me he was strongly considering switching laundry detergents. I'd sipped my sambuca, trying in vain to read his blank expression. Of course, when the weight of what he'd said hit me, 100 questions emerged. I'd known from the look on his face that he was serious. But what could he possibly mean, and how much would I be able to get out of him? The answer, it turned out, was not much. I tried a dozen angles, questioning him on his major stories, prodding his connections to current politicians, even asking about his wife, who was involved in various charities back in New York City. Ever the professor, he complimented the tenacity of my questions, but gave me nothing. Finally, I gave up and, over cappuccinos, turned to my memories of Columbia. Remember the saying you taught me on the first day of class? Burnside scratched at the stubble on his chin. It's the same one I teach every class on the first day. I'm glad you remember it. Always carry a notebook. Never give up a source, and if your mother tells you she loves you, check it out. It's a well-worn saying in journalism, somewhere between a maxim and a cliché. When Professor Burnside scrawled it on the whiteboard back at Columbia in the late 90s, I'd already heard it 100 times, but he used it as a jumping-off point to explain his view of journalism. That's easy to understand, I said, but difficult to execute in real life. I notice you don't have a notebook on you, unless it's buried in that trendy blazer. I laughed at the idea of being trendy. Compared to Burnside, sure, but that wasn't saying much. I use an app on my phone. That's not the same. He sighed, pulled out a pen, and tapped the notebook he had out on the table. Ink, Mr. Vane. Paper and ink. Burnside came from the old school, before computers and cell phones, before they banned smoking in newsrooms. He didn't donate to political parties, didn't once express an opinion about politics in public. Rumor was he didn't even vote. In his mind, and this is what he taught his students, journalists could and should separate all personal feelings from their stories and doggedly pursue the truth wherever it may lead. Facts were all that mattered. God didn't live in the spin, in the pizzazz, in the opinion. God was in the details. God was in the facts. Burnside tried to shove the pen back in his jacket pocket but missed and dropped it on the floor. The coffee hadn't sobered him much. The drinking, along with the hit of caffeine, had me feeling philosophical. It's not the pen and notebook part that was hard to follow in my career, and not the giving up of sources. It's the last part. If your mother tells you she loves you, check it out. I'm fine with truth, accuracy, making absolutely certain I double-check everything, nail down every detail, but I don't know. You ever feel like the facts aren't enough? That accuracy isn't enough? That you can report all the facts in the world, but the truth, with a capital T, still eludes you? I just feel like... I trailed off. He locked his eyes on mine, and in an instant I was back in his classroom at Columbia, stammering a weak answer to a pointed question. Was he judging me? Burnside smiled sadly. It's strange, he said, his tone wistful, almost resigned. For the first time in my life, I know exactly how you feel. During dinner, Burnside hadn't written much in the notebook. A few words and phrases, maybe, but it was an informal chat and he knew he could follow up by phone if he wanted to quote me. But the notebook had been on the table all throughout dinner, and though I didn't know it when I decided not to go home, it's why I drove to the apartment building. It's why I now studied the scene from a parking spot across the street. It was past midnight and nearly silent. Yellow police tape stretched across the sidewalk from the side of the apartment building to a car, wrapped around a parking meter and returned to the building, forming an enclosed rectangle of about 12 by 8 feet. Two uniformed officers stood by the entryway of the building, chatting casually. A young woman stood a few yards away, puffing clouds of steam from a vape pen. The streets were mostly deserted, but an occasional passerby wandered near the police tape to stare into the rectangle formed by the tape. Were they staring at Burnside's blood and wondering where the body was, and to whom it belonged? I rolled down the window, poked my head out, and gazed up at the building. The rain had slowed to a typical Seattle drizzle, almost a mist. The apartment building was high-end, about 20 stories of glass and steel with a small balcony jutting from each apartment. It was the kind of apartment building that had popped up all over Seattle lately, a kind that doesn't allow you to rent your place as an Airbnb. People do it anyway. What the hell was I doing there? Something in me wanted to see his notebook. But what had I expected? That I'd find it sitting on the sidewalk? Of course not. And it wasn't even worth looking for. Burnside had died a few hours ago, Any evidence on the street or in his room had been bagged. I was about to head home when I noticed the woman with the vape pen crossing the street. "Hey!" she called. "You Alex Vane from the Barker?" She blew a massive cloud of steam in front of her, then stepped through it wearing blue jeans and a black leather jacket, like a lone survivor emerging from a smoky plane crash in a movie. Of average height, about the same as Greta, she had a square, stocky build that reminded me of one of the Lego police officers Greta's niece used to leave on our carpet. Her red hair was pulled back in a ponytail that flapped from side to side as she approached the car. My first instinct was to roll up the window and get the hell out of there. Not just because I have a lingering fear of redheads from that time one tortured me for a day and a half. When you run one of the most highly trafficked independent sites in the country, you're bound to publish a lot of stuff that pisses people off. That's always been the case. Over the last few years, though, as the country has become more deeply polarized, readers have become more threatening. It's as though no one can read a story, whether about politics, sports, or even cooking, without being deeply offended by something, and they're no longer shy about telling you how much they disapprove. Time was, the Barker might get a few nasty or threatening letters a month. Now it averages at least 10 per day. Nutjobs hound and bully our reporters on Twitter, and I've had a dozen nasty encounters in public over the last year. Before I could move, she stood at the window, leaning in too close. "You're Alex Vane, right?" "I am." "You knew Holden Burnside?" Until this moment, I'd assumed she lived in the building and had come outside to vape. "He was a professor of mine. Long time ago. I came here because... I don't know why. I had dinner with him yesterday. Was supposed to have dinner with him again tomorrow. Or today, I guess it is now. His poor family. Are you..." She leaned back and extended her hand through the window. "Shannon Brass." Shaking her hand awkwardly, I tried to place the name. "So you're..." "I know that name." She handed me a business card. "Public Occurrences." I nodded. "You guys did the thing on the stadium, right?" It was too dark to read her card, so I tossed it on the passenger seat. "We did. And it's not guys. I meant people." She smiled and shook her head. "I don't mind being called Guy. What I'm saying is that it shouldn't be plural. Public Occurrences is just me. I am the staff." "Oh, sorry." She shrugged. "How would you have known?" "You put up a good front. Seems like a professional operation." Public Occurrences was a small, independent site dedicated to investigative journalism. I didn't read it regularly, but a story about a shady stadium land use deal got picked up by the major local papers a few months ago. The name of the outfit had stuck in my head because of its place in journalism history. "You named the site?" "I get asked about the name a lot." Her voice changed into a more perfunctory tone. The first multi-page newspaper ever published in the United States was called Public, with a K, Occurrences, both foreign and domestic. First published in 1690 in Boston. She looked relieved to not have to say the whole thing, but I felt I needed to explain the interruption. Still remember that from Professor Burnside's history of journalism class. We had to memorize maybe 50 important newspapers from American history for the final. Shannon looked back at the front of the building where the two officers were taking down the police tape. "Were you here tonight because of Burnside?" I asked. She nodded toward the scene. "Come on." The clunk of my car door was too loud in the quiet night as I followed her across the street. She stopped between two cars parked a couple yards from the blood-splattered sidewalk, then pointed up. He was staying on the 17th floor, renting an Airbnb for $220 a night. Gorgeous apartment. She held up her phone, which was open to a series of photos of the rental on the Airbnb app. "Okay," I said tentatively. How did she already know so much? I also spoke with the doorman, a maintenance guy who arrived for his shift about an hour before the time of death, and staff from the coffee shop across the street and the deli on the corner. She said it like she was leading up to some grand conclusion. And nothing. They didn't tell you anything interesting? Not yet. I've been talking to everyone I can for the last 2 hours. Nothing interesting yet, but it's early. It's like 1 in the morning. Early in the investigation, I mean. She spoke like I was a demanding editor, and she was trying to convince me she was working hard on the story even though she hadn't yet uncovered anything worth printing. I'd had that conversation with my editors many times back in the day. I guess, not unlike myself, she had set aside her grief by diving into her work. Investigation? How did you hear about Burnside's death? The cops had me ID his body. I should have gone straight home, but I was too shook up. Shannon pulled a notebook from the inside pocket of her jacket and scribbled something. What are you writing? I asked. That you had dinner with him last night and were planning to have dinner with him tonight? I offered up a blank stare. That's an angle I'm going to want to follow up on. What? What are you talking about? Police say this was a suicide. I know. 2 different officers told me the same thing, and maybe it was. Then why are you treating this like you're Robert Redford in All the President's Men? Shannon stepped back and sat on the trunk of a car. Look, I know you've made choices in your journalism career. You stopped being a shoe-leather reporter years ago in favor of being, she shrugged and shook her head, a media mogul. But the most famous journalist in America, probably in the world, just splattered on the sidewalk 10 feet from here. The blood hasn't fully dried, and there are a lot of people who would have wanted him dead. Now, I didn't know the man. Maybe this was a suicide. She leveled her gaze at me. It's also possible it wasn't. The cops told you it was a suicide, but you don't know either. What the hell happened to reporters talking to people and gathering information before forming a judgment? Or worse yet, before blindly accepting the version of events provided to them by the cops? It's the kind of speech Holden Burnside himself could have given, would have given. The way she'd said, "You've made choices in your journalism career," reminded me of Burnside calling me his best and worst student. It carried an edge, like she was calling me a sellout. But I was about 20 years older, and despite my choices, I'd done a hell of a lot more real journalism than she had. How's your site work? I tried to hide my smirk. How do you make money, if you don't mind me asking? Online. Her tone suggested I hadn't successfully hidden my smirk. She cleared her throat like she was about to give a speech she'd given before. For decades, newspapers were a decent business. Not a great business, never a great business. But they could return profits of 8 to 12% annually. Then investment bankers got involved and they demanded 25% profits. Quickest way to cut costs was to fire reporters, especially experienced reporters. Then the internet happened. People think subscriptions is how newspapers made money, but most of their revenue came from classified ads. When all those moved online, Craigslist and similar sites, a good chunk of revenue dried up. Add to that all the mistakes newspapers made, like giving away their content free in the early days of the internet and tainting their reputations by cozying up to bigwigs, and you're left with what we have today, a world where it's almost impossible for real investigative journalism to be profitable. You still haven't told me how you make money. Trust fund? Her look told me I'd offended her. I come from next to nothing. I use Patreon. My readers contribute monthly to fund the site. I knew the model, but I was skeptical it could work over the long term. You must be doing something right. She peered at the balcony again. Have you watched Burnside's YouTube video about the 3 rules of journalism? I laughed quietly. What? She demanded. I was just thinking about that speech. He gave it to our class at Columbia. You're so lucky to have been his student. Anyway, you know the 3 rules. I know them, but he may have been the last journalist to actually follow them. Shannon whacked me on the shoulder with her notebook. There are more of us than you think. That's the real reason I'm here, I said. Police said he didn't have a notebook on him, which I thought was weird. I thought maybe I'd see it. Maybe it would be... I don't know what I thought. Shannon shrugged. There could be a lot of reasons he didn't have it on him when he died. True, but he always had it on him. I don't know. I should be getting home. My wife is probably wondering where I am. I turned and walked toward my car, but stopped in the middle of the deserted street. What's your plan with this? The Burnside story, I mean. No plan, I guess. I don't run breaking news unless I have something the local papers don't. They'll run with Burnside's death. CNN will do a cheesy obit. I won't run anything on my sites unless I find something worth running. I don't feel right charging people for recycled news. Makes sense. Nice meeting you. I resumed the march to my car before adding, good luck with the site. Chapter 3. New York City, Wednesday, 4 p.m. The Evangelical Lutheran Church of the Holy Trinity sits on the north side of West 65th Street in New York City, just a block from Central Park. When the taxi stopped out front, I recognized it immediately as the church the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man steps on and crushes in the first Ghostbusters film. I hadn't been to the city in years and rarely missed it, but Greta had been talking about visiting ever since Cleo was born. So when my old friend Lance Brickman called to tell me Mrs. Burnside wanted me at the funeral, we made arrangements to fly out. The service would be a long, traditional Lutheran affair, not a great place for Cleo, so Greta opted to skip it. She'd never met Burnside anyway, and space would be at a premium. We parted ways before the church, Greta taking advantage of the unseasonably warm day to take Cleo to Central Park. I took a seat in the back of the church a couple rows from Lance, who caught my eye as I came in. The pastor opened the ceremony with a hymn, and I listened with half an ear, looking around the room as he gave readings from both the Old and New Testaments. I settled into my seat, surrounded by a who's who of American journalism and media figures. The managing editor of the New York Times was there. To his right sat the politics editor of NBC News. In front of her, a producer and anchor team from CNN, and the host of Fox News Sunday. Burnside's funeral was as close to a state funeral as possible in the journalism world, and I doubted a more distinguished group of men and women from the news business had gathered in the same room this decade. There was also a section of politicians near the front, the mayor of New York, a governor or two, even a senator from Burnside's home state of Connecticut. Next to the politicians, I could make out the back of Sheila Burnside's head next to a younger woman I assumed was their daughter. And then there was me. 20 years ago, I was an ambitious young reporter in New York City, working the courthouse beat and fighting for my big break. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, every young reporter in New York City was trying to figure out his or her place in the digital future we saw coming. At the time, all I wanted was to get on TV. I was capable, driven, and had a look that would have worked on screen. One big story had taken me sideways, though, and I ended up running a website called newsscoop.com, the site that eventually became The Barker. When the pastor finished reading, he introduced Sanford Johnson, who stood to deliver a eulogy. Being surrounded by the media world's top talent made me more than a little insecure. At the sight of Johnson, my heart sank. He'd been a year ahead of me at Columbia, and we'd attended one of Professor Burnside's classes together. After graduation, I went to work for the New York Sun, and he started at the Washington Post. By the time I left the Sun to go indie, he'd made London bureau chief for the Post, the youngest in the paper's history. While I was transforming newsscoop.com into the listicle factory known as the Barker, Johnson was winning Pulitzers, accepting honorary degrees and hosting presidential debates. I want to relay a story, Johnson said, his delivery perfectly polished. On my first day at Columbia, I waited outside Holden Burnside's office for an hour. I didn't have a class with him, but I wanted to introduce myself and ask for advice. When I finally made it into the room, he treated me like the only student he had ever had. I stared up at the ceiling until he delivered the punchline. And if your mother tells you she loves you, check it out. Quite a few people in the audience chuckled. Everyone had heard Burnside give that advice. Johnson raised his hands to silence the crowd. But what he said next was what mattered. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, he said, even though it's the simplest job in the world, it's the most difficult because almost no one can actually follow those rules. He meant that reporters think they can remember quotes, so instead of writing them down in their notebooks, they remember wrong and paraphrase. That's trouble. When they get in hot water, they burn a source. This is rare, but it happens. And the last part is the real killer. We assume our mothers love us, so we don't check it out. We think our sources are telling us the truth. We want them to tell us the truth. We need them to love and respect us and always tell us the truth. He paused for the audience's chuckles to die down. But they spin and they lie and they leave out the parts that make themselves look bad. The second we get lazy and don't check out their information, we failed. That's what he told me. And now that I've had a decent career, I agree. This is why journalism is hard. It's easy to be a mediocre journalist. Very hard to be a great one. To be consistently accurate. Holden Burnside was the best among us, and the world is poorer for this loss. We're all poorer. I know I am. But at the same time, I'm inspired by his life to do better, to be better. I know we have quite a few members of the media here, a media that's going through a rough patch, partially because of circumstances beyond our control, partially because of our own failings. Something else we all heard from Holden Burnside was his wariness of digital journalism. As we all know, he loathed social media. He never opened a Facebook or Twitter or Instagram account. He rarely emailed, choosing one-on-one conversations and his trusty notebook instead. But the digital future is here now, whether we like it or not. Let's take this moment to reflect on and double down on Burnside's 3 rules. We need them, now more than ever. Together, we can bring his brand of reporting to the present day to create a better future for the profession and calling we all hold dear. The words hit me hard. Despite my jealousy when he walked up there, I felt like he'd been speaking only to me. Back in New York, surrounded by living embodiments of roads not taken, an upwelling rose within me, a fervent wish to be better and do better. It wasn't too late for me to be a real journalist, and I vowed to become one again. At the same time, the story about Burnside had stirred my curiosity. Burnside was found wearing his usual outfit, brown slacks and a gray tweed blazer over a light blue shirt. As usual, he wore a pin clipped to the breast pocket of his shirt. I'd seen it at the morgue. But no notebook. Every time I saw him, whether in class, in one of the few meetings we had after I graduated, or the night we'd had dinner in Seattle, he carried his notebook in the inside pocket of his jacket. He'd even lectured me about the fact I didn't have one. Yet the night he died, it wasn't there. He could have left it in his hotel room before jumping, but the cops would have bagged it as evidence. I'd read every story on Burnside. Not one had mentioned it. The next step was to speak with Mrs. Burnside and the cops to find out. If I was going to be a real journalist again, I'd go back to basics. I'd answer a simple question. Where was Burnside's notebook? Lance and I walked in silence down 65th Street toward Central Park. Johnson's words had left me reflective about my career. You ever wonder how things might have gone differently? Lance glanced at me but said nothing, so I continued. I mean, this isn't where I thought I'd end up. Oh, that. Yeah, no. I always wanted to be a sports writer. I got exactly what I aimed at. Of course, I didn't know how the game would change through the 80s and 90s, and I didn't expect to be pushed out the door the way I was after building what I built at the Sun. But no, I don't wonder how things might have gone differently. Sounds like you do, though. I shrugged, and Lance eyed me skeptically. I can't help but wonder whether it has something to do with a thing that happened 90 blocks north of here. I shrugged again. Lance was right, but it was hard for me to admit it. Back in 2004, a man named Denver Bice blew his own head off with what turned out to be the same gun his father had used to kill himself. It was the same gun Bice had almost killed me with, could have killed me with. Instead, he'd decided to kill Greta, but had taken my friend Camilla by mistake. Camilla survived, but then, I have no idea why, Bice took his own life. I'd been standing about 100 feet away when it happened, and when things get too quiet in my mind, I sometimes still hear the shattering glass. Not long after that day, I started shying away from big, important stories in favor of easy opinion pieces and clickbait. I'd never put two and two together, as weird as it sounds. We crossed Central Park West and entered the park, strolling a curved path toward the carousel where I'd agreed to meet Greta. "So," Lance said, "don't BS me, Alex. What are you driving at?" I let out a long sigh, then breathed in the rich fall air. I don't know. The sermon just got me thinking. Why do you think he did it? Burnside, I mean. Why do you think he took his own life? Wife said something about them being in counseling, but she seemed shocked. Man, I don't know. Why does anyone do anything? That's not an especially satisfying answer. I just turned 70, Alex. I'm not looking for answers with a capital A. I'm happy when I wake up every morning. He leaned on a bench and coughed violently for a few seconds. I put a hand on his shoulder. You okay? Turns out a cigar a day for 40 years may not have been an ideal lifestyle choice. Probably should have listened to you all those times you tried to get me to quit cigars and cognac and take up kale smoothies and sushi or whatever the hell you people consume out west. They eat those things in New York too, Lance. Seriously, though, did Mrs. Burnside say anything else that could shed any light on this? I didn't mention the notebook. I'd gotten Lance in enough trouble over the years, but since he'd spoken with Mrs. Burnside, I figured he might know something. People suffer in silence all the time, even successful people at the top of their professions. The world wears on people, rich and poor, famous, infamous, and unknown. The world is a damn meat grinder. Yeah, but I know what you're driving at, Alex. Don't do this. Don't do what? Lance eyed me and pulled a cigar out of the inside pocket of his corduroy jacket. I thought you quit. I never said I quit. I implied that I should have quit years ago. Too damn late now. He took a long puff and gazed in the direction of the carousel. Faint music and an occasional screech of joy from a child wafted towards us. Lance stopped suddenly in the middle of the path. I know you're not going to listen to me, but I gotta try. You've got that damn look you get every time you smell a story that's about to get your ass and mine in a lot of trouble. I'll tell you one thing, but you've got to promise me something. Leave his wife out of this. Don't bang on her door or call her with 100 questions. He squinted. Or was it a wince? Got it, Alex? Her husband just died. I nodded. She mentioned that he'd recently signed on to speak at a journalism conference at the University of Missouri next month. He was the keynote speaker. Said it was odd he'd do that, then do what he did. He was a man of his word, always met every commitment he made. Not a Gen X slacker like you. That is strange. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Sometimes, when people take their own lives, they plan it all out neatly. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's spur of the moment and they leave all sorts of loose ends. I had dinner with him the night before. He seemed fine. Reflective. Maybe a little down, but... Hey, baby, Greta's shout interrupted me. She'd spotted us from her place in line at the carousel. Alex! Lance, come over here! When we reached the line, she handed me Cleo, who looked right at me and cracked what looked like a smile. As Lance and Greta caught up and the carousel finished its cycle, I walked Cleo around in small circles, rocking her gently and telling her about what it was like when I lived in New York City. Alex, Greta said after a couple minutes, gimme Cleo. It's our turn. Will you take some pictures on your phone? We're going to try to sit on that cart thing with the dragon on it. I handed her Cleo and took my phone from my pocket, then waved it in front of her to make sure she knew I was on it. I followed them through the screen, taking pictures as they took their spot on the carousel. Lance's phone rang as the carousel began its slow acceleration. He stared at the phone, squinting. It's Mrs. Burnside. Answer it. Must be wondering why we're not at the reception. I thought you told her we were only coming for the service. I did. Was going to have coffee with her tomorrow. Lance tapped his phone. Hello? Yes, it was a lovely service. Aren't you at the... Yes. I listened to Lance's side of the conversation while holding up my phone waiting for Greta and Cleo to rotate into view. They passed once, but I missed them. The carousel had hit a steady speed now and I had the timing down. I'd catch them the next time around. Right, Lance said. Yes, he's here. He handed me the phone, giving me an odd look. I turned away from the carousel, stashing my own phone in my pocket without thinking. Mrs. Burnside? Alex. It was a lovely service. Professor Burnside would have been happy with it. Professor Burnside. You're nearly 50, Alex. You can call him Holden. She spoke quietly, and the music from the carousel made it difficult to hear her, so I stepped away. He'll always be Professor to me. All right, then. I called Lance because I didn't have your number, and I wanted to ask you something. You were the last one to meet with him. She said it like a question, but I didn't know what kind of answer she expected. That's what I'm told, I said. I don't know. What can you tell me about it? How was he? How did he seem? I told her about the dinner, what he'd eaten, the questions he'd asked, and what I could guess about his mood. I was the last person to have an in-depth conversation with him, and I owed her a full report. When I finished, she said, Sounds like Holden. I heard faint crying. Are you all right, Mrs. Burnside? I'm so incredibly sorry. Truly, this has hit all of us hard. No, I'm sorry, Alex. It makes me feel a little better to know he was with you on his last night. Makes me feel a little better to hear. I don't know why. No, it's understandable. I tried to console her. There was a long silence. Greta called my name from the direction of the carousel, but my mind was on one burning question. What was in the notebook? How much did you know about the book he was working on? Oh, not much. We didn't talk about his work, and he wouldn't even tell me who his sources were. To be honest, I didn't read his books after the first couple. We had a wonderful marriage, but I don't have any interest in politics or journalism. I tell you what, though, I'd sure like to know what he was working on now. It might comfort me to know what was in his mind those last days and weeks and months. His notebook, I offered. Maybe his notebook would shed some light on that. Did he still keep it on him at all times? He had it with him when we had dinner that night. Even at home, that thing never left his jacket pocket. Never. But he didn't have it on him when they found him. I asked the police. They said that it could have fallen out of his pocket during the fall. But it wasn't found at the scene, according to police and news reports. Where else could it be? Could he have sent it to anyone? Did he have any partners on this book? Holden always worked alone. I guess it could have fallen out when he fell. Could have been washed down a storm drain or something. Doesn't matter now. Whatever he was working on will never see the light of day. A warm wind blew through the trees. The carousel was unloading and Greta looked pissed. I'd forgotten to take pictures. I'm sorry, Mrs. Burnside. I really gotta go. She was convinced that her husband had committed suicide and that his notebook had magically disappeared. If I stayed on the phone a minute longer, I'd shout the realization that had crystallized in my mind and now flashed like a neon sign. Holden Burnside didn't kill himself. He was murdered because of the story he was working on. Whoever killed him didn't want that story getting out and took his notebook, the only incriminating document. Chapter 4. Seattle, Thursday, 5:30 a.m. You're up early. Greta found me at the kitchen table watching YouTube videos of Burnside on my laptop. We'd gotten home around midnight, and I'd only slept a few hours. The realization that Burnside had been murdered came slowly, then all at once. From the moment I'd learned of his death, suicide didn't sound right to me. The details I'd learned since convinced me it wasn't. My first instinct had been to watch every clip of the man I could find. Maybe I'd find a clue that would lead me to his killer, or maybe I could pick up on signs of extreme depression and prove myself wrong. Wherever it led, I was on the story now. I owed it to Burnside, to myself, to get the truth. I paused the video. "Where's Cleo?" I asked, looking up. "Still asleep. I think the trip wore her out. You know how I have that goal of visiting every state in the country? Yeah? Well, I'm at 43. Cleo is now at 2. Washington and New York. I put it in her journal. We need to take a road trip when she's a little older. I don't want her to be one of those kids who only sees the coasts." When we were in our early 30s, Greta got pregnant, but we lost the baby before it was born. That rough patch in our marriage eventually smoothed out. Since Cleo's birth, Greta had been going all out on being a mom. "Sounds good," I said. "We can rent a small RV and drive down through Oregon, Nevada, into the Southwest. How about that for her first trip?" Greta eased into a chair and slid her feet next to my knee under the table. "That's perfect. It would give us a chance to get out of the rainy, green-gray Seattle winter." I slid my coffee cup towards her. "Might be a little cold." She took a long swig and grimaced. "Ugh, ice cold." I rubbed my tired eyes, then reached down and held both her feet in one hand, still scrolling the internet with the other. "Not as cold as your feet, though." She stretched her arms up and yawned. "How long have you been up?" "Been up for hours, watching videos of Burnside, commencement addresses, panels he was on, interviews, that sort of thing." Greta looked concerned. She massaged my thigh with one of her feet. On the plane, I told her my theory about Burnside. She'd proposed 10 different possibilities about what could have happened to his notebook. She'd also explained that it was common for people who commit suicide to have detailed plans for their future. Some researchers even believed that depression is a disease that should be treated as a terminal illness, she'd told me. Some live with it longer than others. Some live with it long enough to die from something else first, but it's often fatal. "Alex," she said, "you have that look. The look you had the last few times I tried to convince you to drop something. I'm not going to do that this time. I don't know why you need to pursue this, and I'm about 95% sure you're wrong. But I'm not going to convince you to stop." She turned to the screen. "Show me." "This is from a panel discussion at the Digital Journalism Conference." I tapped the screen. "That's him on the left. In the center is Jonah Greenberg, media critic from NYU. On the right," I pointed, "Jakira Omadwa. She's like the Anderson Cooper of South Africa, anchor of the biggest news program in the country." I unpaused the video where Burnside was in the middle of an answer about how journalism has changed. "And that's a problem. Of course, there are some exceptions, but many journalists have turned into pundits. Why isn't it enough to report the news anymore? Report what happened. I understand there's room for opinion and analysis, but most American journalists have come down with the disease of future punditry. It's not enough to say what happened. They have to say what will happen next, and in case you haven't noticed, they're wrong more than half the time. In my view, reporters have limited time and energy, and now we burn much of it on half-assed speculation when we should be using all of it talking to sources, doing research, knocking on doors." I paused the video and swigged the last sip of my cold coffee. He was certainly old school. "Play that one," Greta said, pointing to a video called Holden Burnside Rips Social Media. In the clip, he appeared to be answering a question from an audience member at a lecture at Columbia University. "Why am I not on social media?" "Well, there are personal reasons and professional reasons. Professionally, I don't break news McNuggets, right? I'm not in the business of getting out a tiny, insignificant detail 8 seconds before someone else. Also, I don't find it fulfilling to win many arguments online, or give hot takes about the news as it breaks. Twitter in particular brings out the worst in journalists because it forces people who naturally think complex thoughts to express them in their most condensed and usually most stupid form. Frankly, I think most journalists who participate are harming themselves and the profession. But why don't I get on social media to connect with friends and family? Share pictures of my cats or what I had for lunch and so on? Believe me, my publishers have asked me to. Connect with fans, they say. Just share little updates about your day. People will love it, they assure me. What they really mean is we'll sell more books. He thought for a moment, pacing the small wooden stage. In a room full of young people, about 10% of whom are staring at their phones as I speak, I know this will make me sound like a calcified old man. But here goes. I choose not to participate because the rise of social media has led to a slow, steady decline in the quality of human life. Those who use it, I fear, create hundreds of superficial relationships that contain little of the real stuff that makes being human meaningful. And since we don't really know most of the people we interact with, it allows us not to get to know ourselves, which is the greatest tragedy that can befall a human life. I paused the video. He's right, Greta said. I mean about not knowing ourselves. But I think he's wrong that social media causes that. People blame every new technology for social problems. He's right in general, though. I told Greta that Burnside was working on a book, but not what it was about. The last line of his answer reminded me. He was working on a book about himself, you know? I guess he was following his own advice, getting to know himself. Like an autobiography? Sort of. I'm not sure. I think it was more of a memoir about his life in journalism. How far along was he? Don't know. Wish I did. Cool, though. Normal to reflect on your life as you age. I refilled my coffee, lapped the kitchen table, then sat again. It's weird. I think many people write memoirs and autobiographies because they want to get their side of the story out, present their decisions in the best light, flatter themselves. From what he said, not certain though, Burnside was doing the opposite, investigating his own life like a scandal he was about to break. You can bet his publisher is scrambling for his notes. Cleo's faint cry rose from the bedroom and Greta stood abruptly. I'll get her. I chugged the last of the coffee and pulled Greta into a hug. She curved into my body gently. I want some time with her before I go. I kissed her. I want some with you when I get home. Greta pulled back. What? Go where? I need to head to work soon. Another cry, louder this time. Daddy's coming, Cleo. I heard Greta sigh deeply as I went to the bedroom. It wasn't a lie. Bird had texted me earlier, asking me to drop in and sign some things, so I did need to go to the office. Not that I had any intention of doing so. Chapter 5. I'd been waiting 20 minutes when Shannon appeared in the doorway wearing a scowl. I couldn't tell if it was aimed at me or the upscale coffee shop. Her outfit hadn't changed. Blue jeans, white t-shirt, black leather jacket. On the drizzly street at midnight, the leather jacket hadn't been out of place. But in a hip cafe bathed in rare fall sunshine, she looked like someone from a different era. She spotted me and approached my table, dodging strollers and laptop cords on the way. You're buying the coffee, right? Sure. We can't all afford $6 beverages made of beans and milk, and this meeting was your idea. She said it like the whole meeting was an imposition, like she expected me to waste her time. She was right, though. The meeting had been my idea, and I hadn't mentioned any details when I set it up. I paid for her extra-large quad-shot mocha with double whipped cream, a $7 drink. When we sat, she said, I'm not cheap. I'm just broke. This mocha is my lunch. Thanks. Don't mention it. She took a tiny sip. So what do you want to talk about? Burnside, I assume? She said it like an accusation, and gave me the feeling she hated me. I'm sorry. Have I done something to offend you? I'm not crazy about rich people. I chuckled uncomfortably. I'm not... What? Get to it, Alex. What do you want? This wasn't going how I expected, so I did get right to it. I'm curious. You mentioned you'd only publish about Burnside if you found something interesting. You didn't have anything about him on your site as of this morning. That mean you didn't find anything? She grabbed her mocha and slid her chair back suddenly. Screw you! What? I was taken aback, genuinely not knowing what I'd done to offend her. I'm sorry, what's the deal? She glared at me for a few seconds. Alex, I know who you are and I know what this is. Are you thinking I'm trying to, what, flirt with you? Sleep with you? I have no idea what you're talking about. You're trying to scoop me. You think this is the first time an older man from a big, fancy publication has tried to glom onto one of my stories, steal my work, and take credit while cutting me out of the deal? I'm not here for that BS. You want me to tell you everything I've learned to save you the trouble of doing any actual reporting? Shannon, I promise that's not the case. Can you take the mocha as a sign of my goodwill and hear me out? Please? You don't have a story in the pipeline about Burnside? I got back from his funeral late last night. I haven't even been to the office yet. I don't have any story, but I do have information. My gut says you and I are actually on the same page, and we both have information the other doesn't. Shannon wasn't crazy about eye contact, but she perked up at the mention of Burnside's funeral. She had a way of looking toward my face, but a little to the left, head cocked slightly as though trying to hear me better with her right ear. When I'd mentioned the funeral, she'd straightened out and stared right at me without meeting my eyes. I knew she revered Burnside and his work. Despite the strong journalism outsider vibe she put out, I think she'd have killed to attend his funeral. She scooched her chair in. I'm listening. Shannon was clearly a no-nonsense kind of person, so I just put it out there. The lack of a notebook at the scene bothers me. His wife said he never, ever went anywhere without it. He relied on it. I imagine it comforted him. Hard for me to believe he'd take it out of his pocket before jumping. Of course, there are other reasonable explanations for that, but it stuck with me. Then I found out he'd recently agreed to appear at a big journalism conference. Again, could be explanations for that. Long story short, I think he was murdered. I don't know who or why. I don't have a shred of evidence. But I'm convinced I'm right. Shannon took another tiny sip of the mocha, a sip so small it was obvious she was rationing it. When she'd said it was her lunch, she meant it literally. She slid the drink away. I'm convinced, too. Here's how this is going to go, since I still don't trust you and, like I said, you're not crazy about rich people? Exactly. So here's how this is going to go. First, you tell me everything you know. Then, if I want, I'll tell you what I know if you give me your word you won't use any of it in a story. Not exactly a fair trade. I offered what I thought was a charming smile, but she wasn't charmed. Take it or leave it. Fine. She placed her phone on the table. No offense, but I've been screwed by guys like you enough to know I need proof. I'm going to press record, and I need you to say you won't use any of my info in a story on Burnside. Legally, I can't stop you, but I want to know I can publicly shame you if you screw me over. Potential internet shame was more threatening than a lawsuit. She had me cornered, but that was fine. I had no ill intentions. She pressed record on an app like the whole process was the most normal thing in the world. Is this really how things are done now? I feel old. She glared at me. Fine. I, Alex Vane, promise you, Shannon Brass, that I will not use any information you give me in any stories. Satisfied, she returned the phone to her jacket and took another minuscule sip of the mocha. Okay, I said. Can we get into it now? She nodded. I've already told you about why I think it wasn't suicide. But there could be something from the dinner, something I didn't notice at the time. Maybe you'll pick up a detail I missed. For the next 20 minutes, I told Shannon everything I remembered about my conversation with Burnside. She was familiar with my stories, the big ones Burnside had asked about, and proved it by peppering me with follow-up questions. In some cases, she knew more details about my stories than I did, clearly having gone back and read them recently. In addition to the stories about the murder back in New York City and the eventual suicide of Denver Bice, she knew all about the big pieces the Barker had run over the last couple years. Specifically, she knew about the time Quinn Rivers and I stopped family media holdings from censoring the U.S. media on behalf of China, and the time I helped dismantle a good portion of the intelligence infrastructure of our country. When she finally gave me an opening, I turned the questioning on her. That was the dinner. Now, your turn. What did you find out from people at the scene? Nothing. Really? Nothing? No one saw anything suspicious. From what I pieced together, he was in the room most of the morning, picked up a sandwich and a coffee from the corner deli for lunch, then returned to his room. Clerk at the deli had gone home when I went to the deli that night, but I interviewed him the next day. He remembered Burnside. Said he'd ordered a custom sandwich, salami and turkey on rye. Black coffee, left him $1 tip, that was it. Nothing unusual. From what I've read about him, Burnside often ate in his hotel rooms, especially when working on a book. My guess is he spent the day in his room writing. Maybe something I mentioned at the dinner led him down some path or clarified something for him. Possible. From what you said, he was cagey at dinner. That's how he always was. I think of it as him being a good reporter. Say enough to keep the source talking, but don't give away your hand. He told me enough about his book to get me interested in sharing, but not enough that I actually know anything about it. Shannon smiled for the first time. He was good, wasn't he? The best. We sat in silence. I'd like to think Shannon was reveling in her memories of Burnside, as I was. Then a question occurred to me. If you didn't find anything interesting, no signs of foul play, why do you think something nefarious is going on here? 2 reasons. First, because I believe that what drove him is what drives me. A love for the truth. A crazed desire to cut through the crap and assert that, yes, there is a reality. There are facts. That the endless stream of online content and opinions can be combated with truth. From what you said, he was working on a huge story. There's no way he kills himself before breaking it. The second reason? She took a slow sip of her mocha and leaned away. I wasn't at the hotel by accident. I didn't go there after I heard about his death. He died 5 minutes before I was supposed to meet him. If he killed himself, it means he would literally rather die than talk with me, and I'm not ready to believe that. The coffee shop had thinned out during our conversation, but her eyes darted from table to table as she studied the remaining patrons. Can we get out of here? We walked west toward Elliott Bay and the busy Seattle waterfront, home of the famous Pike Place Market and the ferries that carry thousands of people back and forth from Seattle to Bremerton and Bainbridge Island. I got the sense that whatever Shannon was about to say, she didn't want to be within earshot of anyone else. When we hit the water, we turned south, entering a formerly industrial neighborhood that was now home to the Seahawks and Mariners stadiums. Finally, she spoke. It was totally random that I even knew he was in town. I emailed him a year or 2 ago after I read his Iran-Contra book. I wasn't even born when that happened. So much of it was news to me. I complimented him on the book, said I was a young journalist, and asked if he had any advice for me. Fangirl stuff. Shannon looked away, embarrassed, before she continued. A week or 2 later, he emailed me back, thanked me, gave me the line, "Notebook, don't burn sources, if your mother says she loves you, all that." We emailed back and forth, usually with a week or 2 between messages. He clearly wasn't someone who checked his email often. At one point, I asked him how I could hear about it if he was ever going to do a book talk or a guest lecture in Seattle. Did he have a Facebook or a mailing list or anything? He said he didn't. His publisher handled that. Plus, he didn't have any books or trips planned, but he promised to let me know if he was ever in town. I assumed it was just something he said. Like, there was no way he'd remember. I let it go at that. He didn't know me anything. A group of women came out of a furniture store as we passed. Shannon eyed them skeptically and waited until they were a few yards away before continuing. A week ago, he emailed me out of the blue. Said he was coming to town to do some research. He didn't say a word about what he was researching. And he'd be happy to chat. Normally, I wouldn't just meet a random guy in his Airbnb at night, but I knew he wasn't a sleazeball, so I agreed. 8 o'clock. He gave me the address and I showed up. Shannon went quiet and led us to a bench on the corner outside CenturyLink Field. Her face was pinched, like she was trying to hold it together, and I decided not to press the conversation. Greta and I had attended a couple games and concerts at the stadium, and the streets were always packed with people ready to fill its 70,000 capacity. Now, in the middle of a weekday with no games going on, the area had an eerie, deserted feeling. Clouds moved to block the sun. The short break in the rain had ended and a cold drizzle began. Shannon didn't seem to care. I walked the 3 miles from my apartment. Got there about 5 minutes before 8. She closed her eyes. It was weird. I turned onto the block just as I heard a horrible sound. The worst sound I've ever heard. It must have been his body hitting the pavement. A kind of crack thud. The apartment building is in the middle of the block, and his body was on the sidewalk, which was otherwise clear. I saw it like a runway. Turned the corner, straight line down the block with the body. I sprinted up, saw the blood pooling. It's raining pretty hard, I said. Want to go somewhere? I can get us a Lyft or an Uber back to my office or something. She ignored the question. I didn't know it was Burnside at first. Once I was about 10 feet away, I glanced up and I was sure I saw a shadow move behind a curtain. I did. I know I did. Then I looked more closely at the body and saw it was Burnside. I called the police immediately. It was weird. For about a minute I was alone with the body, just me and Burnside, his blood running over the curb into the gutter. I looked up again. I knew Burnside was on the 17th floor, and I counted. I tried to count. I was sure I saw a shadow, but I wasn't sure if it was on the 16th floor, the 17th, or 18th. The front desk guy came from the building. I said we should watch the door. If someone threw him off the balcony, we might see them leave. Police showed up a few minutes later. No one had come out the door. Her eyes still closed, she seemed to be reliving each moment as she told it. That's what happened, she concluded. But that doesn't give us any more information than we had before. And you definitely didn't see a notebook on the ground, in the gutter, anywhere near the body? Nope. Because the most plausible explanation is that he had it on him and it flew out of his pocket during the fall. It didn't. I would have seen it. And the second most plausible explanation is that someone took it, or destroyed it, before murdering him. She tapped the bench. Yep. Did you speak to the officers? The first 2 who showed up wouldn't talk to me. Next 2 were assigned to ask me questions. I told them everything I told you. Sanchez, a woman, and a guy, Mallory. Those were the 2 who came to my place, took me to the morgue. How come they wanted me to ID the body if you told them who it was? She shrugged. They asked me if I'd ever met him. I said not in person. They said they couldn't take my word for it. Plus, you said they found your address on a piece of paper. Someone dies with a guy's address in his pocket, IDing the body's a convenient excuse to go talk to that guy, right? Likely they were checking you out, but they probably didn't think you were a serious suspect because they told you how they got your address. Did they tell you anything else? The question hit me like a jolt to the brain. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. What? I searched my memory. 141, Drew Place, apartment 30. What the hell is that? It's the other address Burnside had listed on the piece of paper. Mine was crossed out. That one wasn't. That address belongs to someone Burnside also came to Seattle to visit. Chapter 6. We took a lift back to Pioneer Square and rode the elevator to the full-floor office that was home to the Barker. It was late morning, and the place was bustling. Shannon stopped and scanned the space, unable to contain her reaction. Now I see why you don't have any money left for real reporting. Her tone struck a balance between awe and disdain. The office had large windows on all sides, separated by 6 feet of wall space mounted with huge, high-definition flat screens. But we weren't showing Netflix. The flat screens streamed live video from wide-angle cameras mounted outside the building. If you moved your gaze steadily around the room, the windows blurred into the screens, and the screens blurred into the windows, creating a panoramic view from the Space Needle and the San Juan Islands in the northwest, all the way to Mount Rainier in the southeast. We even had screens along the western wall showing Pike Place Market and the ferries coming and going in the port. It was an extravagance, to be sure, but it made quite the impression. On the ride over, Shannon told me why she'd created Public Occurrences. Unlike most reporters, she didn't go to school for journalism. She didn't go to college at all. She grew up in Tacoma, a once glorious industrial city an hour from Seattle. In high school, she worked for $20 a story for a tiny weekly, covering local sports, PTA meetings, and the parks department. She quickly became known locally as a relentless reporter, someone with the tenacity of the generation that ran the newspaper business before the internet changed journalism. The day she graduated high school, she began work at the Tacoma News Tribune, the biggest daily in the city. When you're known as a relentless reporter in journalism circles, you're usually known as a pain in the butt in political circles. Shannon became a pain in the butt to local politicians within months. Apparently, she pissed off the wrong people. She was vague about the details of her firing, but said she got too close to a big story, a story the newspaper was complicit in covering up. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but she moved to Seattle at 19, determined never to work for another large news organization. As she surveyed our wall-mounted flat screens, ergonomic chairs, and row upon row of iMacs, the look on her face was a clear sign she bore a certain amount of contempt for them as well. "Come on," I said. "My office is in the back." Bird stopped us before we reached the office. "Shannon, this is Bird, senior editor here. He's my number 2. "Hello," Shannon said cautiously. "Shannon runs Public Occurrences." "Oh, yeah," Bird said. "We tried to aggregate a few of your pieces." "I know. I declined." Bird smiled. "That's cool. We offer backlinks on everything we aggregate. We could throw some serious traffic your way." "I do just fine." Bird eyed her skeptically. "Do you, though?" Bird knew more about the state of digital journalism than anyone at the office, certainly more than me. We make a perfect team. He's a millennial. I'm a Gen Xer. He came from a tech background. I came from journalism school. He grew up in the South. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. He's short, gay, and black. I'm tall, straight, and white. I call him Bird because his last name is Bird, with a Y, and he looks like a bird, small and lightweight, with angular features and a way of darting around the office that reminds me of a hummingbird. He knows keywords, search algorithms, metadata, and social media like I know how to read sources. My guess was he could recite the web traffic of most news outlets in the country, including Shannon's. She was defensive about her site. The look on her face broadcast that she wanted nothing to do with Bird. She glanced at me impatiently, then glared at Bird. "Not all of us are willing to sell our souls for traffic and ad revenue." She turned to me. "Can we get on with this?" "Sure." I headed for my office in the back corner. We sat behind my desk. On my laptop, I pulled up a public records search service and entered the address. 141 Drew Place, apartment 30. As I hit enter, I had no idea what to expect. The search would give us the legal owner of the apartment, which could either be an individual or a company. It could have been the home of another journalist, or an old friend of Burnside's from college. It was quite possible the house was owned by someone married to the person Burnside came to see. It was even possible that the address had nothing to do with Burnside's research. The name popped up after a few seconds, and that's when everything changed. It was a name I knew all too well, a name from the past. The last person on Earth I wanted anything to do with. Dewey Gunstadt. Hands shaking, I pressed the call button on the intercom. "Mia, do you have a sec?" Shannon's eyes were on me, but she didn't speak. She knew something of my past with Gunstadt, and was as hesitant to bring it up as I was to face it. A moment later, Mia entered the room. "What's up?" "Hey there, Mia. This is Shannon Brass. Can you try Dewey Gunstadt for us? His office, I mean. Try his office and see if we can, I don't know, get in to see him today. Or tomorrow. Mia stepped toward the desk. Alex, are you all right? Yes, fine. Can you give his people a call? Mia had been our office manager for the last few years. She took care of a million things that made the office run smoothly, and her presence had allowed Bird and me to expand the site rapidly, mixing in some serious investigative work with the clickbait listicles that made money. She had auburn hair and was short enough that she could disappear behind me if she wanted, but had a quiet, commanding presence when she needed it. She knew me well. She knew I wasn't fine. Alex, what's going on? It's nothing. I forced a smile. Just try to get Gunstadt? I'll try. She studied me for another moment, then turned and left. I placed both hands on the desk, hoping to conceal how shaky I was. Inside, I'd panicked when I saw the name flash on the screen, but I was trying to play it cool. She'll try to get Gunstadt, and then we can talk to him about Burnside. I'm sure it's... Alex, Shannon interrupted. I read the article you wrote about him. I know what happened. From the way she looked at me, she seemed to really know. I looked at the floor. Nobody read that article. I did. From the corner of my eye, I watched her stand and walk to the window. Every word, twice. I exhaled loudly, and she turned back to me. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? I'm thinking a lot of things, and if you want the truth, I'm trying not to freak out. You are freaking out, and that's not irrational. Alex, this is a CIA thing. She said it with certainty. More certainty than was warranted given the facts. About 2 years ago, my friend and former partner James Stacy was murdered in what at first appeared to be a random mass shooting. Turned out he'd been killed by a team of rogue extra-governmental security forces who were really after a 50-year-old disk pack, an early version of a hard drive. Why did they want to destroy a 50-year-old hard drive? Because it contained proof that Dewey Gunstadt had been a CIA asset. And why did that matter? Because Dewey Gunstadt was the CEO and chairman of Family Media Holdings, Inc., one of the most powerful media companies on Earth. At the time, I'd assumed Gunstadt himself had been behind the order to destroy the hard drive, the order that had gotten my friend murdered. But when I confronted him about it, he was genuinely clueless. It turned out that Gunstadt was just a businessman, the beneficiary of a system designed to protect men like him from the consequences of their pasts, all in the name of security. The people who'd killed James were part of the intelligence industrial complex following up on a loose end. At the Barker, we broke the story in a number of ways. Bird and his team created a series of listicles about Gunstadt's nefarious deals with Chinese media companies and the effect they'd have on the U.S. movie business. I wrote a 9,000-word narrative piece on my ordeal, including Gunstadt's connections. Guess which one got more clicks? In any case, had Burnside wanted to speak with Gunstadt, it could be about a number of things. Burnside had written his share of stories that involved the CIA, but Gunstadt had his paws in news, movies, TV, video games, and more. He was a billionaire. Burnside could have wanted to meet with him about 100 different topics. But none of that meant that Burnside's death had anything to do with the CIA, as Shannon had just suggested. Could be a lot of things. My voice barely rose above a whisper. Besides, if you read my article like you said you did, you know it wasn't actually the CIA that killed James. It wasn't the CIA that locked me in a box and tortured me. The word torture still made me wince. I'd done a year of therapy and worked hard to overcome the panic attacks, but I couldn't say the word without faint wisps of the experience rising up from wherever bodily memories are stored. Shannon returned to the desk and sat next to me. I'm sorry. I know what happened. You don't know everything. The intercom buzzed. Alex, it's Mia. I got a secretary. Gunstadt's not taking visitors. Apparently he had a major stroke last week and was just released from Virginia Mason Hospital. Thanks. Keep trying, okay? Twice a day until they say yes or take out a restraining order against the Barker. Try dropping the name Holden Burnside. We think Gunstadt was supposed to meet with him. I faced Shannon. So I guess now we just wait until we hear back. Hell no, she said. We start digging. Chapter 7. I guess the quad-shot mocha had kicked in because Shannon found a new gear after Gunstott's people declined our interview request. If Gunstott won't speak with us, let's try to figure out why Burnside would have wanted to speak with him. Could be a million reasons. She shoved me aside and took control of my laptop. We need to find where their paths may have crossed. She started with a simple search for Holden, Burnside, and Dewey Gunstott. Articles popped up from mainstream publications that mentioned both of their names. In each, their connection turned out to be the article itself, nothing more. One was a list called The Top 100 Influencers in Media. Another was a list of attendees of a Hollywood movie premiere for a film about the Washington Post. A third was a think piece about journalism in the 20th century, in which both men were quoted by the writers but not on the same subject. Sick of watching over Shannon's shoulder, I opened the browser on my phone and pulled up Gunstott's official bio. I already knew the basics. Gunstott, now 92 years old, grew up just outside Louisville, Kentucky, then attended an elite Connecticut boarding school, and then Harvard. He'd flown Douglas A-26 Invaders in the Pacific and had returned home in 1947 to work at the Louisville Courier-Journal. From there, he rose quickly in the media world without doing much writing or reporting. That's because the job was a front. You see, after the war, the CIA was doing its best to ensure that some of their friends rose in the ranks of the U.S. media, a program called Operation Mockingbird. Dewey Gunstott had been an early piece of this operation. 3 years after returning from the war, he was back on the East Coast, moving from job to job at CBS, first in marketing and communications, later in programming. He ascended rapidly for about 10 years before jumping ship to become the CEO of FMH. He'd been CEO for over 40 years and had grown the company into a behemoth. Some called FMH the poor man's Disney, which was ironic because Gunstott was anything but poor. I knew Burnside's bio inside and out, and I thought by studying Gunstott's I might find places they'd worked together that might not appear in a simple Google search. Shannon would be more likely to find recent connections in her search, and I wanted to find out if Gunstott had been Burnside's editor at some point, or had ever managed or employed him. Burnside had been at one paper, the New York Times, his entire career. Gunstott had no connection to the Times. In the late 1980s and 1990s, Burnside appeared regularly on cable news, but he'd never been employed by CBS, where Gunstott had spent much of his career. The closest connection I could find was that in 1989 Burnside had been interviewed at length on the CBS program 60 Minutes about that decade in politics, a decade in which he'd broken a few of the biggest stories. But that was 10 years after Gunstott left for FMH. I saved the link to the video just in case, then searched a list of all Burnside's books. None had been published by FMH or its subsidiaries. Here's something. Shannon's voice made me look up from the phone. What? So I'm on the 5th page of Google results. I'm in this article about the 1988 Democratic primary elections. It's a retrospective thing written during the 2008 Democratic primary. You know, a 20 years later thing. What's the connection? It's weird. It's like a 6,000-word piece. Newsweek and... Hold on, I'll read you a part from the middle. This is after going through the chronological blow-by-blow of the 1988 race. Here's the quote. One has to wonder how historians will look back on the doomed candidacy of Connecticut Senator Peyton Rhodes. Rhodes, seen as a lock to win the nomination and the Democrats' best chance to defeat George Bush, saw a 10-point lead disappear after revelations that he fathered a child with his mistress, a waitress at a Greek diner in his home district. Rhodes, a centrist on financial issues, with strong ties to the health insurance industry, was seen as a savior by social liberals for his controversial support of same-sex marriage, prison reform, and stronger media regulation. On this last point, he garnered the opposition of every power broker in the media world, including Michael Eisner of Disney and Dewey Gunstott of Family Media Holdings, both of whom donated to Rhodes's opponents. One can only wonder what the effects of Rhodes's policies would have been on the media landscape of the 1990s. She looked up triumphantly, as though she'd made a tremendous point. I shrugged. I don't get it. I mean, I remember hearing about Rhodes having an affair and dropping in the polls, but Peyton Rhodes was going to win the 1988 nomination. If he'd won, he likely would have beaten George Bush. If that had happened, he'd have strengthened the role of the FCC in regulating all sorts of TV and radio laws. That would have been a disaster for Dewey Gunstock, which is why he and others donated money to Rhodes's opponents. I get all that, but Holden Burnside broke the Peyton Rhodes story, Shannon interrupted. I knew that, but not what Shannon was driving at. I tried to piece together what she meant, but before I finished the thought, Shannon continued. Let me read from further down. I've read about this election, but this was something I didn't know. At the time, many in the press assumed the story of Rhodes's affair and love child had been discovered and leaked by the Republican opposition, a theory that made sense. For decades, campaigns have tried to sway the results of opposition primaries in order to run against a weaker candidate. Famously, Richard Nixon and his team worked in secret to damage Edmund Muskie in the 1972 Democratic primaries because they believed liberal favorite George McGovern would be easier to defeat in the general. They were right, as Nixon won in a landslide, but Rhodes himself believed the Democrats, not the Republicans, sabotaged his primary run. In a rarely cited interview in January of 1989, Rhodes said, Am I disappointed? Sure. But I'm confident we would have defeated President Bush if given the opportunity. But I made a terrible mistake and my primary opponents made sure everyone knew about it. His primary opponents. That means he believes his opponents in the Democratic primary leaked the story of his affair. Alex, do you know what that means? My mind had been racing, but clearly not as fast as hers. It means Holden Burnside broke the story using anonymous sources that brought down the man who likely would have become president. A story that benefited Dewey Gunstock to the tune of tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. And you said Burnside was researching his own past, right? Kinda makes you wonder whether Dewey Gunstock was part of that past. Particularly, a source in one of his past stories. Sure, he'd never give up a source, but maybe he had doubts about whether he'd checked this one out well enough. We spent the rest of the afternoon investigating links between Burnside and Gunstock, and though we didn't find anything as clear-cut as the Peyton Rhodes story, we found a few smaller connections. In the mid-90s, Burnside broke a series of stories that won him a Pulitzer in public service journalism. It marked a departure from his normal beat as a political reporter. The stories destroyed a company called Detroit Estates, Inc., a housing development company that had started in Detroit and built hundreds of apartment buildings throughout the Midwest, Cleveland, St. Louis, even Chicago. Burnside's stories used leaked financial records, company documents, and quotes from anonymous employees to show that Detroit Estates had engaged in decades of racial discrimination. They partnered with the government to build low-income housing, then did everything they could to rent that housing to white people, and only white people. The story wasn't as big as a lot of Burnside stories, but it was just as good. He had Detroit Estates dead to rights. Soon after his first story hit the papers, state and federal regulators stepped in to investigate. By the time the last piece in his 5-part series landed, the government was lodging fines and canceling contracts. A year later, Detroit Estates filed for bankruptcy. The Gunstock connection was thin, but it was there. One of the longest-serving members of the FMH board was Jack Clark, president of Clark Industries. As it happens, Clark Industries was the biggest competitor of Detroit Estates. And who got the profitable government contracts after Detroit Estates went down? Yep, Clark Industries. As night rolled in and the office cleared out, we ordered takeout from a diner, chicken salad for me and the appetizer sampler for 2 for Shannon, which she'd chosen after confirming I'd put it on our business account. Between bites of a mozzarella stick, Shannon looked up. The Peyton Rhodes story and the Detroit Estates thing, plus the other pieces, I think we have a clear pattern. Burnside breaks stories that benefit Gunstock or his friends. You think Gunstock would have known about how the pieces Burnside wrote on Detroit Estates helped his pal Clark? Of course he knew. That's literally why rich people serve on boards, to get help rigging the system from other powerful a-holes. I'd say that's overly general. Not by much. I shifted my gaze from her jalapeno poppers to my arugula, hearing Greta's voice in my head. If you eat it now, you'll thank me later. Okay, I said. I grant there's a pattern there, but a pattern doesn't necessarily mean anything. It means exactly one thing, dumbass. It means there is a pattern. You could try to convince yourself the pattern is coincidental, but we've been on this for only a day and already found 2 major stories. If you assigned this to 3 good researchers, I bet we'd have 10 by morning. Maybe, but I'm not going to do that. For now, we have to hold this story close. Agreed. She pointed a French fry at me. But you gotta admit you're thinking what I'm thinking. I bet I'm not. I'm thinking about all the delicious, greasy, cheesy goodness you have over there while I eat a bunch of weeds with grilled chicken. She ignored me, clearly on a roll. To me, there's really only one question left. If Burnside was doing Gunstott's dirty work, did he know it? That is, was he working stories that benefited Gunstott knowingly, or did Gunstott just take advantage of Burnside's natural appetite for stories? Was Burnside a full-on CIA asset as well? Gunstott's hired hitman in the media all along? I threw my fork down in disgust. Wait a second. That's ridiculous. You're reaching way too far. We only have a couple connections. Connections there could be a dozen explanations for. And I have. She stopped herself mid-sentence. You have what? Nothing. Here. She tossed me a crispy potato skin covered in cheese and bacon bits. Eat that. I eyed it warily. You remind me of my old friend Camilla. She ate like a lumberjack. I tossed the potato skin on top of my salad and pushed it away. A fog had rolled in off the water, and the thick grayness outside the window made me feel claustrophobic. A whiff of panic crept in, a desire to take flight. My mind was taking me back to the box, the torture device in which I'd spent a day and a half. After a few deep breaths, the feeling subsided. Shannon may not have liked me, but I liked her, or at least I respected her work. She deserved the whole story. There's something I didn't put in the article. Ever since that series of events, I've suffered from PTSD. I had a mini panic attack just now, 30 seconds ago. You may not have noticed. I need to tell you because I've tried to hide it from people and, I don't know. I think I've gotten too old to hide myself. I used to think PTSD was a bunch of fake symptoms. I mean, I didn't really believe that, but I sort of thought PTSD only happened to people who were already messed up. Like it would never happen to me, because I'd think my way out of it. Greta got me to go see someone about it, and I'm doing better, but it's been rough. If we're going to work together, I thought you should know. I didn't know why I opened myself up to her, at least not at first. She'd mentioned reading the article, but had let it drop. There's something I haven't told you, too. She walked a circle around the office. Returning to the chair, she moved like she was going to sit, but stopped and stood by the door, her back to me. I've been impressed by you more than I thought I would be. Impressed you didn't try to hit on me. Most men, married or not, do. It's like even if they don't want to actually sleep with me, they want me to want to sleep with them. As the office cleared out, I noticed myself clinching up like, oh hell, here we go again. Working late and now the boss is going to try and screw me on the desk. She turned toward me, arms crossed. That's happened before. Many times. The attempt, I mean. She cleared her throat. Second, I appreciate what you said about the PTSD. It's good you left it out of the story. Wouldn't have worked there. But I'm glad to know. And I know that telling me about it couldn't have been easy. So thanks. I can't turn the journalistic training off. She'd mentioned something important, and then digressed onto a different topic. So what's the thing you haven't told me? I asked. You know how I'm a little more certain about the Burnside-Gunstott connection than you? About the CIA angle? Yeah. Why is that? Because I have Holden Burnside's notebook. Chapter 8. We buttoned our coats against the stinging wind as we emerged from our office building into the bitterly cold night. The rain had stopped, and after hearing about the notebook, I needed some air. Alex! I recognized the voice of Carlson, a homeless man who spent most of his days in the neighborhood. He lay on a large piece of cardboard nestled between two low bushes in a curbside planter area in front of the building. He worked himself out of a sleeping bag wrapped in plastic as we approached him. He stepped onto the sidewalk, followed by a small brown dog that must have been in the bottom of the sleeping bag. Instinctively, I reached for my wallet. "It's too cold for you to be out here tonight." I handed him a $5 bill. He stuffed the cash in the pocket of his jeans. "Shelter's full." "Full? Tonight?" "Must be 20 degrees out," Shannon added. "My sleeping bag is rated to 0 degrees. Got it from a dude who used it on Mount Rainier, man. Dude spent $300 on it. Used it for a 4-day hike and gave it to me." He pointed up toward the high floors of our building. "I think he works up there with you. Brandon something or other." I shrugged. "We don't have any Brandons at the Barker. By the way, Carlson, this is Shannon Brass." "I know. I read her stuff." Shannon laughed. "What?" "Don't laugh," I said. "He reads everything. Knows more about politics than I do." Carlson pulled his long black hair into a ponytail, then shook it out, something he did constantly. He took an iPhone from his pocket, tapped a few times, then held it up to Shannon. "Dude, I got you bookmarked." She was genuinely shocked, but I wasn't. I knew Carlson had a cell phone, and he was one of the more interesting people in Seattle. From what I understood, he'd grown up on a reservation across the water, the Res, as he called it, had moved to Seattle, worked for the transit system for a few years, gotten married, and saved enough money to travel. He and his wife had traveled all around the country, living in a van but living well. She passed away from breast cancer when they were both around 40. The way he told it, he'd decided to continue the nomadic lifestyle without her. I'm not sure he was homeless by choice, but that's what he claimed. Carlson noted her surprise. "Program some Amazon people set up to get people to donate older model smartphones to homeless people. I sell copies of the newspaper to pay $30 a month for service." "That's great," Shannon said. "I don't even have a phone that nice." "When you live in the richest society in the history of the world," Carlson said, "there are plenty of ways to get by without selling your soul to the man." "So you're good for the night?" I asked. "You sure?" "Sure, I'm sure. I follow the weather on my phone. Should start raining again in a couple hours, at which point I'll move under the bus stop. Cops don't like me to use the bus stop before midnight." He gestured down the block. "I'll use this 5-spot on a late-night Big Mac and a coffee. Life is good, dude." I turned down the block. "See you later, then." "See ya," he called after us. Shannon and I walked in silence for a few blocks. I think she was waiting for me to say something. The chat with Carlson had been a nice interlude, but the notebook, the theft of the notebook, still contaminated the air between us. Now that I knew she'd had his notebook all along, her enthusiasm for the CIA angle made more sense. She had information I didn't. "I'm not sure what I'm more pissed about," I said. "That you stole the notebook? That you lied to me about stealing the notebook? Or that you didn't let me see what was in the notebook?" She glanced at me but didn't say anything. "Why'd you lie?" "I didn't lie." "You lied. You said you didn't see a notebook. I asked you that specifically." "Well, most of what I told you was true. Like in the cafe, I thought you might try to steal the story from me. When I got to the scene, Burnside was dead, as I told you. The blood was running into the street, but his notebook was there. Like you guessed, it had fallen out of his pocket during the fall. Not all the way out, it was jutting out. I called the cops, I waited, looked around. The whole thing was surreal. Then I just grabbed it. Before I knew what I was doing, I'd stuffed it in my pocket." "You lied to me." "Fine, I lied. I didn't know if I could trust you." "Let me guess," I said. "You figured you'd use me after you knew I had the address. Then you figured you'd use me to see if you could get in to see Gunstad. Then you were going to grab the story for yourself and run." "I considered that. Honestly, I didn't know. She trailed off, and I gestured toward a coffee shop across the street. Despite the late hour, it was full of people reading, tapping away at their phones and chatting. We paused our conversation to head inside and get coffee, both understanding that we should wait until we got back outside before continuing. I was pretending to be madder than I was. I think it made me feel ethical to be upset about her ethical breach. In truth, I was intrigued. Her certainty over the CIA connection must have come from the material in the notebook. I desperately wanted to see it. to read it. I wanted to know exactly what Burnside had been working on and whether he'd written any notes about our dinner. "How about we skip past everything else and get to what's in the notebook?" I said as we emerged from the coffee shop. She nodded and took a tiny sip of coffee. "I assume you were so sure about the CIA connection because of something in the notebook?" "Not something, Alex. Many things." My phone rang, and before I even looked, I knew it was Greta. I'd promised to call or text if I was ever going to be home after 8, the hour Cleo usually went to sleep for the night. It was well after 9. I took a deep breath and answered. "I'm sorry. I'm on my way home right now." "You promised you'd—" "I know. I lost track of time. Here I come." She hung up without another word. I ordered a lift before looking back up from my phone. "Sorry, Shannon. I have to go." She stood with one hand on her right hip, the other sipping her coffee, glaring at me. "I kind of thought this had an all-nighter feel to it." "What do you mean? I would have thought you'd have wanted to see the notebook more than anything." 5 years ago I would have. Maybe even 2 years ago. Don't get me wrong, I do want to see it. Chances are, I'll see some things there you missed. Not that you missed stuff, but two heads, you know? Yeah. The lift pulled up and I opened the door. "Start fresh tomorrow?" "If I haven't already broken the story by then." That stopped me, but only for half a second. That's a risk I'm willing to take. I read once, maybe in a self-help book, maybe in a fortune cookie, that every difficulty we've experienced has prepared us to flourish in the present moment. The difficult times are necessary. Even tragedy is necessary. Every struggle we have leads us to the place we are. Greta and I went through some difficult times. We lost a child. I shut her out and was unavailable emotionally. We split up. Then we got back together. Now we have Cleo. I don't know if the fortune cookie wisdom was right, but I knew when I walked in the door that night that all the difficult times we'd gone through did, in fact, prepare me for the moment. Not because there was any drama. There wasn't. It was as though all the difficult times had led me to a place where I could appreciate the little things I was so lucky to have. Greta met me at the door, held her finger up to her mouth to indicate that I should be quiet because Cleo was sleeping, and gave me a kiss on the cheek. I whispered, "I'm sorry I didn't text. I got hooked into a story." She wasn't mad. Sure, I'd forgotten to call, but she knew me well enough to know not to take it personally. A simple apology goes a long way. This is something I didn't always know. I took her hand and we walked silently to our bedroom where Cleo slept in her crib. I didn't tell her about the story Shannon and I were working on. I didn't need to. For much of our life together, whatever story I happened to be working on dominated the conversation, dominated the relationship. Now the relationship was dominant. Cleo was dominant. This is a good thing. I desperately wanted to read the notebook, but it could wait until tomorrow. Without another word, we changed into pajamas and nestled beside each other in bed. She turned off her bedside lamp. I turned off mine. The room was dark and quiet. Outside, the wind picked up and an icy rain lashed the window. I thought of Carlson, probably making his move from the bushes to the bus stop. I wished I'd given him a 20. "I forgot to tell you." Greta's voice broke the silence and brought me back into the room. "You got a call from someone today. Left a message on the home number." "Myron Gunstadt, I think he said. Mentioned you could come by tomorrow to see his father." Chapter 9. Friday, 7 a.m. The next morning, I pieced together what had happened, then called Shannon. Hello? Hello? She sounded out of breath. I'd been pacing around my living room excitedly, watching Cleo roll around on our thick living room carpet. "Are you running or something?" "Boxing." "Boxing?" "I box at the YMCA 3 mornings. 3 mornings a week." "Get to it, Alex. I gotta finish my workout." Last night I got a call from Dewey Gunstadt's son. He called my home number because he didn't want anyone at the Barker to know we were going to meet. "We're going to meet?" "He invited me over today and—" "You? Just you?" "Don't worry, I told him you were coming too, but he made me promise to keep you under control. Nothing recorded or even written down without permission. No quotes without permission. Just a deep background chat. When? Text me an address where I can pick you up in an hour. We hung up, and I sat cross-legged on the floor next to Cleo. She shifted her head slightly in my direction. Could she recognize me on sight or just by smell? I had no idea how babies perceived the world, and the thought made me slow down internally, made the whole Myron Gunstad thing seem less pressing. I touched her palm with my pinky finger and she squeezed it, softly at first, then hard. She pulled it toward her mouth. Hey, you can't eat my finger, I warned her playfully. If you value your finger, I wouldn't place bets on it. Greta had emerged from the bedroom. She can eat anything these days. Can she recognize me? I asked. Probably your voice because she heard that in the womb for months. Maybe your smell. Maybe your face a little, but she can't see as far as adults yet. It's weird. I don't know. I haven't read many baby books. You've got great mommy instincts. Thanks. I love how you play with our girl. I stood, walked over and pulled Greta in close. Her hair wafted the familiar scent of Daphne and made me want to stay home. Then I remembered the notebook and our appointment. I gotta go meet Shannon. She pulled away slowly, eyeing me suspiciously. Do I want to know why? Probably not. My driver stopped outside the YMCA to pick up Shannon. Her leather jacket was splattered with drips from her hair, which was still sopping wet, and her cheeks were flushed. Good workout? Shut up with the small talk, Alex. How far away are we? He lives in Ballard, so we've got 20 minutes or so to prep. First, and this is non-negotiable, let me lead the way. It took everything I had to convince Gunstad's son to let you come. Dewey Gunstad has never given a real interview on the record. Not once, and he's not gonna start now. I don't even know why he called us back. I don't know exactly what this is, but we need to play it cool, or he'll kick us out in half a second. Shannon pulled some Starbucks napkins out of the inside pocket of her jacket and used them to dry the tips of her hair. She stuffed the wet, balled-up napkins in her handbag. I gave her a look. What? She asked. You didn't give me time to dry my hair all the way. Never mind that. The notebook. Can I see it? Shannon pulled Burnside's lined notebook from her bag, the same one he'd had at dinner. It was the size of a classic reporter's notebook, 4 by 8 inches, but instead of being held together by a thin wire on the top, it was bound on the side and had a dark green leather cover. His name was engraved into the leather. Shannon saw me noticing the customization. It'd be nice to be at a level where you can get custom notebooks. Anyone can order this kind of thing online now. Costs maybe $40. Still, $40 for a notebook? She handed it to me carefully, slowly, like it was fragile. It reminded me the notebook had just survived a 17-story fall. Its owner hadn't. I flipped through it once without reading carefully, looking for underlined statements, big, bold writing, anything that stood out. Burnside's handwriting took me back to Columbia, where every morning as I came in for class he had a famous journalism quote written on the whiteboard. For extra credit, students could write a 750-word essay about the quote, tying it to a subject currently in the headlines. If we got the piece published during the semester, he'd bump us up a full letter grade. I copied every quote into my notebook and memorized them, always telling myself I'd write the essays. I never did. Now, sitting next to Shannon on my way to the most anticipated interview of my life, working on what could turn out to be the biggest story of my life, Burnside's whiteboard quotes flooded my mind. A good newspaper, I suppose, is a nation talking to itself. Arthur Miller. I do not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Voltaire. Writing well means never having to say, I guess you had to be there. Jeff Mallet. News is what someone once suppressed. Everything else is advertising. Katharine Graham. With the possible exception of things like box scores, race results, and stock market tabulations, there is no such thing as objective journalism. The phrase itself is a pompous contradiction in terms. Hunter S. Thompson. Maybe it was my interaction with Cleo that got me reflecting on my career. Or maybe it was that working with Shannon made me feel old. She reminded me of myself 20 years ago, back when I was a court reporter in New York City, before the internet took off, before the Barker, before social media, before everything changed and half the world was left looking in the rearview mirror asking, what the hell just happened? Shannon slapped my leg. What's going on with you? Alex, hello? Sorry, I said, coming to. I was thinking about Burnside's class. One of his favorite quotes was from Katharine Graham, Washington Post. I know who Katharine Graham is. Meryl Streep played her in the movie. We're almost there, though, and we need to talk about the notebook. My read is that Burnside was writing a book exposing himself as an unwitting CIA asset. Show me. She flipped the notebook to a page marked with a sticky note. Look here. The page was part of a section of research into Burnside's reporting on Iran-Contra, which he'd covered diligently back in the 80s. His handwriting was impeccable, but the content of the notes wasn't as clear as I would have liked. The top of the page read, Sources for IC reporting, DW, Hairface, Cuddy, RPF. Shannon flipped the page. Burnside's Iran-Contra investigation took the blame away from the CIA and pointed it at Reagan and the military, right? I'm no expert, I said, but that's my understanding. A lot of people think Oliver North took the public fall for what was a CIA operation all along. What about those sources? I can't believe he even wrote down their names. Well, initials and nicknames. Google the name Gregory Dillon. I asked Siri to show me images of Gregory Dillon. A page full of images popped up. Dillon was a round-faced man, bald, with thick white sideburns that led down his face into a full, unkempt beard. Hairface? I asked. Shannon tapped the picture. Exactly. He was the assistant director of the CIA from 1972 to 1981. When he left the agency, he became a recluse. My guess is he's Hairface, and that he fed Burnside some of his Iran-Contra stories. Possibly, but the connection isn't exactly rock solid. Is he still alive? Died 6 years ago. I couldn't find anything on Cuddy or DW, but I might have found RPF. I racked my brain, but neither Cuddy nor DW meant anything to me. So RPF are initials, right? That's what I figured at first, Shannon said. But now I don't think so. There was a Richard P. Forrester at the CIA in the 1970s, but he was fairly low level. I doubt he would have had anything good enough to leak to Burnside. Plus, he had MS throughout the 1980s and died in 1987. Burnside was still reporting the story then. This is going to sound stupid, but she trailed off, and for the first time I saw her insecurity. What? You knew Burnside. Is it possible he'd be so lame as to just reverse the initials, like a secret code to himself? An incredibly lame secret code? I saw it immediately. If RPF is reversed to FPR, it could be Franklin Pendergrast Rogers. Rogers had been the director of Crime and Narcotics Center for the CIA for 10 years before being pushed out the door quietly in 1990. Since then, he'd battled the CIA publicly, criticizing the institution in a way no other former agents did. But he always stopped short of confirming the worst rumors about the agency's past conduct, at least on the record. Rogers is who I thought of, Shannon said. Is it possible he'd make notes to himself like that? I mean, is it possible he'd be paranoid enough about someone finding his notebook or stealing it that he wouldn't use real names, but not paranoid enough to hide the names more effectively? The car took a sharp left turn onto a wide, tree-lined block. The storm had picked up again and battered the car with tiny pieces of hail. I closed my eyes and thought for a moment, listening to the slightly different sounds the hail made when it hit the window and the roof. A dull fleck. A sharper ping. The quote still ran through my mind. It was odd how seeing his handwriting had surfaced the quotes I hadn't thought about in years, surfaced the person I'd been when I read them. Another quote popped into mind, this one from Burnside himself. Trust no one except your editor, and trust him totally. He'd written this on the board to launch his section on how newsrooms actually function, specifically around the issue of anonymous sources. It's definitely possible, I said to Shannon. Maybe you work alone, so you probably don't do this. But in big newsrooms, sources are held tight from almost everyone. Someone like Burnside would have shared his best sources with only one or two people, his editor among them. It's quite possible he used code even with the editor, a shorthand around the office in case someone overheard. I did that once. I told my editor a source's real name, but we agreed to use a nickname around the office. Maybe Burnside had these shorthands and they just became the default names in his mind over time, so he wrote them down that way. The car stopped at a light. "Next block," the driver said. I got out my phone to leave a rating and a tip. "That makes sense," Shannon said. "When combined with the other stuff we found, it leads me to a conclusion. Holden Burnside was writing a book exposing himself as a CIA asset. He was going to burn all his sources and piece together details that proved his own stories, while true, were fed to him indirectly by the CIA in order to manipulate political and business situations. The CIA used Burnside as their mouthpiece to control much of the world. That would fit perfectly with the Peyton Road story and the Detroit Estates thing." I pondered this, slowly allowing the significance to sink in, if any of it was true. I couldn't finish the thought, but Shannon finished it for me. "If this is true, Alex, it's going to make every other story I've published look like a 600-word fluff piece on a ribbon-cutting ceremony." A couple years back, assassins chased me across Nevada on behalf of Dewey Gunstadt, a guy they'd never heard of. They simply followed orders from someone who followed orders. And it turned out Dewey Gunstadt had never even heard of me. Orders were given on his behalf, without his knowledge. To learn that my mentor was a CIA asset, without ever taking a single order from the CIA, made me think of an old friend. I didn't know where Quinn Rivers was, but I knew that if she were in the car with us then, she'd say that corrupt systems turn us into their slaves without admitting that's what they're doing. As usual, she'd be crazy, but not necessarily wrong. I turned to Shannon. "You know what I said before about the Katharine Graham quote?" "Yeah, what about it?" "The quote was, 'News is what someone once suppressed. Everything else is advertising.' My whole life I thought Burnside lived that quote. To me, he practiced the highest form of journalism, exposing information powerful groups of people wanted suppressed. What if it turned out he simply ran advertising for even more powerful people?" Chapter 10. Gunstadt didn't live like one of the richest men in media. When I'd visited him in his office a couple years earlier, I'd been surprised by its modesty. It was a small office with an old couch and a threadbare carpet. He'd poured himself a tiny glass of brown liquor and rationed it the way Shannon had rationed her mocha. Myron Gunstadt had given me a different address than the one Sanchez had given me, but I'd assumed it was simply one of Gunstadt's other homes. His house, what we thought was his house, was modest for a billionaire. A McMansion-style house, it was all shiny and new but constructed of low-quality materials. The pseudo-grandeur of someone living beyond his means. A young woman met us at the front door before we had a chance to ring the bell. She greeted us without introducing herself. Clearly, she'd been expecting us. The foyer comprised 2 stories, complete with a cheesy chandelier and inoffensive hotel-style art on the walls. "This can't be his house," Shannon whispered too loudly as we followed the woman up the stairs to the 2nd floor. "It's my house," a man said from the top of the stairs. In his 60s, Dewey Gunstadt's son had his father's height, maybe 6'3", with a blotchy red face that was saggy and disproportionately chubby for his thin body. When we reached the top of the stairs, he extended a hand. "Myron Gunstadt." We shook. Then he turned to Shannon. She said, "I'm sorry I said that about your house. It's lovely. I was only surprised that—" "Please, no need to apologize." He led us down a hallway and stopped outside a room with a blue door. The air was stale and had a sour odor, like a bunch of medicines blended together. "I can see how you'd have been surprised if you thought this was Father's home. He believed his children should make their own way in the world. He paid for college, but that was it. And I haven't made as much money as him." He sighed. "When the last days come, though, being around family is all that matters. His 12-bedroom house doesn't do him any good now, does it?" Then it struck me. Dewey Gunstadt had come to live with his son because he was about to die. "When he passes, what will happen to his money?" Shannon asked. I shot her a look, unable to believe she'd asked the question. His father was dying on the other side of the blue door. Myron smiled sadly. Give most of it away, probably. I have no use for it. Why'd you call us back? I asked. To be honest, we didn't expect to get to see Mr. Gunstad. Every evening before dinner, the only meal he'll touch these days. I read him the list of people who called that day. It's mostly people wanting to wish him farewell, though they don't say that. Some people who want things from him, some journalists like you. He hasn't seen anyone since the stroke. So why us? Shannon asked. He requested Mr. Vane and, well, you probably know the rest. Then why Alex? He looked from Shannon to me, smiling sadly. I have absolutely no idea. He never shared his inner thoughts with his kids. Myron opened the door and stepped aside for us to walk in. He wasn't joining us, which came as a shock. To the side of a hospital bed in the corner of the room, 2 wooden chairs had been set up, the kind you'd expect around a dining room table. Shannon led the way, and we sat. Pale gray light filtered through a lace curtain onto the bed where Gunstad lay, eyes closed under a white blanket. His breath was shallow. My phone vibrated, and I silenced it through my pants pocket without taking my eyes off Gunstad. Though he wasn't directly responsible for my torture, I still associated him with that horror. I'd been tortured for days because I brushed up against the edge of something he left off his official resume. And now, staring down at a 92-year-old man who was clearly close to death, I was afraid of him. Luckily, Shannon had no such trouble. Mr. Gunstad, my name is Shannon Brass. This is Alex Vane. His eyes opened slightly, long enough for Gunstad to look at Shannon, then me. I expected him to recognize me, but his face remained blank as his eyes closed again. He said nothing. Your son said you'd requested to meet with us. I did no such thing. His voice was weak and gravelly, like he'd taken sandpaper to a whisper. Mr. Gunstad, Shannon continued, we know Holden Burnside was supposed to meet with you. Does that name jog your memory? We mentioned it when we left the messages for you. We mentioned that we wished to speak with you about him. H.B.? Shannon looked at me, then at Gunstad. H.B. Holden Burnside. Yes. Is that why you asked to see us? I leaned back, admiring Shannon's work. She and I were quite different, but we shared one trait common among journalists, an ability to push for information without being too off-putting. Yes. Gunstad opened his eyes briefly. H.B. There was something there, but Gunstad wouldn't volunteer it. Even if he'd wanted to, I wasn't sure he had the strength to communicate beyond a few words. Reaching into her pocket, Shannon pulled out her phone. From the pocket of her leather jacket, she pulled a small microphone about 4 inches long and plugged it into the headphone jack. Mr. Gunstad, I'm going to record this conversation. Is that all right with you? He nodded almost imperceptibly. Shannon held the microphone within 3 inches of his lips. Mr. Gunstad, I'm recording this conversation. Is that all right with you? Please say yes or no. Yes. His voice was even fainter than before, but the sound registered on the recording app on Shannon's iPhone screen. A little wave blip indicated he was speaking loud enough to be recorded. Shannon saw it too, her eyes darting back and forth between Gunstad and the screen. Mr. Gunstad, had you planned to meet with Holden Burnside while he was in Seattle? Yes. Another blip of sound waves, this one a little higher. And, Mr. Gunstad, were you Mr. Burnside's source for the 1988 story he wrote about Peyton Rhodes? He opened his eyes, and I was sure I saw a flash of anger, or at least a more aggressive person than the half-dead man in front of us. He closed them with a long sigh. Yes. Shannon looked at me, uncertainty in her eyes for the first time, like she hadn't expected him to be so forthcoming, and now she didn't know what to do. I knew the feeling. What most people don't know about journalists is that they very rarely lie. It's our sources who lie. They also spin, obfuscate, and tell partial truths. Usually they're trying to use us to get their version of a story into the news, a version that benefits them. Journalists know this, of course. and fight a constant battle to get the truth, to use the sources as much as they use us. When we're lucky, a source will flip the switch. It means hitting a point at which they decide to abandon pretense and tell the truth, the whole truth. Shannon and I knew that, for whatever reason, that switch had flipped within Dewey Gunstad. And she was freaking out. She waved a hand in my direction like she wanted me to ask the next question. When I'd written the story of my ordeal, I'd tried several times to get Dewey Gunstad on the record, but he'd declined. What was he going to say? That he was a CIA asset and his relationship with the agency helped create one of the most successful business careers in American history in exchange for skewing the news toward the interests of the CIA? I was tempted to ask him about that, but my sense was he didn't remember me or my story, so I stayed on the Burnside track. Mr. Gunstad, did Holden Burnside... He cut me off with a single raised finger. I will tell you. He swallowed hard. Everything. Thank you, Shannon said, eyes on the phone to make sure it registered our words. He began somewhere I never expected. You two are so young. You still think things are black and white, right and wrong. They are not. Holden Burnside was a great reporter. He was also a great man. He spoke with effort, closing his eyes after every sentence and seeming to pull the strength to continue from somewhere deep within. He was a great American. Was I his source on the Peyton Road story? I was one of his sources, and I created the rest of his sources. I fed people, and they fed him. People have the newspaper business backwards these days. What they don't see is that most of what gets printed in the newspaper is true, but they don't know why it ends up there in the first place. And they don't see who controls that information. In the case of Peyton Rhodes, it was me. I wrecked his career, and I was right to do so. His affair was real. I didn't make him sleep with some waitress at a Greek diner. But without me, no one would have known about it. I didn't want Peyton Rhodes to become president, so I made sure he didn't. It's really that simple. Shannon shifted her gaze from the phone back to Gunstad. Why didn't you want him to become president? She asked quietly. I mean, other than the FCC. Without opening his eyes, Gunstad smiled. My guess was he was impressed that Shannon knew about the FCC angle. We believed Peyton Rhodes was a reformer posing as a centrist in order to get elected. A JFK type. Some of my friends in the corrections industry didn't want him elected. Some of my friends in the military didn't want him elected. I could bring him down. Simple. And you used Burnside to get the story out? I asked. I did. Did Burnside know why you were feeding him the story? He didn't care. Why not? Shannon asked. I already knew the answer. Breaking a major story is like being on a drug. It makes you feel bigger, more important, excited and afraid and powerful all at the same time. I was no Burnside, but I knew the feeling. I also knew that when feeling it, most reporters care only about whether the story is true, not why they're getting it. He confirmed the details independently, Gunstad said. The story was true. It was fact. Shannon frowned. And that was enough for him? That's always enough, Gunstad said. Thinking back over my career, I had to agree. Even when we knew we were being used by a source, most journalists will break a story if it's both true and newsworthy. Looking at it from this perspective, much of political history can be understood as a contest between which camps were most effective at working the press. In the 1988 election, it was Dewey Gunstad's camp. Gunstad opened his mouth, but nothing came out. I leaned in, studying his quivering lips, but couldn't make out what he struggled to say. It was as though he'd run out of gas. Shannon sensed that our interview was almost over. Mr. Gunstad, please, one last question. We know Burnside was working on a book about himself, a book that made a bold claim, that he was essentially an unwitting CIA asset for his entire career. The Peyton Rhodes story was part of that. Also, Detroit estates, probably others, and we believe he was killed over the book. Do you believe that, and if so, do you have any idea who would have wanted him dead? My first thought was, why the hell would she ask that? Sure, Gunstadt was near death, but if she was right that people were dying over this conspiracy, why let Gunstadt know we know that? If we were right, with one call he can make sure we were next. The question hung in the air. Gunstadt was still. I stared hard at his chest to see if he was still breathing. He was. He's asleep, I said to Shannon. He wasn't going to answer that anyway, she said. Probably not, I leaned in. Why'd you ask? He's not going to tell anyone, Alex. I know what a dying man looks like. We sat there for a minute that felt like 20. We exchanged glances, but neither of us spoke. I couldn't believe what had just happened, and I don't think Shannon could either. The sound of the door creaking open behind us snapped the tension. Myron Gunstadt's head emerged from behind it. He just fell asleep, Shannon said, stowing the phone back in her bag. Myron eyed her, then turned to me as he stepped into the room. How did it go? Fine. I tapped Shannon's forearm in a let's-get-out-of-here way. We thanked Myron and hurried down the stairs, leaving him in the room with his father. When you get quotes like the ones we just got, you don't wait around to ask the son if it's okay to run them. We got the quotes from the man himself. We confirmed he knew he was on record, and that's all we needed. Shannon and I huddled under a tree half a block from the house as I ordered a lift. How about we head back to my office and talk through what just happened? Right, Shannon said. Unless I imagined what happened over the last 20 minutes, we just got Dewey Gunstadt on record admitting he used Holden Burnside to determine the outcome of the 1988 election. He confirmed Burnside was a CIA asset without ever knowing it. Holy hell! I mean, oh my God! The words poured out like she couldn't speak them quickly enough. And we know Burnside was writing about it, which is enough of a motive to kill him. Now we just need to find out who pulled the trigger, so to speak. I glanced down at my phone to check on the car, but was greeted by a text from Bird. Bird. Another journalist is dead. Get back to the office now. Be safe. Chapter 11. Shannon and I sat side by side at my desk. We each had our phones propped up on our laptop screens, staring at a total of 4 screens between us. On the ride from the Gunstadt residence, we'd learned all we could about the dead journalist by reading media reports and texting a cop Shannon knew. The dead journalist's name was Micah Baumgartner, science editor at the Seattle Times. I didn't know him, but I knew of him. Baumgartner was found just after dawn on a bench at Green Lake in Seattle, a .22 on the ground by his feet. A single bullet had entered his right temple, passed through his frontal lobe, and exited his head around the left eye socket. A jogger found him only minutes after death, slipping on a trail of blood running across the jogging path. As in the case of Holden Burnside, it appeared to be suicide, at least at first. The night before, Baumgartner had told multiple people he was meeting a source early the next morning. He didn't tell anyone who the source was or what the meeting was about. On its own, this wasn't odd for a journalist at his level. A younger reporter might have shared the name of the source with an editor, but not someone at Baumgartner's level. He'd been at the paper for 30 years, won several awards, and had risen to prominence as one of the top environmental reporters in the country. What I did find odd was that Baumgartner was meeting a source in the first place. A senior editor, Baumgartner didn't break much news. He rarely wrote, and when he did, the pieces were long and thoughtful, usually taking months of quantitative research no one else was willing to do. A dawn meeting with a mysterious source in a park wasn't his style. The media was going crazy. All the local papers would run it on the front page tomorrow, and, after it leaked that it was a likely suicide, the local NBC affiliate announced that there was a suicide contagion among Seattle journalists. Shannon and I had our doubts. More and more, we came to the same conclusions at the same time and communicated them without words. She'd opened an app on her phone that she used to text with cops anonymously. I'd opened Twitter on my laptop and clicked to my list of Seattle breaking news reporters. Both of us looked for clues that Baumgartner's death wasn't, in fact, a suicide. Bird knocked on the door and entered without waiting for a reply. "We're reporting on the Baumgartner death, but not really saying anything. I know it looks like a suicide, but is that what you're hearing?" I held Bird's gaze a moment. I knew what he was getting at. He could read me as well as Greta could. He said when I was concealing something about a story, my energy got tight. I still don't know what that means, but he guessed right every time. "I don't want to say too much right now," I said. "But, and Shannon, tell me if you disagree, I'd be surprised if this turns out to be a suicide." "You want David on it?" David was a former sports reporter we'd stolen from ESPN Seattle to cover the political and social aspects of sports. He'd become our go-to guy for breaking news in Seattle, a subject we rarely covered. "Yeah, send him out to Green Lake. Tell him to keep his phone handy." "I don't need to tell him that." Bird tapped the wall a few times, his sign he was on it, then left. As the door shut, Shannon said, "Look at this." Her laptop was open to her personal Facebook feed. She pointed to a post from a woman named Mary Brown. I did a search for mutual friends between me and Baumgartner. Mary is our only mutual friend. She's a copy editor at the Seattle Times. I tried to cultivate her as a source after meeting her in an MMA class a year ago. Never panned out. She wouldn't give me anything. But we stayed friends. "Wait, you took MMA classes too?" 2 years. I could take you down in like 10 seconds. Read the post. Mary's post was a long, rambling block of text posted 43 minutes ago. It used little punctuation. "She's a copy editor?" I frowned. "I've noticed that people who spend all their time being sticklers for language and punctuation write like trash on their personal social media." I pointed to a couple sentences in the middle of the post. "That what you're getting at?" "Yup." The section read, "I'm completely torn up and confused about all of this. Micah was a strong supporter of gun control. I don't think he ever owned a gun. He wouldn't even let his kids play violent video games." "Do you know how well she knew him?" I asked. A lot of people are for gun control while also owning guns themselves. Would she have known if he owned a gun? They worked together more than 10 years. I think they were actual friends. She scrolled to the comment section of the post. A woman named Zoya Adisa had posted a comment only seconds ago. "So sorry for your loss. For all our losses. For the world's loss. I met Micah only once, but it was at a vigil for the people killed in the shooting at the Tacoma Mall last year. I simply will not believe he took his own life with a firearm. I pray for his children." "He didn't kill himself," Shannon declared. "I'll bet he was murdered, and I know I'm jumping the gun here, but I bet there's a connection to Burnside, to the CIA." "You're jumping a whole arsenal." I walked to the window. The street below was mostly deserted. Everyone was staying inside to avoid the rain. Since when did 2 random commenters online become enough to prove someone didn't own a gun and was therefore murdered? Shannon didn't reply, and I turned to see her on my laptop. "Do you have David's number in your messages app?" "Yes, but..." "Got it. I'm sending him screenshots of the Facebook posts. Is it okay if I text like it's from you?" "And say what?" "That this obviously wasn't a suicide, and to question the police or any potential witnesses from that angle." He's a good reporter. He'll go in with a clean slate. But sure, text him the screenshots. Don't say obviously, though. Say possibly. She sighed and tapped my keyboard. Sent. "Back to my question," I said. "When did Facebook comments become evidence?" "They're not enough evidence to publish anything. But if you think social media can't provide clues or a general direction, you've been asleep the last 10 years. She scooched back to her chair and I sat at my laptop. "Have the police said anything official yet?" "No. My source said what I already told you. Found dead, single gunshot wound to the head. His fingerprints were on the gun. Likely suicide." "Who's your source?" "You're not my editor, Alex." "I know. I'm not asking for their name. But I mean, is it a detective? Someone high up?" "No, it's a newbie, which is another reason I'm convinced it was murder. Dude is an okay source, but not someone who would know the difference between suicide and a badly staged suicide on first glance." "I don't feel great about this," I said. "But until we hear something from David or from the police, I guess it can't hurt to look into the CIA angle." Chapter 12. Over the next hour, Shannon and I went through every story we could find by Micah Baumgartner. Shannon was sure we'd find CIA connections all over his pieces, as we did with Burnside. I was sure that, if we looked hard enough at any prominent journalist's career, we could find a CIA connection. When you spend 30 years writing about the environment, you're bound to deal with a lot of government agencies, politicians, and businesses. And at least a handful of those are going to have former CIA agents working for them, or have people who left to become CIA agents. That alone isn't enough to prove anything. To my surprise, we didn't even find that. Most of Baumgartner's sources were on the record. The sort of reporting he did didn't need a lot of anonymous quotes. By lunchtime, we'd come up with nothing. Literally nothing. "It doesn't mean anything," Shannon said between bites of pizza. "So there are no clear connections. They're going to be there. I bet that—" "Alex?" Bird was at the door, waving me out into the main office space. Much of our staff was facing the wall, heads tilted up, staring at a large flat-screen TV. "Police briefing on the Baumgartner case is about to start." We followed Bird out and watched along with the rest of the office. The scene was a typical police briefing, hastily organized in a little wood-paneled room with an old podium that displayed a banner printed with the Seattle PD logo. A woman stepped to the podium, where 4 or 5 microphones jutted toward her from all angles. "Thanks for coming. I'm Officer Miranda Washington. We've been inundated with requests for comments and information regarding the death of Micah Baumgartner. I will serve as media contact on this case." She looked down, studying her notes. "She's good," Bird said. "Poised." You know they're flooded with calls when they trot someone out there less than half a day into the investigation. "We have an announcement regarding the case," she continued, her voice steady. "Then I'll take your questions. Our initial findings indicate that Micah Baumgartner's death was likely not self-inflicted, contrary to the stories that circulated widely in the first few hours after the body was located. An initial investigation by detectives Mark Graber and Maria Da Vinci, yes, spelled like the painter, indicate that multiple parties were involved in this death. It is now being investigated as a homicide. In a moment I will take your questions, but I will say that, at this time, I will not comment on any of the specific details that led detectives Graber and Da Vinci to suspect homicide. And one more thing. At this time, we also ask the media to respect Mr. Baumgartner's family. He is survived by a wife and 2 daughters who are grappling with this tremendous loss, and we ask that you leave them alone until they speak out if they choose to do so. Now, questions." She called on a young reporter in the front row who shouted a question I didn't hear. The question was about the connection between Baumgartner's death and the death of Holden Burnside, who was found dead a few days ago. At this time, there is no connection. Another reporter jumped in, close enough to the mics that his question made it on air. "But if you are now investigating Baumgartner's death as a badly staged suicide, is it any great leap to think that Holden Burnside's death, until now assumed to be a suicide, could also have been staged?" Washington looked exasperated. "Yes, it's too big a leap to make. Apparently it's not too big a leap for you to make since you made it within 60 seconds of my announcement." Good grief. With that, she left the podium in disgust as reporters shouted questions after her. Within minutes, the story had taken a 90-degree turn online. Within hours, that turn was reflected on the local news. A few hours after that, it hit the cable networks. CNN's Anderson Cooper opened his show with the subject, "Journalist Murders Staged as Suicides?" The story had gone national. Shannon and I watched in my office, taking in Cooper's reassuring voice over dinner. Shocking developments out of Seattle today, where a second legendary journalist has been found dead only 4 days after the death of Holden Burnside. Tonight we'll be talking to friends of Micah Baumgartner, winner of 2 Pulitzer Prizes and perhaps the most acclaimed environmental reporter in American history. Full disclosure, Mr. Baumgartner has appeared on this program 3 times as a commentator, and I considered him, while not a personal friend, certainly a friend of the show. Cooper went on to lay out the facts as we already knew them. and while he never said Holden Burnside's death was connected to Baumgartner's, he opened the question in a way that would get the debate rolling nationally. We'd spent the afternoon following every lead we could think of, trying to connect Burnside and Baumgartner. Since we'd suspected Burnside was murdered days before everyone else did, we figured we were ahead of the game and would be able to suss out a connection fairly quickly. Boy, were we wrong. Not for lack of trying, we found nothing linking them that felt anything more than coincidental. Shannon's best efforts to link Baumgartner to the CIA came up empty. We'd watched Anderson Cooper in case one of his guests had any new information, but it became clear within the first few minutes of the show that it would raise more questions than it answered. My guess was that Anderson's team had spent the afternoon trying to find information and came up as empty as we had. Most likely, they'd been working sources within the Seattle PD to learn everything they could about the Burnside case, playing catch-up like the rest of the journalists in the country. But they had nothing new, just guest after guest either offering empty speculation or Baumgartner's family members rehashing statements they'd already made to the press about his disdain for guns and their belief that he would never have committed suicide. It was moving television, but none of it moved the story forward one iota. At the end of the show, I closed my laptop and stowed it in my bag. I gotta get home. You're welcome to stay and use the office, use our Wi-Fi or whatever. Shannon was on her 5th or 6th cup of coffee. When she'd learned we had unlimited cold brew on tap, she ditched her slow sip method and chugged it like water. She was wired. It's only 9 o'clock, old man. You crapping out on me? Don't you know that every year of a journalist's career counts as 20 months? That makes me like 65 instead of 50. So yeah, I'm an old man in journalism years. BS math aside, can you really just turn off your brain like that? Right now, my brain is on my kid. She shook her head. Mind if I crash here tonight? I'll probably put in another 4 or 5 hours and start early. No use in going home. I pointed through the window to a couch in the corner of the main office space. You wouldn't be the first to crash there, and there's a Japanese place that delivers late. The number's taped to that computer. Tell them to charge it to our tab. Code word Smedley. Get yourself something besides coffee, okay? Right. Thanks. I know we haven't found anything yet, but I'll keep digging into the CIA angle. Whoever did this covered their tracks well, but I'm going to find them. My hunch is we've been looking in the wrong place. Instead of looking into Baumgartner, I'm going to go through Burnside's notebook again. See if I can find something there that mentions Baumgartner. Not by name, but by reference. Through some connection. I don't know, something. Knock yourself out. I'll see you in the morning. Chapter 13. On the ride home, I took a chance. Shannon's frantic energy had left me unnerved, and a voice from the past kept coming up inside me, whispering to me to slow down. It was the voice of Camilla Gray, a former NYU professor with whom I'd had a brief affair over 15 years ago. We'd been thrust together by circumstance. My big story on Denver Bice, the CEO who murdered her former boyfriend, Professor John Martin. She was older than me, and wiser, and I'd become infatuated with her for a short time before settling down with Greta. When we'd uncovered the story, she'd been a rising star at NYU, one of the top media studies professors in the country. Soon after, she disappeared from the scene and moved back to Des Moines to take care of her ailing mother. We hadn't spoken in years, but I kept track of her online. Each semester, I checked what classes she was teaching. I even read a few of the books she assigned because she was always thinking through the way technology was changing journalism. I also watched Amazon for a book with her name on the cover, but one never appeared. Hello? I recognized her voice. Cam. It's Alex. Alex Vane? Oh my God, really? I'm sorry, is it too late to call? If I remember right, you're usually up late. No, I mean, yeah, it's fine. I'm surprised to hear your voice. There was a silence, and I panicked briefly, unable to remember why I'd called. Alex, what's up? How are you? I'm good. Good, I stammered. Greta and I have a baby girl, Cleo. I heard. I'm on Greta's family and friends email list, so I get the Christmas card and the occasional email she sends out. That woman is good at correspondence. I laughed. Yes, she is. It's good for a marriage to have one person who is. You, on the other hand, yeah, I suck. Sorry I haven't kept up with you. I check your classes online. That's a little weird. No, I mean, I like to see what you're teaching. Anyway, how are you? I'm happy, Alex. When my mom died, I thought of coming back to New York, but I realized there was something about being home that I needed. And the book, why didn't it ever come out? Camilla went quiet. She'd had at least 3 different book projects announced by various academic publishers over the years, but each had been pulled before publication. I figured maybe it was a sore subject. I'm sorry, I said. No, it's fine. I know my reputation in academia isn't exactly, well, stellar. 3 books canceled before release. I pulled the books, though. I was never able to get something I was happy with, satisfied with. If I hit publish tomorrow, I'd have 2,000 pages of thinking on media past, media present, and media future, with no real point or through line. Kind of funny how you've spent a decade and a half writing one long thing and haven't published it, while I've spent the last 15 years writing and editing a million tiny things, most of them shitty, and publishing all of them. The whole world has sped up, except for you. She chuckled. Maybe I should upload the whole damn thing to Amazon or something. At this point, I've lost all perspective. I have no idea if it's any good. I bet it is. After a long silence, she asked, Why did you call tonight, Alex? Don't get me wrong, I'm happy to hear your voice, but I bet you had a reason to call. I need advice, I admitted. I'm working on a big story with a partner, and I've never quite felt this way. It's like we know what happened, but don't have any proof. And it's a story so big I don't want to get out over my skis. Do I want you to tell me what the story is? Is there a chance your phone is tapped by the CIA? There's a chance all our phones are tapped by the CIA. I chuckled. Then no. She laughed nervously. Sounds like you're already out over your skis. What do you mean? You just said it. You don't have any proof. I'm no journalist, never claimed to be. But shouldn't you follow the evidence rather than leading with a conclusion and then looking for evidence? I thought of Burnside's notebook, about the conversation with Gunstadt. We definitely had something. But the murder, the connection to Baumgartner, all that was still speculation. We have some evidence. My partner is convinced. What are you convinced of? Nothing. I really don't know anything. Lots of suspicion, no proof. In my book, I have a section about how our experience of time has changed dramatically over the last 10 years. Everyone knows the news cycle has sped up exponentially, but that's a byproduct of time moving faster and faster. Everyone is racing to keep up, putting stories on Twitter, reporting stuff too early. Deep thinking is what's needed, Alex, and it's not too late for you. My advice? Go back to the beginning, before you reached any conclusions, before you even had suspicions. What facts did you know, and where did you get them? Start there, and start over. Sounds like I should read your book. If I ever publish it, you'll be among the first to receive a copy. The car dropped me off out front of my house. I watched the mist move past the streetlights, wondering how to end the call. Cam, I appreciate your advice, and I'm going to take it. Can I offer you some unsolicited advice in return? Sure. Publish your book, like now. I understand there's something to be said for deep, long thinking, slow thinking. I think you've done that. There's also something called paralysis by analysis. Your writing is brilliant. It'd be a damn shame if no one ever got to read it. After we hung up, I stood in the mist in front of my house, letting it coat my face. Camilla was right, and I decided to go back to the beginning. I'd returned to my dinner with Burnside, the night the officers showed up at my door, the visit to the morgue. I'd pore over everything that happened before I met Shannon. Not that I was dismissing what she and I had discovered together, but I wanted to be sure we hadn't taken a wrong turn in our investigation. Chapter 14. Saturday, 8 a.m. The next morning, after a relaxed cup of coffee with Greta and an adventurous effort to feed Cleo a jar of pureed sweet potatoes, I found Shannon in my office. I couldn't tell whether she'd slept because she was in the same location, the exact same position I'd left her the night before. Half bent, elbows on the desk, studying a laptop screen. Last night I decided to go back to the beginning. Shannon, on the other hand, was headed straight down the same path at 100 miles an hour. "They've covered their tracks well," Shannon said without looking up. "But I've found more connections between Baumgartner and Burnside, between Baumgartner and the CIA." "Did you leave this room in the last 10 hours? She looked up, frowning like I'd insulted her. "I napped for a couple hours. That cold brew you guys have on tap is awesome, by the way." "Well, pace yourself." "Pace myself? I'm about to break this story." Anderson Cooper asked the question. Now every journalist with a pulse is trying to figure out whether there's a connection between Burnside and Baumgartner. I sat next to her and studied her laptop, which was on a page about mistakes crime scene investigators make that lead them to believe a death was suicide rather than homicide. "What did you find?" I asked. She closed the laptop and handed me her phone. "Read." It was a text exchange between her and a contact labeled SPD source. I knew this to be her low-level source within the Seattle PD. "Shannon, how'd you guys know it wasn't a suicide?" SPD source. "We didn't say that definitely, only that it's being investigated as a homicide." Shannon, "Come on, you know." SPD source. "Completely off the record? You'll forget my name, forget I exist?" Shannon, "Forget who exists?" SPD source. "Good, then yes, we know." Shannon, "I'm not writing about the death. The details won't appear anywhere from me. For my own satisfaction, how did you become sure?" SPD source. "Baumgartner is left-handed. The shot was fired at point-blank range into the right temple. Nearly impossible shot for a lefty, unless he decided to shoot with his right hand for some reason. Fingerprints on the gun were from his right hand and inconsistent with the shooter's grip." Shannon, "Interesting. Thanks. Anything else?" SPD source. "No record of him owning guns. Wife says he never owned one or even fired one." Shannon, "Thanks, I appreciate this." SPD source. "One more thing. The night before he died, he told a few colleagues he was meeting a source the next morning at the time of the shooting. There's no reason to believe that was a lie. It's inconsistent with most suicides to find that the victim made plans to meet someone somewhere, then took his own life at that exact time and location. Not believable." I looked up from the phone to see Shannon's eyes full of fire. She'd been watching me read. She took the phone. "You know how I said Burnside had killed himself right before meeting me? This is more proof he didn't. Like with Baumgartner, it's unusual for a suicide victim to make plans and then kill themselves right before those plans are carried out." I could tell the texts had alleviated some guilt within Shannon, or possibly some hurt. But the circumstances were quite different. I decided to let it go and focus on what we had. "I'm convinced Baumgartner was murdered," I said, leaning on the desk. "No reason not to trust the cops on that. But here's the question I've been thinking about all night. The whole media is running with the story that someone is killing journalists and framing it as suicides, right? The cops specifically announced they're investigating Baumgartner as a homicide. Whoever killed Baumgartner did a terrible job making it look like a suicide. If Burnside was murdered as well, why have the cops not offered any indication of it? And why did the killer do a terrible job making Baumgartner's death look like a suicide and a brilliant job of making Burnside's death look like a suicide?" As I finished speaking, Shannon started tapping her phone. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Good questions. I asked my source something similar the night before. Gonna try again." I read her texts as she typed. Shannon, "Thanks again for the Baumgartner stuff. I owe you one." Holden Burnside. Any wiggle room on that? Any new details? Any gossip on the case? She pressed send, and we waited for a reply. He's going to want something in return. Shannon didn't look up from the 3 little dots on her screen that indicated he was writing back. Sure enough, he did. SPD source. This has been a one-way street lately. Shannon. What do you want? SPD source. Police union is renegotiating with the city this month. I want to know the mayor's final offer in advance. Shannon looked up and shrugged. You got anything on that? No, but I can get it. David has sources in the mayor's office. Do you have to promise something? Only that I'll work my ass off to get it. I nodded, and I wrote a text to David as Shannon replied to her source. David's on it, I said. My guess is he'll have something soon. Shannon and I stared at her phone, waiting for the dots to turn into text. SPD source. Once you get me something, I'll tell you what I know about Burnside. Shannon. Come on, please. I'm going to have something for you very soon. Just give me a hint. I know you're hearing something that hasn't been released yet. Please. SPD source. Fine, but I want to hear back by the end of the day. Shannon. Agreed. SPD source. What I'm hearing is there's nothing. At all. The fact that they're both journalists is a coincidence. Shannon. Bull. Will you ask around more? Dig a little? SPD source. Gotta go. We'll see how you do on the mayor's office thing. Shannon stuffed the phone in her bag and sat motionless for a second, then suddenly slammed a fist on the desk, missing my laptop by only inches. Hey, I said. What is it? I don't like being screwed around or lied to. Same. Don't make me bring up the notebook. Anyway, why would the police lie about the Burnside death but not the Baumgartner death? How can you trust your source on Baumgartner but think he's screwing you on Burnside? It doesn't add up. Yeah, the notebook. Sorry. I don't know. Maybe he's not lying. Maybe he doesn't have any evidence yet. She tugged at her hair, opening her eyes wide like she was trying to psych herself up. I need a break. She grabbed Burnside's notebook from her bag and left the office, then flopped down on the couch in the corner, catching stares from a few of our regular employees, who clearly wondered why she'd been holed up in my office for the better part of 2 days. She flipped through the notebook, eyes closing every few seconds like she was either nodding off or engaged in deep thought. I replayed my dinner with Burnside in my mind. Had he said anything I'd forgotten? Had he hinted at any depression I'd missed? Had he mentioned anyone he was having problems with? Anyone who might have a motive to kill him? I came up with nothing. I'd searched my memories the day after he died, and all I was doing was replaying the same memories over and over. Next, I closed my eyes and tried to recreate my interactions with Officers Mallory and Sanchez. The knock at the door, the cold wind, Smedley, my heartbreak when I figured out it was Burnside, my brief elation when I learned Mallory and Sanchez hadn't recognized the deceased man. It showed how limited my view of the world was that I assumed everyone would immediately recognize the great Holden Burnside. The drive to the morgue. I should have accepted their offer to drive me. Maybe I would have picked up something on the ride. The smell of the morgue, the body itself, Burnside's distorted face. Had the mortician, Mr. Lee, said anything else? I imagined that if Burnside was thrown off the balcony, he would have had bruising on his arms or somewhere. The killer would have grabbed him hard and shoved him. Burnside wasn't a strong or heavy man, but he wasn't frail and wouldn't have gone without a fight. As far as I could remember, Lee hadn't said a word about marks on Burnside's body. I opened my eyes. Shannon was still glued to the notebook, and now Bird was on the couch next to her, leaning over a phone. Out of ideas, I decided to go back even before the dinner. I opened the Google search box and typed, "Origin of, if your mother says she loves you, check it out." Within a few clicks, I was on an article that explored the origins of the saying. Apparently, a researcher had looked into it on commission when the words were scheduled to be etched into the side of a building somewhere. The author's research concluded that the quote came from Edward H. Eulenberg, a hard-driving editor at the Chicago Daily News. To my amazement, it turned out the famous quote was wrong. The great journalism maxim, the first rule, had been misquoted for decades. In a 1999 article, Eulenberg claimed, "What I said was, if your mother tells you she loves you, kick her smartly in the shins and make her prove it." The article made a convincing case that the phrase, repeated over and over by journalists around the world, had been misquoted from day one. The differences between the two versions were subtle, but they mattered. In the usual version, check it out meant the journalist should take the information from the source, then look into it further, putting the emphasis on the journalist's role in confirming information from sources. It led to the idea that journalists should always have at least two independent sources for a controversial claim. The correct version of the quote, in addition to being more colorful, more like something a crusty old Chicago editor would actually say, had a different emphasis. It set up a kind of antagonistic relationship between reporters and their sources, and put the onus on the source to prove his or her claim, rather than on the journalist to check it out. I leaned back in my chair, thinking about the difference, and what Burnside would have made of it. Bird and Shannon were in the middle of a heated discussion, handing a phone back and forth between them and speaking excitedly. When the cops told me Burnside had killed himself, I followed the maxim. I checked it out. I went to the site, met Shannon, found clues, and the rest is history. How would things have gone if I'd kicked the cops in the shins and made them prove it? Other than getting arrested, would anything have gone differently? There was something to this line of thinking, but I didn't yet see what it was. I felt shaky, like I'd done something wrong, like someone was looking over my shoulder. Maybe Burnside himself. I repeated the thought, this time aloud. If I'd interrogated the cops about their claim that it was a suicide, instead of checking it out, would things have played out differently? As I pondered this question, Bird and Shannon crashed through my door, jockeying for position in front of my desk. Shannon made it to the front, and Bird acquiesced. "You know how Burnside was famous for not being online?" she stammered. "He had a work email. But no Facebook, no Twitter, no Instagram, nothing, right?" "Right. He was old school." Bird jogged around to my side of the desk and shoved his phone in my face. "That was all a lie," Shannon said, her voice crackling with excitement. "A lie," Bird repeated. "This isn't even my story, and I feel like I just smoked a hit of meth." I glanced up at him. "Meth?" "It's a millennial's metaphor. I'm excited. Look!" He pointed at the screen, which was open to a Twitter account. "What am I looking at?" I asked. "One of 6 Twitter accounts belonging to Holden Burnside." Shannon wedged herself around the desk and shoved her phone in my face. "This was his main Facebook page. He had 3 others." "Wait, slow down. What the hell are you talking about? Neither of those say Holden Burnside. He didn't. I thought he didn't." "Alex," Bird said. "He had over a dozen burner accounts across every social media platform. Holden Burnside lived a secret life online." Chapter 15. I looked from Bird to Shannon, then back to Bird. Shut the door. I had no idea what they were talking about, but neither Bird nor Shannon were prone to exaggeration, and their excitement was palpable. Bird shut the door as Shannon explained. "The whole thing was a lie. At least he's been lying since 2016. That's the earliest account we found. He's everywhere." "Start from the beginning. I saw you reading the journal. Then Bird joined you. What did you find?" "He's everywhere," Bird said. I frowned. "Start from the beginning, please." Over the next 20 minutes, Shannon and Bird stumbled over one another as they explained what they'd found. Going through Burnside's notebook, Shannon noticed what looked like a license plate number, written upside down on the top of a random page. QAS 431. She'd recognized it as the form of license plate used in California. A number, 3 letters, 3 more numbers. Within 5 minutes, she'd paid a guy she'd met on the dark web $50 to look up the owner of the license plate in a search of California DMV records. I didn't ask whether it was legal. I was sure it wasn't ethical. Turned out the license plate didn't exist. It wasn't registered to anyone. Though it followed the structure of a California license plate, a quick search taught Shannon that California, like many states, only uses the letter Q on license plates when it appears between two other letters, as in the format 1AQA555. This is because in other contexts, the Q can easily be mistaken for a 0. Her next leap, the one that proved fruitful, was that the mysterious string of letters and numbers was a password. Going back to the notebook, she saw something else, something she'd noticed before but now had new meaning. On another page, also written upside down, was the phrase, "Horace Greeley lives." Greeley, the legendary founder of the New York Tribune, was one of the 10 most important figures in the history of American journalism. He was also a progressive activist and served briefly as a congressman, and was the unsuccessful candidate of the new liberal Republican Party in the 1872 presidential election. I noticed the phrase when leafing through the journal myself, and assumed it was absent-minded doodling, the kind of thing one writes when one is stuck on a project and is looking to the past for inspiration. Shannon saw it as a username. It had hit her in an instant. Taken together with the string of letters and numbers, she saw a username and password. If she'd asked me, I would have suggested slowing down before her next move. But she didn't. She tried the combination of username and password at the login page of every bank she could think of. Her mind had gone straight to follow the money, another journalism maxim. She'd figured that if the username and password got her into one of Burnside's bank accounts, she could piece together his last days through his spending patterns. When she'd come up empty, Bird arrived on the couch beside her just in time to suggest trying the combination on Twitter. Despite her objections, because Burnside was famous for not being on Twitter or any social media, they'd tried it. And it worked. Horace Greeley Lives had opened a Twitter account in 2016, had never tweeted, but followed 491 users and had liked over 1,000 tweets. The Twitter account led them to a Facebook account, an Instagram account, and a Gmail address. From the Gmail account, they discovered 3 other Gmail addresses, all linked to other social media accounts. Bird used what he called digital forensics to track down the connections between the accounts. Okay, so he had a secret online life, I said when they'd finished the blow-by-blow. But to what end? Shannon gave me a look I didn't understand, then gestured in Bird's direction. It took a moment, but whatever came next would likely get into the details of our investigation over the last days. Details Shannon wasn't sure she wanted to share in front of Bird. It's fine, I said. Bird runs this shop. I'm window dressing at this point. You can trust him completely. She seemed satisfied and relaxed for the first time. Taking the seat across from me, she said, "It's not only that he had a bunch of burner accounts. It's what they were. It's who he followed. Do you have a TV and a lightning cable?" "I know what you're getting at," Bird said. "Pull it up on your laptop. I'll be right back." Shannon got her laptop while Bird rolled a TV in on a stand. They connected her computer to the TV, which mirrored Shannon's screen. "Here's his main Twitter account." She pointed at the screen. "His username is @JohnPeterZanger1735. "That's cute," I said. Zanger was one of the most influential journalists in America in the early 1700s, famous for railing against British colonial rule. In 1735, he was arrested and charged with libel in a case that helped spark the American Revolution and lay the foundation for future interpretations of the First Amendment. It was one of the first cases every journalism student learned about in school. "Forget the username," Shannon said. "Look at who he follows. The CIA, the FBI, the NYPD. And here," she tapped the screen, indicating a long list of accounts. Some were accounts of sub-agencies or regional arms of major agencies, like @CDC Emergency and @New York FBI, but most were names I didn't recognize. Bird jumped in. Some of those names are on his own burner accounts. He followed his own accounts to amplify his message. He would like his own tweets, retweet his own tweets, and sometimes comment on other people's tweets from multiple accounts within minutes to make it look like many people were chiming in on something when it was just him. I ran a hand through my thinning hair. Holy hell. I'd heard of burner accounts. Athletes and celebrities had been caught using them to rip into teammates and co-stars without doing it on the record. They also used them to shape public narrative around their careers. As shady as it was genius. Imagine you're LeBron James and you shoot 3 for 20 one night. A terrible game. The media is ready to rip into you. So you hop onto a burner account from the locker room, pretend to be a fan of the team, then make sure all the journalists covering the game know how bad your teammates played, or how a ref blew a call in the fourth quarter. It's not foolproof, but it can change the conversation in your favor. Burner accounts were a common part of modern life, but I'd never heard of anything like this. And Holden Burnside was the last person I would have expected it from. What are the other names? You said some of those names are his other accounts. What are the rest? That's where things get crazy, Shannon said. Bird took a couple of them and... You tell him, Bird. Digital forensics. You know Zach, our new social media intern? I hired him based on a story he did where he outed the Twitter burner account of J.D. Pritchard, the banker. I remember that story. CEO of National Trust Bank or whatever, using fake Twitter username to lie about the competition. Petty much? Shannon said. Cost him his job, Bird said. Anyway, Zach broke that story. I showed him what we were doing, and in 10 minutes he found the connections between John Peter Zinger 1735 and Burnside's other accounts. In 15 minutes, he'd figured out 3 of the other usernames, the people Burnside followed. He pointed at a username on the screen. At Davis, Florida 23212. Director of the FBI. He pointed at another. At Renegade Widow 1787. Deputy Director of the CIA. That's impossible, I said. Why would the Deputy CIA Director need a burner account? Shannon was ready with an answer. Because every politician and businessman on Earth uses Twitter now. Mostly, those accounts don't tweet anything, but I guess they consider it part of their job to follow the conversation. My head spun. My breath was shallow. I need a sec. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself. My head swam with images of Holden Burnside at a computer, or, even more shocking, on a phone, switching between burner accounts, frantically arguing with people online. It was incomprehensible. Finally, I looked up. So in addition to his own burner accounts, he figured out the burner accounts of top officials and followed them? Exactly, Bert said. And he picked fights with them online. What? The thought of Holden Burnside picking fights on Twitter struck me as both impossible and hilarious. Why would he do that? We didn't get to that, Bert said. We haven't read through everything yet. I know what he was doing, Shannon said. She pulled out Burnside's notebook and dropped it on my desk. Don't you see? More research. A modern version of what he'd been doing for 40 years. Damn. She shook her head slowly. He was good. I still don't get it, I said. He was working on a book outing himself as an unwitting CIA operative, right? I nodded. Bird took a step back. This was the first he'd heard of Burnside's memoir. Shannon glanced at Bird, then continued. Your dinner, the notebook, and the interview with Gunstock proved it. Burnside was looking at his whole life, every story with a critical eye, writing a memoir that would be the single greatest piece of journalism in American history. Not only would it address the biggest political stories of all time and his role in them, it would get to the deepest layer of the meaning of those stories. It would show us not only what happened, but why we know about what happened in the first place. Who benefited from the news, who the sources were, and what happened as a result. Bird staggered forward and leaned on the desk. Is she serious? She is, I said, but I don't have time to explain in detail. Shannon was on a roll. Burnside used social media to rile people up, to get them talking, or to make people think they were talking. I think if we could get our hands on his personal diary, we'd see patterns. Like I bet he was trying to reach sources like the head of the FBI and using fake social media accounts to try to get them to talk. Wait, Here's one I saw earlier. She clicked over to another of Burnside's burner accounts, at Sassy Sue from Mizzou, a proud housewife from Missouri who fears God, loves her country, and doesn't take any shit from anyone. Last month, she'd replied to a tweet from the CIA asking whether Operation Mockingbird was still alive and well. Burnside's fake at John Peter Zinger 1735 account had replied that it was indeed. Sassy Sue then replied that the famed journalist Holden Burnside was a CIA operative, and he'd actually been a trained murderer running opium in Afghanistan in the late 70s. Zinger had replied that, though he hadn't heard that, it was probably true. Everyone knew the CIA trained men to kill, then got them top journalism jobs. A handful of other commenters added thoughts as well. The point, Shannon said, is that either Burnside was batshit crazy, or he used all these burner accounts to try to spark controversy about himself. Controversy people in places of power could see. Even if they saw them from their own burner accounts and didn't reply, he could refer to the controversies when trying to contact them for his book. It made sense, but something didn't sit right. When a story fit together too perfectly, something was usually amiss. I could barely keep up with Shannon, and she had no intention of slowing down. There's more. I'm going to spend the afternoon going through these accounts with Zach. Bird already set it up. But there's one more thing. I'm sure we're going to find a bunch more CIA connections. We already know he was tracking various CIA and FBI people. My guess is he was tracking all his sources, interacting anonymously with all his sources. Anyone who'd fed him information is going to turn up in his social media or in his email. Between all the accounts, I expect to find the source of every one of his big stories. This is the biggest treasure trove in the history of journalism. Or at least, Bird interjected, in the history of journalism studies. If we simply published the usernames and passwords of his accounts on our site, it would be our biggest story ever. It would rival WikiLeaks. Imagine knowing every anonymous source behind every major political story of the last 4 decades. We don't quite have that, but close. Our government, foreign governments, journalists, and independent researchers, everyone would want to comb through them. This last piece was what didn't feel right. Did you ask anyone before logging on to his email accounts? What? Shannon scoffed. Like who? His wife? His estate? I don't know. Of course not. I glared at Bird. And you let her do this on our servers? I helped her do it. It's not an issue, legally. But what about ethically? Shannon looked at Bird, who looked at the floor. After a moment, he shook his head. No, I'm sorry, Alex. This is too big. Too newsworthy. It's an ethical gray area. We couldn't not pursue it. In their position, I probably would have logged on to the accounts as well, given that Burnside was dead and we were trying to solve his murder. And I likely would have agreed it was okay to do so without contacting Mrs. Burnside. But publishing the contents of the accounts was something entirely different. We're not publishing anything based on what you found. Not yet, at least. Bird looked offended. I wasn't saying we should. Yet. Shannon will keep digging and... Shannon? She'd swung the door open and was in a full sprint across the office. For a moment, I thought she was running away with the story, that she was going to ditch the Barker and I wouldn't hear from her again until the story, and all of Burnside's burner accounts, hit her sight. Then she stopped next to a group of half of my staff and stared up at the flat-screen TV. Bird and I reached the group just as someone unmuted the news. Mia said, It broke on Twitter 5 minutes ago and they're cutting into regular programming now. On the screen, Martha Ruiz de Monza, a stone-faced anchorwoman on Seattle's weekend midday news, sat at her desk, looking even more stoic than usual. In what has already been a difficult week for the Seattle media community, another journalist has died, making this the 3rd death in the last 3 days. The air left my chest as a headshot appeared on the screen. No, no, no! I shouted. A hand rested on my shoulder. Bird's hand. Is that Suki? Chapter 16. Suki Takasago was the third dead journalist in the last 3 days, and the second I knew personally. I fell to my knees, eyes glued to the screen, as Damonza continued. Full details are not yet being released, but according to police, her body was found at her apartment near Green Lake early this morning when a friend stopped by for their regular jog around the lake. Takasago was a 30-year-old reporter for a variety of online publications, including the Huffington Post and Seattle Review. In print, her work appeared in The New Yorker, Vanity Fair, and elsewhere. While young, she was considered a rising star in the journalism world. Last year, she received the Award for Public Service Journalism from the Asian Women in Media Conference for her work exposing men's rights activist Massimo Brock. I stopped listening. Oh, God. My mind raced to Greta. I ran to my office and dialed Greta's cell phone. Like Suki Takasago, Greta had roots in Japan, and we'd attended the Asian Women in Media Conference together. We'd watched Suki give her acceptance speech. Suki was one of Greta's coaching clients, and in the speech, she'd thanked her for modeling the confidence to report without fear of retribution. Without fear of retribution. I needed Greta to hear the news from me, not a news report. Hello? Her tone was cheerful enough to tell me she hadn't heard the news. Greta, Oh, God. What is it, Alex? I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to see it on the news. Suki She's dead. The news is saying she's gone. What are you talking about? I saw it on the news a minute ago. They're talking about it right now. I texted with her last night, though. Something happened early this morning in her apartment. The news is saying she's gone. There was a long silence. I guessed it was because Greta was looking up the news online. It wasn't that she wouldn't believe me, but Greta was the kind of person who had to see for herself. Oh, no, she said after a minute. I'm on Twitter, and people are saying, oh, no. Greta's voice cracked. She broke into muffled tears. I'm so sorry, I said. They're saying her throat was cut by a razor. She began to sob, and I felt sick to my stomach. Where are you? I asked. No response. Greta, where are you? I'm at my office. I need to call her brother. I knew her brother, too. Can we meet at home in an hour? She offered a week. Sure. Then hung up. I returned to the office where Bird and most of my staff huddled around computers, trying to find more details online. Shannon paced in the employee lounge in the corner, back turned to the office, talking on her phone. When she turned and stuffed the phone in her pocket, she gestured for me to come over. We sat side by side on a couch, and Shannon jotted a few notes in her notebook, then looked up. Police source said the stuff on Twitter is right. Her throat was cut with a razor blade in her bathtub. Razor in her hand. Just like with Baumgartner, the first officer at the scene thought it was a suicide. But it wasn't. Something about the angle of the cut, bruises around her wrist. Plus, how would she not have dropped the razor after slitting her own throat? She was murdered, Alex. Another murder, badly staged as a suicide. That makes Burnside, Baumgartner, and Takasago. 3 dead journalists in 5 days. He said police were meeting on it all morning. They're pissed it leaked to the press. I'm pretty sure they're getting ready to call this a serial killer. Wait, I said. Shannon's mind was moving fast, and I felt like I was in a car careening down a mountain, sticking my feet through the floor like Fred Flintstone to try to make it slow down. You said they're getting ready to call this a serial killer. Does that mean they're starting to look at Burnside as a murder, not a suicide? Because that would be new. No, she said, not yet. But they will. They have to, right? Maybe, but... My question from earlier was still fresh in my mind, as if on quiet repeat. If I'd interrogated the cops about their claim that it was a suicide instead of checking it out, would things have played out differently? What, Alex? It's weird is all. 3 deaths. 2 they're happy to call murders staged as suicides. 1 they're not. Why would that be? Could be a number of reasons. They could be covering the department's ass. Don't want to admit they got that one wrong out of the gate. Or they're being cautious. Maybe the killer staged Burnside's murder more effectively and they don't have enough evidence to call it murder. But they will. Think about it. They have no way of getting to motive, right? They don't have the notebook. Once we publish what we know, they'll have the information they need to go after motive. What I don't see is how Takasago would be connected to anything we've found so far. Shannon opened her mouth to speak, then stood and got a cup of cold brew in a tall glass. She took a gulp as she sat again. Other than the obvious connections, you're right. What are the obvious connections? Journalist in Seattle, killed and badly staged a suicide. I'm talking about the CIA connection, the motive for the killing. Suki worked on social issues, sexual assault, that kind of stuff, and we still don't have anything connecting Baumgartner to the CIA. I don't know much about Takasago. I think I went to a networking and drinks thing with her way back, Young Women Journalists Unite or something. She sipped champagne and I drank water because I couldn't afford anything else. Kind of resented her, actually. You could tell she was going to be hot shit. I knew her a little. Greta knew her well. There's something... I got out my phone. The huge story that broke her out into the national consciousness. Massimo Brock. Shannon watched as I pulled up the piece, which was still on Vanity Fair's website. It would likely be one of the most read stories on the site today, despite being years old. Greta said the expose on Massimo Brock had taken Suki 2 years to report, and that she'd almost buried it many times out of fear of the retaliation she might get if she published it. 3 publications had turned down the story once it was complete, before she finally published it on her own blog. It went viral. Then Vanity Fair bought it. It ended up launching 3 different investigations into Brock. And remember, the story ended him. So that's obviously her biggest story. What I don't get is how it relates to Burnside or Baumgartner or the CIA. We read the first section together. As long as there have been people with problems, there have been self-help gurus. Some focus on money, others on breaking through fear. Massimo Brock, born Massimo Gugliotta in the Bronx in 1975, specializes in male empowerment. According to interviews with over 24 women, he also specialized in sexual assault. Brock is the founder and CEO of Brock Enterprises, Inc., a company that makes millions selling male-centric seminars, as well as a line of exercise equipment, supplements, books, films, and more. His self-financed documentary, Grow a Pair, released on YouTube, has garnered over 300 million views. People close to him refer to him as Tony Robbins for real men. But rumors have followed Brock for years. Rumors of tax evasion, verbal abuse against staff members, and sexual assault. Previous attempts to investigate and publish the story fell short of the demands of evidence. Through a combination of threats, abuse, and confidentiality agreements, Brock and his associates have managed to keep the story from breaking into the mainstream press. The stories stayed rumors, until now. In the last 2 years, we have come to learn the details of these assaults from interviews with over 24 women. He pulled me into his dressing room before a big speech, a former intern told us. He kissed me violently, like he didn't even know I was there, jammed his hand up my skirt, then pushed me out into the hallway like a bag of trash. Minutes later, he was on stage in front of 1,000 angry men. Another woman describes a time when Brock went further. He raped me after a podcast recording session, an audio engineer based in Los Angeles told us. I came to his house with the equipment. We recorded 6 one-hour episodes, and he was flirting with me between recording sessions. He never let up. Afterwards, as I packed the equipment, he offered me a drink. I accepted. According to the woman, she woke up in his bed the next morning, naked, with only foggy memories of what happened. I'm sure I only had the one drink. He must have spiked it with something. When I left, he told me he'd destroy my career if I ever said anything. At first, I thought it was my fault. Now I know it wasn't. These are just 2 of over a dozen stories about Brock that we will relate in this piece. Stories that paint a picture of an angry man with a long history of abuse and sexual violence. Shannon put her feet up on the coffee table. Man, that's amazing reporting. I wish like hell I'd published that story. She shook her head. Maybe the connection has something to do with protecting powerful men. I could see the CIA wanting to do that. I don't see it, I said. Brock was a used car salesman. a loser with a good smile who watched Tom Cruise's scenes in Magnolia one too many times and took it seriously. He had no real political clout. Are you kidding? If he ever decided to get political, he could have swayed the votes of millions of 20-year-olds who live in their mom's basement. You ever watched the documentary? I never heard him say a word about politics. Part of the shtick is to create a fantasy world where everything is simple and awesome, to avoid the messy reality of politics. Shannon put her phone on her lap where she'd opened Brock's documentary. She scrolled forward to the scene of him delivering one of his high-priced seminar speeches. In the video, Brock stalked the stage like a lion looking for prey. He glared at the audience with a look I thought was disdain. After watching for a few seconds, though, I realized it was probably intended as a get-fired-up look, as though Brock was trying to imbue the audience members with his laser-like focus, with Red Bull-fueled awesomeness. Men, and you brave few women out there, welcome! In the next 90 minutes, you will rediscover the sense of masculinity you've lost through years and years of pussification, all while taking control of your finances and reclaiming mastery over your life. Does that sound like something you want? A weak cheer came from the audience. Grow a pair, Brock shouted. Does that sound like something you want? Let me hear it. Yes, the audience screamed. That's better. All of you just took your first step toward reclaiming your inner man. And that includes you, women. You are all welcome to kick as much ass as you want, as long as dinner is ready when we get home. A few chuckles emerged from the audience. Don't laugh, Brock ordered. Why is it so wrong to demand a meal when we get home? Women have demanded physical protection for millennia. Who worked the coal mines? Who built the skyscrapers? Who fought the wars? We did. And all for their protection. Is it really too much to ask for dinner when we get home? He laughed to himself as though lost in a wistful memory. He was a polished performer. When I was little, I told my dad I wanted to be a baker when I grew up. And do you know what he said? The line was a setup, obviously one he'd used before, because the whole audience shouted in unison. Grow a pair! That's right, Brock continued. He told me to grow a pair. Best advice he ever gave me. He posed like a bodybuilder and flexed, his chest and biceps nearly bursting from his tight black t-shirt. Can you imagine using these muscles to bake cupcakes? He told me to grow a pair, and I did. He relaxed the pose and continued across the stage, stopping to point at different sections of his audience. So when you come to me and say you aren't making enough money at your lame-ass job, do you know what I'll tell you? Grow a pair, the audience intoned. He'd worked the audience into a frenzy, and they chimed in at all the right spots. And when you come to me crying, telling me your wife or girlfriend is mad at you for cheating on her, do you know what I'll tell you? Grow a pair. And when you come to me blaming all your little candy-ass problems on someone else or some situation out of your control, do you know what I'll tell you? Grow a pair. That's right. In the next 2 hours, with my expertise, you are going to grow a pair. A pair so big they'll lead you out of this room and into a dominant position in life, whether that be finances, athletics, or relationships. I clicked off the video, fighting the urge to punch the screen. Shannon, to my surprise, was laughing. You're not offended by that? I asked. I find that guy repulsive. Oh, come on, Alex. Grow a pair. I gave her my, are you serious? Look. He's a moron, Shannon said. A loser, an airport hotel self-help guru. I shook my head. I think he can do a lot of real damage. You think he'd have Suki Takasago murdered? I doubt it. I can see why he'd be pissed, but he's under investigation by the IRS and 3 different police departments. He's trying to keep his ass out of jail, and the story was a year ago. I'll bet there's a connection to Burnside and Baumgartner. But if there's not, we need to remember that Suki was on the rise. Even if the Brock thing doesn't have a CIA connection, she could have been working on a new story that did. She could have been killed not because of something she published, but something she was going to publish. My phone buzzed with a text. Greta. On my way home. Are you? Greta knew Suki well, I said. I need to be with her. She turned away. I'm going to head home too. This caught me off guard. I assumed she'd want to stay at the office to continue looking into Massimo Brock. Is everything okay? She packed her laptop hastily, not looking directly at me. Fine. Something felt off, but I didn't stick around to find out what. My mind was on Greta. Okay, I said on my way out. Let's meet up first thing tomorrow. Our nanny was on her way out the door when I arrived. Greta sat on the couch with Smedley, who leapt up to give me a spot. I flopped down next to Greta. I'm so sorry. I still can't believe it. She stared blankly into space. Cleo's sleeping. Can you turn on the news? I already have more information than the news. I don't think you want to hear it. I do. I glanced at the bassinet next to the couch where Cleo lay silently. You sure she's asleep? She's completely out, Greta said, closing her eyes. I told her the details Shannon got from her source, about the belief inside the department that it was another murder, badly staged as a suicide. Greta's face remained expressionless. Not surprised, she said when I finished. I knew there was no chance she killed herself. Well, Shannon's police source agrees. They aren't officially saying the murders are connected, but word is they're being investigated as though they are. Greta opened her eyes to let a few tears escape, then closed them. I knew she was processing her feelings, which she often did in silence. Suddenly, her eyes popped open. Wait, if someone's targeting successful, high-profile journalists, you could be next. No, that's not... Shannon and I think it's connected to the CIA somehow, and that wouldn't... I trailed off because our story no longer sounded plausible. Since Suki's death, the press had shifted its pursuit. With 2 dead journalists, Burnside and Baumgartner, the key was to find a connection point between them. With 3 dead, the story was different. A serial killer was indiscriminately killing journalists. Any of us could be next. Greta's face had reddened. The CIA? She blurted. Dewey Gunstott and that whole Operation Mockingbird thing? And who is Shannon? I told you about her. Young journalist. She was at the scene the night I went to identify Burnside's body. She was working on the story and we got to talking. We've been researching the thing together since we got back from the funeral. Oh, you have? I'd told Greta that I was working on a big story, but not what it was about, and I'd only mentioned Shannon once or twice. Greta wasn't jealous I was working with a woman. She was pissed I was working on a potentially dangerous story. She respected hard-hitting investigative journalism, but she didn't want the father of her child doing it, especially given my history of getting into trouble. You're pissed about the story, right? Not Shannon? The story. I remember you mentioning Shannon. I sighed. Look, Burnside was my professor, my mentor. I saw early on that it might not have been suicide. I felt I owed it to him to look into it. Greta went quiet. I put a hand on her knee. I think we both need a night off. Did you talk with Suki's brother? Yes, he'd already heard and he was hysterical. He got off the phone with their mom and dad 5 minutes before I called. They're flying in from Japan, probably on their way to the airport right now. God, that must be awful for them. I looked over at Cleo. I can't even imagine. Me neither, Greta said. There's no getting over it. I've had clients who've lost children and they don't recover. They learn to cope, to go on with life, but there's a hole in them forever. I reached slowly for Cleo, hand resting on her soft, warm head. I gazed out the window. It was around noon, the time of day when the sun backlights the thick gray sky, giving the city a bright gray sheen. I thought about the bustle of the office, Shannon back at her apartment, and the strange vibe I'd gotten from her before we parted. My heart ached for Suki and her family, and for Greta, but for the first time in as long as I could remember, I felt content. I didn't want to solve the case, didn't want to know who the killer was. Greta stared at me, eyes wide open, imploring me silently. I knew what she wanted, and I wanted it as well. I wanted nothing to do with the story. Chapter 17. Sunday, 5 a.m. The killer's note didn't change what I wanted, but it changed what I had to do. I read it the next morning on the Seattle Times website, like almost every Seattleite and millions of others around the world. I'd slept better than expected, and still wore my pajamas when I logged on to read about the upcoming Seahawks game, a little distraction, and had just taken my first sip of coffee when I saw it on the homepage. I read it once quickly, stumbling over words like I was falling downhill. Then I read it again more slowly. When Greta walked in for her morning coffee, I waved for her to come over. "Cleo still asleep?" I asked. "I fed her right before you woke up. She's down for a while. Someone's taking credit for the murders. Read this." I read it a third time as she read over my shoulder. "Dear world, I am the killer you're all so excited about. It gives me great pleasure to write these words. It gives me great pleasure to know that you all know I am taking the lives of those who do not deserve them. I will not tell you more about me. Not yet. There are more journalists to kill. Why do I want to kill journalists? First and foremost, they lie. They lie about men. They lie about politics. They lie about guns. They lie about money. They lie about science. They lie about immigrants and gold and banks and cars and everything else there is to lie about. Some do so intentionally. Others do so out of laziness and the belief that whatever fits their agenda must by definition be true. Do you need proof that they lie? Just look at the headlines of the last 24 hours. One lie about me has been repeated over and over and over. I have killed 2 journalists so far, not 3. I killed the science editor at the Seattle Times because he is part of a global plot to destroy America by pushing the fake science of global warming. He falsified data. He deliberately misinterpreted other data because he wants to see our system fail and make Americans suffer. He deserved to die, so I killed him. I was the source who was supposed to meet him at Green Lake. I told him I had a big tip about the EPA falsifying the rate of glacial ice melt, just the kind of nonsense story he was known for. Loser. I will prove to you I killed him because accuracy matters. Look back over his phone records. The dead science editor received 3 calls from a number ending in 6111 over the 24-hour period before he died. The second of those calls lasted 61 seconds. Those are the calls during which I set up a time to meet him and kill him. The second murder was a woman, a bitch. She brought down a great man and she did so with more lies. She lied about sexual assault. She lied about money. She lied about greed and power, and she did so to destroy a man who should have been exalted by this country. She saw a strong man, a successful man, a man who refused to bend a knee to the feminazis that have come to dominate our culture. So she destroyed him with lies, and she deserved to die. You will see that she and I also exchanged 3 calls from the same number. The second of those calls was 47 seconds long. Look it up, because accuracy matters. Don't bother trying to reach the number associated with those calls. It was a disposable phone currently located deep in the North Transfer Station in Seattle. Why do I offer you these details of the killings? To prove I killed the second 2. Because I did not kill Holden Burnside. The reports over the last 24 hours that all 3 murders are related are false. And accuracy matters. Believe me, I wish I had killed Holden Burnside. It brought such great joy to my heart to realize he was dead. When I woke up that morning and read of his death, read that he had splattered on the sidewalk of this once great city, that his blood had dripped into the Seattle street and been washed away by the rain, I felt a warmth wash over me, like my mother was holding me close to her breast, like the first drag of a morning cigarette. I felt in that moment as though everything was right with the world, because a liar and a weakling had been taken out of it. I wish I had killed him, but I didn't. Accuracy matters. Maybe his death taught me something. Maybe it taught me what I was meant to do all along. I don't know who killed Holden Burnside, but I'd like to think he killed himself. I'd like to believe that he realized what I have realized, that journalists deserve to die, all of them. Maybe he was consumed by a guilt that is equal to my hatred. It's good he's dead. But one more time, for the record, let me state, unequivocally, I did not kill Holden Burnside, and that's the greatest lie you all have been telling. In a hurry to spin a sensational story, Holden Burnside was lumped in with the other killings incorrectly. He was not my first killing, and Takasago will not be the last. What are my demands? That you all die. Other than that, I have none. The damage done by journalist after journalist after journalist, news anchor after news anchor after news anchor, lie after lie after lie. That damage can't be undone. The entire world has been brainwashed. A handful of elite media members, whose sole aim is to destroy America, destroy freedom, destroy the family, destroy the Christian religion, have brainwashed all of us. The brainwashing is over. Journalism will die. Journalists will die. You've been warned. As shocked as I was by the content, the casual threat of violence, my mind stuck on the claim he hadn't killed Burnside. The question that had been hovering in the back of my mind now filled it. If I'd interrogated the cops about their claim that it was a suicide, instead of checking it out, would things have played out differently? For the last couple days, I'd felt trepidation about how fast we'd moved on the story, about the direction it had taken. Now I knew why. Shannon and I had botched it. Completely. We'd been wrong from the beginning. The letter was unsigned, but I had no doubt it was from the real killer. It confirmed what I knew to be true, but hadn't wanted to see. Burnside had killed himself. Then it hit me. The way Shannon had looked away from me at the office yesterday was guilt. She'd been pressing forward on this story even harder than I had. A sickening feeling landed in my gut. I swigged my coffee. I gotta get dressed. Why? To go. I have to. What? Office. I'm worried about Shannon. You need to stay home until they catch this guy. You're one of the highest profile journalists in the city. Did you not just read the note? I read it 3 times. I stepped in and hugged Greta. I'm so sorry. I know this is bad. It's scary. I'll call you later. I love you. Chapter 18. Shannon lived in an illegal rear basement apartment in a rundown house in South Seattle. From the street, it looked as though no one was home. I walked around back and saw a light was on. I rapped the glass of the small window in the door. On the ride over, I'd checked public occurrences, and my worst fears had been assuaged. She hadn't published anything about Burnside. Another thing people don't understand about journalists is that not only do we rarely lie, we live in constant fear of getting something wrong. Sometimes we publish things based on sources that are shakier than we'd like. Sometimes the pressure gets to us, or we get ahead of a story and run with something that turns out wrong or incomplete. More often, we'll get a detail wrong, spell a name wrong, or emphasize one thing when we should have emphasized something else. We live in constant fear of these errors. We watch our phones and email accounts like paranoid hawks in the hours after a story goes live, praying no one calls with a correction or a valid complaint. Someone always calls. Over the last few days, I'd grown fond of Shannon. I wanted to see her do well. If she'd run with the story on Burnside late last night, before the letter, her reputation would have taken a major hit, one from which she might not have been able to recover. I'd called her 3 times on the ride over. She hadn't answered. Then I texted, telling her I was on my way over. She hadn't replied. As I reached to knock on the window a second time, I heard Shannon's voice. Go away. The day was even grayer than usual. One of those Seattle days that makes you believe the sun will never come out again, that you'll never again be warm. A day so gray you forget other colors exist. A day so gray that, standing at her door, I thought about giving up, following her directions and leaving. I could head home and crawl into bed. I could take it as a win that we hadn't published anything based on our research into Burnside, then lock myself away and avoid the story. The wind whipped the leafless branches on the trees above me. I didn't experience making a decision, but the next thing I knew I was knocking on her door loudly and saying, "Shannon, we need to talk." "Not now, Alex." "It's not the end of the world, Shannon. There's still work to do. We can still make something out of the story, out of all the work we've done." "Alex, just leave me alone. I need some time." Her voice was weak, almost weak enough to make me turn around and leave. I felt for her, I really did. She'd stolen the notebook, seen the references to the CIA, and arranged all her thinking around a nefarious plot that didn't exist. My guess was that it was the biggest screw-up of her career, and I'd fallen for the story almost as hard. "Shannon, can we talk about it? It's my fault. I should have slowed us down, gone back to the scene, the beginning." I waited about a minute, then turned to leave. I couldn't make her talk to me. The door swung open behind me and I spun around. Shannon wore plaid pajama bottoms and a white University of Washington sweatshirt with a gold and purple logo. She had tears in her eyes and her hair was a tangled mess. "Alex, you idiot! I'm not upset because we blew the story. Well, I am. But I'm more upset that Burnside killed himself." My head fell back and my eyes rolled up to the sky. This was the kind of gray people move out of Seattle to get away from. "Can I come in?" She stepped aside and waved me into the apartment. "Sorry, it's a shithole. Someday I hope to move my corporate headquarters to a real office." I followed her in, ducking my head to avoid the low ceilings. I went straight for a chair next to a round table in a kitchenette. She poured coffee for each of us, then sat across from me. "Thanks for the coffee," I said. Shannon nodded. The tears had slowed, but she looked devastated. As we drank our coffee, her sadness made me realize something about her and about me, about why we screwed up the story to begin with. We both loved Burnside. We respected him. We didn't want to believe he could have killed himself. Maybe that's something the survivors of suicide victims always face. I don't know. Sitting at Shannon's table, watching her tears, I realized that her pain and mine, and our desperate desire to find another reason for his death, had been caused by the fact that we didn't want to believe he'd leapt from the balcony himself. If Holden Burnside couldn't hack it in this world, what did that mean for us? Worse, we'd done exactly what we shouldn't have. We'd chased a story we wanted to be true just because we wanted it. Shannon had come damn close to calling it murder on the record because we didn't want to believe Burnside could have killed himself. He'd have been disappointed by our blind faith in him. A flicker of light crossed the table, which led my eyes to a small television in the corner. It was tuned to CNN, and the sound was off. They were talking about the note. It gave me an eerie feeling knowing that right then millions of people around the country were talking about Burnside's death and the deaths of the other two journalists. On the TV, the conversation moved to a discussion of the serial killer, a discussion of who was next. Another conversation was taking place as well, I knew. A conversation about the media itself, about journalists, about reporters, about who they were, what they did, and how everything changed in the last 10 or 15 years. I imagined message boards across the internet exploding with comments. People were undoubtedly debating the merits of the killer's arguments. Many people, while not condoning the murders, agreed with him in principle. Others had an innocent view of the media, a view likely formed by watching Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman in All the President's Men. Both views were wrong. Reality was a lot more complicated. "Can I tell you a story about him?" I heard myself saying. Shannon shrugged. "You know how college is so intense and part of you thinks you're going to remember everything? Like you have no idea at that point how long life is, how little you know. Then you get to 10 years later or 20 years later, and you only remember a few things, snippets. The thing I remember most is Burnside's class. Quotes he would write on the board for us to think about. Guest speakers he brought in. But most of all, I remember that he seemed to lack passion in a way that, at first, unnerved me. We always hear about how you have to have passion to succeed at anything. I expected a gung-ho advocate for journalism, and he was, but in a different way than I expected. He didn't give any rah-rah speeches, I trailed off. You said you had a story about him? Right. I closed my eyes, thinking back. I didn't know why this story had crept into my mind, but I let it out. It's about Burnside and this kid named Gregory Beckman. We took Burnside's class together. One of our first assignments was to draw a New York City location out of a hat. Burnside had chosen a bunch of them, and to go out and write a 500-word description of that location. We had to be back in 2 hours with the words completed. I still remember, I got a Turkish restaurant on 105th Street. Gregory got an apartment building on 72nd Street called the Dakota. It's famous in New York City. John Lennon and other celebrities lived there, and it's where Lennon was shot. We were young and eager to do well. We went out to our locations, wrote our stories, and came back. As was his habit, Burnside invited people to give their work up for public critique. Gregory and I both volunteered. I chuckled softly. You probably won't be shocked by this, but I was a little full of myself back then. Gregory even more so. Burnside put our 2 pieces of writing on the projector in front of the class so a couple hundred people could see what we had written. First, he read mine. While he read, he marked it up with various edits. That was what we did for part of the class every day. Sometimes he asked the class for comments as well. They were usually respectful, and that day I had done a decent job, so most of the edits were minor. When he asked for general input about my writing after going at it line by line, no one said anything. Burnside looked across the room and said something like, "Well done, Mr. Vane. You played it safe, you didn't offend anyone, and you wrote something we will all forget in the next 5 seconds." I was devastated, of course. But before I could spiral too far downward, he turned to Gregory's work. When he put it up on the projector, the class laughed. I knew Gregory personally, so I suppressed my laughter. But it was clear he'd botched the assignment terribly. He had done something else entirely. He'd written a sort of man-on-the-street piece about a guy he'd met in front of the Dakota. The guy was laying a rose on the sidewalk where Lennon was shot. Gregory had struck up a conversation with this guy, and he claimed to know who Lennon's real killer was. So instead of describing the physical location, which was the assignment, Gregory tried to solve the murder of John Lennon. He took what the random guy said, then talked to some other people about it, and even made a call to the NYPD, asking if they could reopen the case. It was insane. I don't remember who the killer was supposed to have been. Maybe the FBI, maybe Yoko or Paul, I don't know. I opened my eyes, aware again that Shannon was in the room. When I stopped speaking, she opened her eyes as well. She'd been listening closely. "How did it end?" she asked. After a couple minutes, we all finished reading his work. As he'd done with my assignment, Burnside had marked up the writing. A comma here, a call for stronger language there, crossing out an adverb in another spot. Then he turned to the class and asked what they thought. "I think I know where this is going," Shannon said. "You're still making this about the story, the CIA angle. Burnside is dead and he killed himself." "I'm making it about both. Let me finish." After Burnside asked the class what they thought, and they rightfully ripped the work to shreds, he said something like this. "Nothing the class said is wrong. The story is a debacle. But in your journalism careers, you're all going to face choices. Alex made the safe choice, took the safe course. Nothing wrong with that. Gregory took a big swing, and he failed. He failed miserably. But it's a class, a good time for failure. If he'd had another hour, maybe he would have solved John Lennon's murder. Probably not, but you never know." Then Burnside said something I'll never forget. He said, "If I could design the perfect journalist in a lab, it would be a combination of the Alex represented by the work we just read and the Gregory represented by the work we just read." He didn't say anything else. He didn't explain what he meant. but I think for the last 25 years I've been trying to be that journalist. I've never told anyone that. Not even Greta. I don't think I knew it until right now." I braced myself for a snarky comment from Shannon. "There are a couple ways to look at that story," she said. "First, there's the interpretation I think you wanted me to have, which is that the perfect journalist is a combination of a diligent, by-the-book dude, as you are in your assignment, and a free thinker willing to question any premise, believe any source as far as the evidence will go, as Gregory was. When I'd started the story, I hadn't intended any particular meaning, any particular outcome. But as I heard it reflected back to me, I had to admit she was right. That's the message I'd taken from the story, and without even knowing it, I'd spent a career trying to become that journalist." "But there's another interpretation," Shannon continued. "One you might have missed." "Okay. Because Burnside was your teacher, you took the story and ran with it. You believed the ideal he set up for you that day. But I think the story actually shows his limitations, the limits of his viewpoint, and connects to the notebook we've been poring over the last few days." I remembered my coffee and took a long swig. Shannon ran a hand through her hair and continued, "I think Burnside revealed his own approach to journalism. Like Gregory, you should be open to anything and temporarily suspend disbelief in order to track down the truth of the claims a source makes. And then you use that by-the-book diligence you displayed in your assignment to fact-check and write it. If you look at his career, that's what he did. That's the image of him, at least. But the image of the lone journalist chasing down buried truths is, let's just admit it, usually crap. Burnside had powerful sources who fed him information. And even though the information was true, can you really say the stories fought for the little guy?" She paused, choosing her words carefully. "In the end, Burnside was a stenographer for power. He knew it, and that's why he killed himself. He'd become the greatest journalist in American history, but only if you look at journalism from a certain perspective. Only if you divorce yourself from what's behind the stories. His stories were true. They were accurate, and they were huge. If that's the only standard, he was the greatest. But I think his suicide shows us that at the end of his life, he realized he was anything but. He'd been using the wrong standard all along. He'd been grabbing a story and following it with a diligence and blindness that can lead to true stories that serve people you may not want to serve. Like I said, he was a stenographer for power." Stenographer for power. That would be a good title for a book, or an essay or something. You have a way with words. She looked away, as she had the day before at the office. "Shannon, can I ask you something? Yesterday, when you said you were coming back to your place, I was surprised. Something felt off. I felt guilty. Why? In my mind, I had decided to run the story. Without you. Stayed up all night writing. That's why I look like this. But you didn't publish it." She shook her head. "I went to the YMCA to box at 5 this morning, saw the letter in the paper when I got home. I was about to proofread the piece and upload it. I glanced at the TV, which was airing a segment called Is the Note Real? A host was interviewing a serial killer expert who was walking the audience through an analysis of the text. Serial killer plus dead journalists plus the stature of some of the journalists, I said. This story is going to dominate the world until it ends. Shannon didn't respond, which makes me think maybe we should get ourselves some clicks out of it. Chapter 19. As wrong as we'd been about Burnside's death from the beginning, we had more information about it than anyone. We decided to write it. There was nothing we could do about the fact that someone was killing journalists. But we could, once and for all, put to bed any speculation that Burnside had been the first victim. Shannon headed for the shower while I called Burnside's wife. "Mrs. Burnside, it's Alex. Alex Vane." "Oh, hello, Alex. Good to hear your voice." The moment she answered, I was struck by an overwhelming desire to hang up. We hadn't spoken since our conversation in New York, a conversation that convinced me Burnside had been murdered over a story in his notebook. And, in a sense, he had. If Burnside had struggled with depression, and if depression can be thought of as a fatal disease, his research into his own past may have been what pushed him past his limit to bear it. "It's good to hear your voice as well," I said. "There are a few things I need to tell you, Mrs. Burnside. I'm sure you've been following the news. The murders out here in Seattle. Micah Baumgartner and Suki Takasago." "I have, and I saw the letter this morning. CNN read it live on TV. It's all so confusing. People are trying to say that whoever is killing these journalists also killed Holden, but it's simply untrue." "It is untrue, but I didn't know how to ask this, so I decided to just ask it. How can you be sure? I mean, how do you know it was suicide?" "Because he was depressed. Had been for years. He was dealing with it. We were dealing with it. He saw a therapist once a week on his own and once with me. We never wanted people to know. There's less stigma attached to it now, but when we were growing up, people thought you must be strange if you saw a therapist. That was for crazies, not normal church-going successful people. Times have changed, but I wish they'd changed sooner. Maybe Holden could have gotten help earlier in life." I heard Shannon getting out of the shower. Our plan was to head back to the Barker where I'd go over what she wrote the previous night, and we'd decide on a plan to publish something. But first I needed to tell Mrs. Burnside everything. "We found his notebook." "You did? We who?" "I ran into another journalist at the scene of your his passing. She found his notebook. We know what he was researching in his last months." "Oh my, what?" As succinctly as possible, I summed up what we'd learned about Burnside's research. I knew Mrs. Burnside didn't track the details of his stories and never had. I doubted the significance of what I was sharing would be clear to her. I was right. When I'd finished, she said, "You think this is why he took his own life?" "We think it played a role, yes." "I don't understand a lot of what you said, but I doubt it. Holden and I learned in therapy that depression and suicidal thoughts are complex, often having more to do with chemistry than with external circumstances. We've been through tough times before. I can't imagine anything in that story would change much. Like you said, much of the media is speculating right now about his death, wondering if it's connected to the murders. With your permission, we'd like to publish something that clears this up, something that ends the speculation." The line was quiet for a few seconds. "Mrs. Burnside?" "Fine, it's fine. I was thinking about what Holden would want. If it were up to me, I'd never talk to a reporter again. You'd all leave me alone. But Holden would want me to give you whatever you need. He would want people to know about the depression behind his reserved smile. He loved reporters." I let that sit for a moment, then pressed on. "Thank you. Can we quote you in the story?" "Sure. Use anything I said. I can even put you in touch with his therapist." "You'd give permission for him to speak to us on the record?" "I don't see why not. I'm getting 20 calls a day to be interviewed. Reporters from the Post, the Daily News, and the Times are banging on my door at all hours. I got approached at church by someone from some blog. I want it to end. You were the last person to speak with him at any length while he was alive. If you're going to put this ridiculous speculation to bed, I don't see why you shouldn't get the access you need." The phrase ridiculous speculation hung in the air, and I decided to come clean. "Mrs. Burnside, I've spent the last week leading the charge on that ridiculous speculation. Since the day of the funeral, I've been certain he was murdered over a story he was working on. I've never been more wrong. Holden said once that he worried about journalism being too fast now, reporters jumping to conclusions and so on. Why didn't you simply call me?" I searched for an answer, but found only weak justifications. Truth was, my desire for an outcome had led my reporting, not my desire to follow the facts. And even though Burnside had been played by sources for years, I had to admire that at the end he was doggedly pursuing the facts even though they exposed harsh truths about himself. I mumbled something about not wanting to disturb her in her time of mourning. Then she gave me the number of the therapist and told me to wait an hour before calling. She'd make sure to reach her and give permission to speak with me about Burnside's condition. I thanked her and said goodbye as Shannon emerged from the bedroom, dressed in her usual outfit and ready to go. She gave permission for us to speak with his therapist. Like we thought, she didn't care much about the story, the CIA, his sources. I guess most people don't navel-gaze about journalism the way we do, or Burnside did. Thankfully, the rain hadn't resumed and the sky had lightened. Which makes me wonder, Shannon continued, how are we going to get people to care about the story? Burnside himself said it might be the greatest scandal in American political history, but only if people know and care. We worked on the story all morning and into the early afternoon. Our first major decision was how much of Shannon's work from the previous night to keep. I read her story twice, and we brought Bird in to read it as well. The problem was she'd written it from the angle of Burnside being a murder victim, which we now knew he wasn't. So even though her work focused on the CIA angle, Dewey Gunstott's revelations and our other research, all of which was accurate, it had the wrong tone and would have to be rewritten. This caused our first major disagreement. Shannon wanted to spend time to rewrite it all from the angle of his suicide. Bird and I argued that, for now, we should only run with the simple fact of his suicide, referencing his depression and my conversations with his wife and therapist, who'd been reluctant to speak at first, even with Mrs. Burnside's permission, but had revealed enough information to make the story work. In the end, Bird and I won. The final story focused on Burnside's suicide, leaving out any reference to the notebook, Gunstott, the CIA, or the memoir. In addition to the evidence from his therapist, we contrasted the details of his death to the badly staged suicides of Baumgartner and Suki. In the end, we'd gotten Shannon to relent by promising that when it came time to publish the stories about the notebook, she could run them exclusively on public occurrences. By 2 that afternoon, the story was with the proofer and scheduled to go live on the Barker and public occurrences at exactly 3, just in time to get picked up by the evening news programs, all of which had received an embargoed copy from Bird. I leaned back and put my feet up on my desk. Feels good, finishing a story. Shannon was restless and dissatisfied. As I'd read her the final version of the piece aloud, she kept standing and pacing to the window, then sitting again and thumbing through her phone. Now her foot tapped the leg of my desk. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Feels crummy to have such a big story and not run it. I mean, we're basically running a story that says, hey, you know how the police said this was a suicide from day one? They were right. The end. Don't undersell it. This will be one of the biggest stories, in terms of clicks, you've ever run. We've got more details than anyone else. The therapist, Mrs. Burnside. I'm not in this for clicks, you sellout." She said it with enough irony to make it plausible that it was a joke, but I knew she meant it. Look, Shannon, cable news spent all day dissecting that letter, arguing about whether Burnside was murdered. Clearing up this story is no small deal, and you can still do the other story, but don't you agree it will take some time? She ran both hands through her hair, stopping on the crown of her head and pulling the hair upwards. She was fried. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Opening the follicles. Something about releasing tension. Read it online." "You need to sleep. You've been up, 30 straight hours?" She didn't reply. "Are you upset about something else?" I asked. "Shannon, what's going on?" "You really don't get it, do you?" She stood and walked to the door, opened it halfway, then glared at me. "Alex, we're sitting on the biggest story ever. We could have tied it to Burnside's suicide. After our piece hits, what will the press do? They'll chat about it for 10 minutes before they move to the bigger story, which is, who the hell is killing journalists? Who knows how long that story goes? Days? Weeks? Months? When it's solved, what juice is there going to be for the CIA angle on Burnside? For the story that, in historic terms, dwarfs any serial killer? Murdered journalists are pretty important, Shannon. but the results of the Burnside story are world-moving. Wars, famines, healthcare, presidencies, things that affected literally billions of people were determined by a tiny group of powerful men who used Holden Burnside to get their way. Maybe it's a story for a full-length book. I don't know. Look, Alex, I've appreciated working with you. It's been swell, really. You guys have good coffee here, and fast internet, which I appreciate. But this thing has run its course. We blew our chance today. It's my fault. I should have argued harder. I shouldn't have let you and Bird talk me down. I shouldn't have let your damn love of short-term clicks get in the way of what was journalistically right. Shannon, that's not why... We don't have the other story yet. We have it. You wanted to play it safe, just like back in Burnside's class. Take the easy story and live to fight another day. She put her hands up in a guard position like she was about to challenge me to a fight, then swiveled on her heels and stormed out, leaving the door open behind her. Chapter 20. I puttered around the rest of the afternoon, signing checks, approving Bird's editorial plan, and spending too long choosing between a $4,000 printer and a $5,000 printer for the office. What Shannon said on the way out the door lingered and left me distracted. When I got home, I wandered into the kitchen where Greta was blending a spinach smoothie. I set my laptop bag on the counter and opened the fridge. Greta shot me a look. Hey, not there, okay? A while back she'd made me promise not to leave my work stuff in the kitchen, which was her sacred space. Sorry. I shut the fridge and moved my bag to the couch. I'm distracted. You need some sun. Greta handed me a tall glass of cold green smoothie. It's Seattle. There's a little today. Let's go. She was already on her way to the living room where Cleo crawled around on the floor. It'll help her nap, she called. Minutes later, the spinach smoothie sloshed in my belly and Greta and I strolled to a park near our house, craning our heads toward the thin sliver of sun as we passed between buildings. Greta had been right about Cleo, who fell asleep within a couple blocks. When we reached the park, we walked straight to a large grassy field, the best spot to soak up what would probably be the only sun we'd see this week. I saw the thing you ran on Burnside, Greta said out of nowhere. I thought you didn't read our site anymore. She'd accused us of publishing too many negative clickbait headlines, and she was right. I still get alerts when your name is on a story. I read it. It was good. But what happened to the stuff you told me about? All the stuff in his notebook? It didn't work, okay? It came out nastier than I'd intended. I'm sorry. Shannon was grilling me about that earlier. Accused me of playing it safe. Are you? Yeah, but mostly because you made me promise to be safer. We stopped in the center of the field. Greta slung her jacket over the back of Cleo's stroller and stretched her arms up to the sky. You know, I learned something about myself today. Something that might affect you. She leaned down and put her hands flat on the grass. She still did yoga 5 days a week and was as limber as she'd been when she was 20. What'd you learn? You know how we would fight about the dangerous stories you used to get involved in? Yeah, a fight you won. Sort of. I did go to Cuba with you that one time. That was a hell of a dangerous story. The most dangerous, I admitted. Remember after we got back, we decided to try for a baby again right away, and then I was pregnant soon after? Then I was consumed with being pregnant? Now Cleo has been out of me long enough that I feel I've got my body back, like I'm returning to myself a little. I'm becoming a separate person again. Does that make sense? It does, I said cautiously. Greta talked about her internal life the way I talked about journalism, and sometimes it unnerved me. I never knew where she was headed. For the last couple weeks, I've been journaling about our adventure in Cuba, reliving some of the trauma and talking it out with my therapist. And I braced myself for an attack. When she'd said we argued about the dangerous stories I got involved in, that was an understatement. We'd battled for years, and on some level, I probably still blamed her. Blamed the relationship for my move away from big stories and my embrace of clickbait. I take back everything I said about dangerous stories. I see now why you write them, Why they're important? Of course, I want you around for Cleo as much as possible. All the time and for a long time. But not if it means you being anything other than what you're meant to be. My hunch is you weren't meant to be a clickbait journalist. If I won't even read most of what your site produces, what does that mean? I laughed. The truth is, I won't even read much of what our site produces. But, am I hearing you right? What are you saying? Right now, Cleo is too young to know anything on a conceptual level. But she can feel things. She can soak up the tone in the room, can adopt certain attitudes toward the world from both of us. And in a few years, she'll start to understand things better. In 6 or 7, she'll be able to read what the Barker produces. I want to say, officially, on the record, I want you to take inventory of what you're doing. If you're happy with it, fine. I love you. If not, and if I had anything to do with your dissatisfaction, I want you to delete it from the record. You have my full support, whatever you do. Her change of heart left me speechless. I hadn't known it, but those were the exact words I needed to hear from her. I'd been criticizing myself for years over my shift from serious journalism to what the Barker usually produced. I watched in awe as Burnside and others wrote serious books, and I managed a never-ending stream of content, some of it decent, but most of it forgettable trash. I'd thought it was what Greta wanted, needed from me. Maybe that was so, and maybe that's part of why I did it. But as she spoke, I was also back in Burnside's class, taking the safe route, and I heard Shannon's admonishment in the back of my head. The truth was messy. Maybe not as messy as Burnside's, but it had lived in my blind spot all my life. I'd taken the safe route because it's what I'd needed. A stream of clouds blocked the sun. Ah, Greta said, putting her jacket on. The fun is over. Thanks for what you said. The sound of my voice echoed in my head. I looked at the sky. The fun isn't over. The sun will be back. That evening, cuddled together on the couch with Smedley lying across our feet, we watched Netflix and ate takeout sushi. I handed Greta a plastic tub of salty edamame. Do you think the kids will still be saying Netflix and chill when Cleo's old enough to say it? She just looked at me blank-faced, as she often did when I said stuff like that. Our landline, which I'd almost forgotten we had, rang. Who even has this number anymore? I jogged to the kitchen to answer it. It was Shannon. Why aren't you answering your cell? I need to talk. It's Netflix and chill night, I said. And I need to talk with you too. I've been thinking about what you said, and shut up, Alex. I've texted you like 5 times. I didn't know who else to call. I think the killer is after me. Don't go anywhere, I said, walking to the couch and waving at Greta to mute the TV. I'll send a car for you right now. Lock the doors and I'm a few blocks from your house. I think I lost him, but then get here fast. We hung up and I filled Greta in. A couple minutes later, Shannon was at the door, wild-eyed and sweaty. She wore her workout clothes, a simple gray sweatshirt and Adidas tracksuit pants. I locked the door behind her, then joined her in the living room. Greta left to make her a cup of tea. What happened? I asked. What's going on? She took a few silent breaths, like she was trying to calm herself. Greta returned with a steaming mug and Shannon held it under her face so the steam clouded her. It started when I left your office. I saw a blue minivan, an older one. I don't know the model, but one of the boxy ones. I remembered it because I remember when my friend Sarah's mom bought one when they were cool in the late 90s. Didn't think much of it. Went home, worked on fixing the Burnside story, which we need to talk about, but later. She took a small sip of tea. You got any booze to go with this? Just red wine. Greta's face was pinched. Sorry. After a few hours at home, I went to the sub shop on the corner and the van was there again. I figured it was just a different van, right? Weird, but not alarming. 2 hours later, I took another break to go to the YMCA, and the van is parked across the street from my house. I took off, walking real fast down the street, and its lights came on. I took a left on the next block, and a minute later the van pulled a left behind me. That's when I started texting and calling you. Why didn't you call the cops? I asked. I did. I called them too, and the lady asked me where I was. By that point, I was literally sprinting down the street. I ducked in an alley and ran through a yard and, well, I wasn't going to wait around for the cops. Take a few deep breaths, Greta said. You're safe here. When she'd finished the tea, I found Officer Sanchez's card and called her. It seemed a safer bet than dialing 911. After giving her a brief summary of what happened, I put the call on speakerphone and passed the phone to Shannon, who told Officer Sanchez the same story she'd told me and Greta. Well, Officer Sanchez said, I can put this report in for you. You said you didn't get a license plate number? No, Shannon said. I'll put it in the report, but I should tell you something. You watch the news, right? You know how big the story has gotten. The Seattle PD has received calls from every weatherman, beat reporter, news anchor, and low-level stringer in Washington state over the last... How long has it been since the Times published the letter? 12 hours or so? So what you're saying is there's nothing you can do? I asked. Hi again, Alex. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're getting reports of hundreds of threats against journalists. They've been coming in steadily over the last year or two, but they've gone up exponentially today. Everyone who ever had a beef with a reporter is sending in threatening emails and voicemails. But here's the thing. As far as we know, the killer didn't make any threats. He just killed. So if you're one of the ones getting threats, you're probably safe. I wasn't threatened, Shannon said. I got stalked. And I'm sorry about that. Within 10 minutes, our cars in the area will be looking for a boxy, older model blue minivan. But the best you can do for now is lay low, hunker down for the night, and let us try to catch this bastard. Chapter 21. Monday, 7 a.m. The next morning, we watched out the window as a taxi pulled up in front of the house. I'd wanted to call a lift, but Greta thought a taxi was safer. You never know who's going to show up with one of those car services, she'd said. The taxi guys have to be licensed at least. We planned to head to the Barker where Shannon could finish her story in safety. Luckily, she'd backed up all her work on the cloud, so she wouldn't need to go home until this was over. Greta would then head to work with Cleo. Since she wasn't a journalist, we felt confident there was no danger to her as long as she wasn't with us. After studying the car and looking up and down the block, we bolted for the taxi. Greta held Cleo tight to her chest. I stayed half a foot behind her, searching from side to side for signs of trouble. It was all clear. Shannon and Greta got in the car first, and I wedged in after them. Everything went smoothly, and as the taxi turned off our street, I could tell Shannon was beginning to feel more relaxed as well. See, I said. Smooth and easy. What about on the other end? Greta asked. Taken care of, I said. Security will meet us out front. And if he's waiting on a nearby roof with a sniper rifle? Shannon asked, only half jokingly. We went quiet for a moment, considering the possibility. Then we're screwed, I said finally. When we pulled up to the office, something was wrong. I expected to see security guards out front, waiting to escort us in. Instead, 3 police officers stood near the bushes where Carlson slept, talking with the building security guards. Then I saw Carlson waving his hands as he tried to explain something to the officers. I think they're arresting him, I said as the taxi stopped. Stay in the car while I check it out. I jumped out of the car and dashed over to Carlson just as he said, I told you already, dude had a gun. Instinctively, I shot glances around us. Who had a gun? A pudgy, red-faced officer scowled at me. Who are you? Alex Vane. I work upstairs. Is Carlson under arrest or something? Not at all, the officer said. He angled his body to cut me off and turned back to Carlson. Tell me again, what did the man look like? Dressed kinda like me, Carlson said. Dirty jeans and a green jacket. White dude, brown hair, medium build. Not fat like you, but not skinny like him. He gestured back and forth between the pudgy officer's belly and another officer who was leaner than me. Any defining marks? The pudgy officer asked. Any other details? You mean other than the goddamn gun he pointed at me? The pudgy officer sighed. You told us about the gun. Have you been drinking, mister? He doesn't drink, I said. This is his spot. He's always... And it's Carlson. Just Carlson, no last name, like Cher or The Rock. Wait here. The skinny officer grabbed his partner's shoulder and they walked a few paces away where they spoke in low voices. I took Carlson's arm and tugged him toward the street. What the hell happened? Who had a gun? Like I told them, I got here at 6 this morning from the shelter. It was too damn cold to sleep outside last night. Got here, coffee in hand, ready to take my spot for the day. There was another homeless guy in my spot. I told him, as nice as I could, which I guess wasn't especially nice, to get the hell out of here. Dude smiled at me like I was the crazy one. Like he couldn't stand me. Like he hated me and everything I'd ever done or known or felt. An icy smile like I sickened him. Then he pulled a gun from his waist and said it was his spot today. I backed away slowly, then ran inside. Security knew me, let me call the police. When I saw the flashing lights, I came back out and he was gone. That was just a few minutes before you got here. And the cops had the nerve to treat me like I was the damn criminal. I'm a valued part of the community. You are, I said, but my mind was somewhere else. The look he gave you. Have you ever gotten that look from another homeless man? No. Did he have a crazy feel, like he might be on drugs? Carlson laughed. Hell no. I've been around enough drugs to know it didn't have that vibe, man. I'm telling you, he looked at me like I was walking into a boutique purse shop, looking the way I look, asking if I can take a dump in their bathroom. Hate? And then some. Thanks, I said. The taxi was still double parked. Shannon was hunched down in the back seat, occasionally peeking out through the side window. I returned to the car and opened the door. Let's go. Now. What's going on? I'll explain inside. I waved at Greta, looked up and down the block and pulled Shannon into our lobby, then into the elevator. He was waiting here, I said. Probably to kill us both. Chapter 22. The incident out front unnerved me, but gave me an idea. Back in my office, I spent 5 minutes telling Shannon what Carlson had said. If I'm right, I concluded, you lost him last night and he staked out the Barker early this morning. Maybe he isn't only after you, but both of us. Maybe, but last night he was definitely... Well, not definitely, but I have an idea. Pull up every single story written about the deaths of Micah and Suki. On dueling laptops, we reread every account of the death of Micah Baumgartner, the science editor, and Suki Takasago, the freelance reporter. No eyewitnesses had seen either of the killings, but Carlson's description of a white guy with a medium build matched the description of a man seen walking away from the scene of Baumgartner's murder. The description came from a quote in a Seattle Times story, and had gone largely unnoticed because, well, one person saying they saw a white dude in a park isn't much to go on. The witness's name was Jamila Abuz, a Turkish-American graduate student at the University of Washington. She'd given her description to the police, of course, and had then spoken with CNN. But when I found her on Twitter, I realized she hadn't stopped there. For the last 3 days, she'd been talking nonstop about what she'd seen with anyone who would listen. At Abuz Jamila _WA. I tell the police I see a white guy walking away from the scene and they do nothing. Racist much? At Abuz Jamila _WA. It's the feeling I got from the cops, you know? Like they didn't want to believe me because I had brown skin. At Abuz Jamila _WA. I thought at Seattle PD was supposed to be progressive, and now they're not even looking into my first-hand description of the killer? Maybe they don't want to protect the First Amendment after all. There were over 100 tweets along this line of thinking, and 2 more showed up while I read them. On a whim, I decided to tweet at her from my verified Alex Vane account. At Alex _Vane _Barker. Hi, at Abuz Jamila _WA. Any chance you told CNN or anyone else any more details about how the man looked? I knew she was online and unsurprised when she replied right away. At Abuz Jamila _WA. Is this for a story? At Alex _Vane _Barker. Yes. At Abuz Jamila _WA. Finally, I was wondering when someone would ask. CNN, those establishment hacks, didn't run the details. They left out 2 things. His shoes were those kinda orange-tan, rugged blue brand work boots. At Alex_Vane_Barker. How can you be sure on the brand? At Jamila_WA. Hello, too lazy to read my profile? I clicked over and saw that while the Seattle Times had listed her as a PhD student, they'd left out that she was studying the history of American fashion with the aim of working in a museum. At Alex_Vane_Barker. Got it. And the other detail? At Jamila_WA. He had a small birthmark or a rash or something, like a port wine stained birthmark from the cheekbone down to the neck on the right side. Of course CNN left it out of the story for fear of someone taking vigilante justice against a white man. At Jamila_WA. Think they would have left out that detail if he was black or brown? Wow, I said to Shannon, who was reading the tweet conversation over my shoulder. The birthmark thing is a key detail. She was probably wrong about the racial angle. CNN might have withheld those details at the request of the Seattle PD, as sometimes happens. Or they might have deemed the details too unreliable to include, since they came from only one witness. When questioning a source, though, you never question their motives openly, not at first. You get them to tell you everything, then corroborate it elsewhere. At Alex_Vane_Barker. Thank you, and I assure you we won't leave any details out of any story we decide to run. Can you describe the mark in any more detail? While I waited for her response, I tapped the intercom. Mia, can you send someone down to the street to see if Carlson is willing to come up? Tell him lunch and dinner are on us. Sure, she said. When I looked back at my phone, Jamila had replied. At Jamila_WA. Slightly irregular around the edges. Could have been a food stain, but no. Birthmark if I had to guess. I have one on my thigh. Stood out more on his pasty skin. At Alex_Vane_Barker. Thank you. 5 minutes later, Mia led Carlson into my office. Shannon sat beside me behind the desk and Carlson sat across from us. Lunch orders? Mia asked all three of us. Anything you want that delivers, I said to Carlson. He didn't hesitate. Spicy tuna roll, yellowtail sashimi, maybe 8 pieces of that shrimp tempura, large miso soup, and one of those salads with the ginger dressing. I raised an eyebrow. He flashed a wide grin. Whole Foods sometimes gives me their leftover sushi at the end of the day, but I bet you know a place with even better fish. I'll take care of it, Mia said. And double the order for me, I said. Just order me whatever they have that's deep-fried, Shannon added. Mia left, and I turned my attention to Carlson. How'd it end up with the cops? They were friendly enough. Talked to the building security, who convinced them that out front is my damn spot. My damn home. Why'd you want to talk to me? This is a damn nice office, by the way. Look at that view. He walked to the window and stared in the direction of the famous Pike Place market. You can practically smell the flying fish, I said. He chuckled. That's a pretty lame line. And from my bedroom, I can smell them. Shannon had grown impatient. We wanted to ask you a couple questions about the man with the gun. Sure, Carlson said, returning to his chair. You told the police he was a white guy, maybe 40 or 50, right? Right. Brown hair. Didn't see his eyes, but they were dark. Maybe brown. Did his shirt have a collar? A collar? Why? I don't know. No, it didn't. It was like a sweatshirt, a dirty old sweatshirt. With a hood? Shannon asked. No hood. The kind of thing you're wearing, actually, like for working out. Shannon was a good questioner. The key was to avoid putting the detail in his head by asking leading questions, but instead to allow him to locate it himself if it was there. If you can, Carlson, and thanks again for doing this, close your eyes and picture the man. Scan up from his sweatshirt slowly to his neck, his chin and cheeks, his nose, his eyes, his head, his hair. Now scan backwards, down from his hair to his eyes, nose, cheeks, and chin, and neck. Anything else you noticed? Any details that might help us distinguish this guy from the other million middle-aged white dudes in Seattle? Eyes still closed, Carlson said. Dirt. He had a patch of dirt or something on his neck. Do you remember which side? Right. Right side. When he pulled the gun, my eyes hit it, then went straight up to his face. I can see the mark. Mark? I asked. Or dirt? If it was dirt, it was kind of reddish dirt, brown red. Could have been a weird tattoo or something. No, I think it was a mark of some sort. Birthmark, maybe? I shot Shannon a look. We had our killer. She was focused on Carlson. How large? Few inches. Might have hit his cheekbone as well. Anything else about the color? Reddish brown. Was the sun over the buildings yet when you had the run-in with this man? Was he standing in the sunshine or in shade? Shade. Is it possible it was red and looked more brown because of the shade? Possible, yeah. I don't know. Shannon let out a long sigh. Thank you, Carlson. You didn't happen to see his shoes, did you? Man pulls a gun on you, you gonna check out his shoes? She smiled. I guess not. Food should be here soon. You want some coffee? Thought you'd never ask. I know where it is. Alex has had me up here for coffee a number of times. He stood and headed for the coffee. Shannon turned to me. The killer was out front. He was going to shoot me, or maybe us, from the bushes. Carlson saved our lives. My whole body tensed at the thought. For an instant, I saw myself getting out of the car with Greta watching as I was gunned down. We owe him more than sushi. We do, but the real question is, what do we do now? I shot her an incredulous look. We write it. As Carlson wolfed his sushi lunch, then my sushi lunch, I did something I hadn't done much of over the last few years. I wrote an article that broke some news. Using the CNN piece and Jamila Abbouz's tweets, I grilled one of Shannon's sources in the Seattle PD about the description of the man seen leaving the scene of the Baumgartner murder. He was defensive about the department's treatment of the case, and bristled at the accusations of racism. Turned out, he had no idea Jamila had been tweeting about the department, and when I warned him of the PR nightmare headed his way, he was eager to confirm that she'd shared the same details with the department, and they'd been looking into suspects fitting the description. Using quotes from my chat with Carlson, I wrote a 600-word piece entitled, New Details Emerge About Journalist Killer. Bird proofread and sent the story to our team for distribution. Minutes later, it was spreading like wildfire on Twitter. I texted a copy to Shannon's source within the police department as a courtesy right before it went live. Carlson assured me he hadn't mentioned the neck marking to the police, so our story was the only piece of evidence linking the homeless man in front of our building with the killer. Within hours, the story got over 1 million views. CNN and Fox News ran with it, and Jamila Abbouz did a victory lap on MSNBC, enjoying her 15 minutes of fame. Of course, she took credit for being the key witness in my story, but all I cared about was that she confirmed it on national TV. Meanwhile, Shannon was doing the harder task of rewriting her Burnside story. By dinner time, she was ready. Her hand hovered over her laptop's trackpad, but she hadn't pressed publish. There are 2 kinds of news stories. Well, more than 2. But if we take out opinion pieces and advertorials, she raised both hands as she revised the assertion. There are 2 types. Ones that break news or advance a story, and ones that take everything we thought we knew about reality and kick it in the balls. I hadn't yet read the new version of the piece, but the easy bet was hers was the second type. Usually I have a good sense of how a story will play, I said. I've been in this game long enough to have a good barometer. Not on this one. Me neither. Her index finger shook as she held it over the trackpad, cursor over the Publish tab on her blog. I broke the piece into 5 articles, each about 3,000 words, so I can... You wrote 15,000 words in the last 2 days? 20, she corrected. I cut a lot. What were you saying? If the reaction is bad, I can always unpublish, bury the other 4 pieces. I wished I could agree, but I'd been involved in enough big stories to know there were no takebacks, especially in the social media age. If the story is what we know it is, you won't be able to take it back. I conjured a confident smile. You won't need to. Maybe no one will notice. Is that what you want? No. I shook my head slowly. Then what's the issue? I don't know. I've never felt like this. I'm a fearless, badass reporter. I could literally break your face right now with a single punch. I've just never felt like this. I placed a hand on her shoulder. Go for it. I'll be here with you. Whatever comes up, it's your piece. But you'll have the full backing of the Barker. Legal issues, whatever. She looked away, and I think she closed her eyes, but her finger pressed down. I watched the screen work for half a second, then pop up with a confirmation message. Your blog post titled, Holden Burnside was a CIA operative. That's why he killed himself, has been published. After a long moment, she opened her eyes and turned back to the screen. No takebacks. Carlson's loud laughter rang out from across the office as he returned from the bathroom. Our receptionist, Olive, was signing for a package and saying something to him. He waved at her and took a big swig of cold brew from a tall glass stenciled with the logo of the Barker. I felt immensely grateful for the man. He'd eaten my sushi at lunch, but our dinner order was due to arrive at any minute. I looked forward to sharing, this time, a meal with him. I smiled and stood to greet him as he approached the door. Then he was launched forward through my office window by the loudest explosion I'd ever heard. Chapter 23. A dead body is always a surprise. No matter how many I see, the feeling is the same every time. Unreal. Like it's not possible for life to end. I felt it when I identified Burnside's body, and I felt it as I stared at Carlson's lifeless form before me. Alex! Shannon jumped up from behind the large wooden desk where she'd been knocked to the floor. From my seat, I'd been sprayed with glass, but I'd been shielded from the blast. Carlson lay face down, head flecked with glass, blood pooling beside his lacerated neck. He's dead. Alex, look. She pointed through the empty space where the window used to be, toward the front desk. Bird was huddled over a body. Snapping back to myself, I leapt across the desk and checked Carlson's pulse. The pool of blood rapidly reached my shoes. He was gone. Sprinting across the office, I tried to make out the body Bird was trying to revive. There was a lot of blood coming from it, too. No, the blood was coming from Bird. As I reached him, he collapsed next to the other body, which I now saw was our receptionist. Call 911! I yelled to no one in particular. Shannon grabbed the receptionist's phone, but it was blackened and charred. She bolted back to my office. Bird, what's wrong? Thigh, he groaned. Something hit my thigh. I adjusted him so he lay flat on his back next to Olive. Olive, where are you hurt? She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Keep breathing, I said. Keep breathing, both of you. One of our tech guys slid up beside me. Move, Alex, I'm a volunteer EMT. He was a redhead whose name I didn't even know, might have been one of the recent hires. He seemed to know what he was doing, because he immediately pulled off Bird's pant leg and tied off his leg to slow the bleeding. I gently touched Bird's shoulder, then stood. Police are on their way, Shannon called. For the first time, I allowed myself to scan the wider office. A small perimeter of staff had formed around Bird and Olive, giving the nameless tech guy plenty of room to work. Others were still crouched behind desks. As far as I could tell, no one else was hurt. Did anyone see anything? I called to the room. No one responded. Did the explosion start at the elevator, at reception? Did anyone see anything? The nameless tech guy shouted. Bird says it was the delivery guy. That was enough for me to act. I raced into the office and dialed the lobby. Explosion at the Barker. Don't let anyone out of the building. We have people on the way up there now. We called the police too. Don't let anyone out. We think it was a bomb left by a delivery guy. Did anyone see him? I shouted to the room. Anyone get a look at the delivery guy? I think he had a brown uniform, someone shouted. And a hat. Brown. Brown uniform and hat, I said into the phone. Anything else? Again, I called to the office. Anything else? White guy, black guy, Asian? Was it even a guy? Somebody give me something. The tech guy was still crouched in front of Bird and Olive. He turned and called to me. Bird saw him, white guy, medium height and weight, mid-40s. I scanned the office one last time to check for more injured staffers. Everyone seemed okay, so I raced for the elevator and slammed the L button to go to the lobby. The damn thing couldn't move fast enough. I stared frantically at the descending numbers on the screen. 20, 19, 18. I closed my eyes tight. Everything went black for an instant. Then Carlson appeared, smiling as he popped a tuna roll into his mouth. I opened my eyes to escape the image. 13, 12, 11. My cell dinged with a text. Greta. What happened? 8, 7, 6. Me. I'm okay. Don't come here. More soon. 3, 2, 1. As the elevator door opened, I bolted toward the security desk. The lobby was surprisingly calm. Did you see him? I called, still in a full sprint. Nothing, one of the guards said as I got to the desk. Anyone leave? Brown uniform and hat. White guy? No one has left through that door since you called, but I ran through the front entrance and out into the street. I hadn't grabbed my jacket and was immediately struck by a wall of icy rain. I cocked my head left, then swiveled right. Life in Seattle was proceeding as though nothing had happened. People walked by in nice suits and hipster jeans, carrying coffees and umbrellas. Ubers and Lyfts came and went. A bus passed. I stepped into Carlson's favorite spot between the curbside bushes and peered up at our office a few hundred feet above. Everything looked normal. Sirens wailed from around the corner. A fire truck, an ambulance, and 2 police cars. The next thing I knew, I was whisked back inside by a police officer. It was midnight when the nurses finally let Shannon, Greta, and me see Bird. I'd spent the last 2 hours with the police, who'd been more than a little pissed that I published a story that confirmed Baumgartner's killer was the man Carlson saw at our building. I gave them all the information I had, which wasn't much. Olive was still in OR, but Bird was back from a shockingly minor surgery to remove a nail from his thigh. How are you feeling? Greta asked as we formed a half circle at the foot of his hospital bed. Alex, remember when you interviewed me before promoting me to number 2? I said, best decision I ever made. I'm so sorry this happened. Shut up, man. Remember I said I'd take a bullet for the Barker? He smiled, and I smiled too. I take it back. He laughed, which made him wince. He rubbed his chest. What the hell happened? Doctor said you got hit with a nail. It was a nail bomb. He closed his eyes. Olive? In surgery, but I overheard a nurse say it was a neck wound. That's all I know. I stepped forward and took his hand. Carlson is gone. Damn. I thought I saw him in your office. Damn. What about suspects? Nothing. Security's checking the cameras in the freight elevator. Olive accepted a package and set it on the upper ledge of the desk next to the candy bowl. It detonated a minute or so later. Nail hit you. Maybe it was a piece of the desk that hit your chest. And Carlson? Don't know for sure. Shannon said. They said something about blunt force trauma. Half the desk was gone. Maybe it hit him. We don't know yet. I know I shouldn't be thinking about this, Bird said. But how's it being covered? Greta sighed. Really? You and Alex are way too much alike. They pulled a nail out of your thigh an hour ago, and you're worried about coverage? Bird straightened and took a small sip of water from a plastic cup. I created a whole multimedia TikTok story on the bombing while I was under anesthesia. You're incorrigible, Greta said. I haven't seen a TV, Shannon said, but the online narrative is all over the place. Let's think about this, I said. What actually happened? Shannon pondered this. He started following me soon after we published the story proving that Burnside was a suicide, which is odd, I interrupted, because we actually validated what he'd said in the letter. Why would he? Bird raised a hand and scooched himself up in the bed. It's how you did it. What was the line? Oh, crap, I said. We wrote that he'd done a terrible job staging the suicides. Shannon frowned. Could that have set him off? Really? I don't know, I said. Why else would he target us? Bird closed his eyes. He looked to be nodding off. Bottom line, Shannon said, this was an escalation. He went from coldly killing journalists one by one to trying to blow up the Barker. He's getting desperate. Eyes still closed, Bird smirked. Alex is the only one who deserves killing. I smiled. I'm glad you can joke, but I can't. I glanced at Shannon, then back at Bird. Don't worry about the coverage or the office. Worry about healing. Greta can help, maybe. She's a wizard. We'll stay here tonight. There's security in the lobby. But first thing tomorrow, we need to work on catching this guy. Chapter 24. Tuesday, 5 a.m. Shannon and I slept on stiff plastic chairs in the hospital waiting room and woke before dawn. I'd slept fitfully, my mind oscillating wildly between sadness over Carlson and pure, blind fury. One look at Shannon made it clear she was in a similar place. Last night, I was in shock, she said as we sipped coffee from paper cups. Now I'm pissed. This bastard is going to kill someone else, possibly today. We need to put ourselves inside this guy's mind. I stood stiffly and did a slow lap around the waiting room. Somehow we pissed him off with our story, so he started following you. Then tried to blow up the Barker. Up until that point, he'd been taking steady, methodical action. When he learns we weren't killed in the bombing... Wait, has he learned that? I'm sure he has. News that Carlson was the only casualty hit the local blogs around 2 a.m. after you fell asleep. What about Olive? That's right, you were asleep. She's out of surgery. She's gonna be fine. Get any sleep last night? Dozed off a couple hours after you. She rubbed her neck and stretched. Anyway, if I were a serial killer, I'd probably be smart enough to check the blogs. My guess is he knows he failed. The first time he failed, out front of the Barker yesterday morning, he doubled back and tried again. Shannon pulled out her phone, swiped, then held it up, posing for a selfie. Really? I asked. A selfie? Get in the picture. I have an idea. I sat beside her and brushed a wisp of hair from my eye as she trained the phone on us and took a picture. We looked like crap, but this photo wasn't for vanity. She texted it to me, then opened Twitter. Put it on all of your social media with something defiant, something about Bird and Olive and the Barker and journalism, something that would piss that bastard off. I posted the image to Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook with a simple message. 2 beloved staff members were injured in a bombing at the Barker yesterday. A man named Carlson was killed. He was known to regulars of the downtown area as witty, tech-savvy, and full of life despite difficult circumstances. The coward who took his life did so while we believe intending to kill us. He failed. Shannon posted a similar message, even more defiant on her social media as well. Her idea was that taunting him would bring him out of the shadows, make him attack us directly. I didn't think he'd be stupid enough to come at us again. Now what? I asked. Now we wait. I refilled my cup from a press pot of burnt, lukewarm coffee. I just remembered, your Burnside story. What happened with that? It's a slow burn. I set up the second piece to be published at 4 this morning, and it was. It automatically goes out to my small mailing list and my social media channels. And the first piece? Any legs? Like I said, slow burn. It got about 8,000 unique views. Not much for a site like yours, but for me, that's pretty good. Wait till it all comes together, I said. It's gonna catch. I'll have Bird get our social media interns on it. They can amplify almost anything to get it trending. From there, if a network picks it up... Her eyes closed. She was even more exhausted than I was. I said, You can lay on me if you need a pillow. I'm gonna read your piece. That's right, you still haven't read it. She lay her head on my lap and swung her feet up on a nearby chair. If you catch any typos, don't wake me, she said sleepily. I opened her story and read it slowly. Shannon was a good reporter, but she was an excellent writer. Better than me, at least at long pieces like this. My style was more direct and to the point, while Shannon used the opening paragraphs to hook the reader, then stepped way back into the early stages of Burnside's career. Most of the story rehashed his biggest scoops, and the piece ended with a cliffhanger. a line I'd given her from my dinner with Burnside. She quoted it. Burnside told a friend less than 24 hours before leaping from the 17th floor of a posh downtown apartment building, "My career may be the biggest political scandal in American history." Our investigation at Public Occurrences, which will be published as a 5-part series over the next 48 hours, shows he was right. Like everyone else, I was ready to click to part 2 when Shannon's phone rang. She'd been snoring lightly, but shot up as though she'd been wide awake. "Hello?" she barked into the phone. "Yes, this is Shannon." "Yes. Okay. Thank you for—" "Yes, I'd absolutely be interested." 7? "Yes, I can be there by then. See you soon." "Who was that?" I asked. Either a source who loved my Burnside story and has further information, or the killer. I gawked at her. Either way, I'm about to find out. Chapter 25. 120 years ago, a fire devastated Seattle. Back then, it was a young city built almost entirely of wood due to the cheap and seemingly endless supply of lumber in the area. 31 blocks were destroyed. Local ordinances were changed, requiring future buildings be constructed from stone and brick. Retaining walls were added and the city was raised. Streets were built 10 feet up, leaving some of the remains of the old storefronts below. New sidewalks were added next, leaving portions of the original city's remains underground for opium addicts, criminals, and prostitutes. Greta and I paid $10 each to take a walking tour of the underground when we first moved to Seattle. It was pretty cool, but I never wanted to go back. The ceilings were low, the smell was musty, and the whole place gave me a dark, uneasy feeling. From a block away, I aimed the telephoto lens at an entryway to the underground city. Shannon stood under a red umbrella next to an arched stone opening, waiting. "Alex, can you still hear me?" I leaned forward to get closer to my phone, which I'd put on speaker mode and stuck in the sun visor of the front seat of my car. "I can." "Don't say anything unless you have to." Shannon turned toward the wall slightly and shielded her face with her hand before she spoke. Smart. She assumed her source might be watching and wanted to make sure he didn't catch her speaking into the phone, which she'd also put on speaker and taped flat against her upper chest under her shirt. The rain had come and gone all morning. A steady drizzle turned into a downpour, then cleared suddenly. Then the steady drizzle was back. Now the sky was a light, silvery gray, giving me a clear view of Shannon through the camera lens. After Shannon received the call, she reported it to the police. Problem was, every journalist in Seattle was on high alert. Every source who wanted to meet was a potential killer. Of course, most conversations with sources these days happened via text or secure messaging apps, not through dark alley meetings. But still, there were enough calls to the police that their response was, "Don't meet any sources you're not certain of, and certainly don't meet them anywhere other than a crowded public location." The man on the phone told Shannon he had information that would take the CIA Burnside story to a whole new level, and that he had to work downtown that day, so they should meet at the entryway to the tour. Assuming this was a lie, Shannon had decided to make herself bait. The entryway was a walkway that sloped down and was blocked off with a metal gate between 5 p.m. and 9 a.m. The streets weren't crowded, but they weren't deserted either. "Remember," I said, "keep your back to the gate so you can be on the lookout. We need to get a photo before he gets close enough to do anything." The bet was, assuming her source was the killer, he'd need to get close to do anything. Unless she was perched in one of the surrounding high-rises with a rifle, he'd try to approach her on the street and shoot from close range, then flee. Anything else would be too risky. Through the camera, I scanned the block, up past a bank and a coffee shop, then back past Shannon and past a closed bar. Nothing. "Camera back on Shannon," I said. "Looks pretty dead around here. A couple people in the coffee shop, but not our guy. At least I don't think so." "Shut up, Alex, I'm trying to focus." She looked left and right, then shot her head back to the left. "What's that?" I followed her gaze with the camera. The autofocus took a second to get the man, who walked slowly, a newspaper under his arm, up the block toward Shannon. He wore a black cowboy hat that, while not totally out of place in Seattle, was incongruous with his sweatpants and hooded sweatshirt. Man, white, 40s or 50s. Newspaper under his arm. Could be our guy. Neck mark? Can't see, he's wearing a hooded sweatshirt. He stopped to look into the window of a fancy chocolatier, holding his hand up to the glass. I snapped a few photos, trying to lock in on his face. The sweatshirt was pulled up too far to see if he had the mark on his neck, which is exactly what the killer would do since we'd published the story about it. Oddly, the man took out his phone and started snapping pictures of the chocolates displayed in the window. I don't think this is our guy. I tilted my head toward the phone while keeping the lens trained on the man. He's either a tourist or maybe he's on acid or something. I watched for another few seconds. The man put the phone back in his sweatshirt, then turned on his heels and headed back in the direction he'd come. I snapped photos the whole time, hoping to get a picture of his upper neck or cheekbone. I don't think that was him. I moved the camera slowly up the block back to Shannon's spot. Shannon was gone. Her red umbrella lay on the ground